Warrior Lore. Chapter 1363. Why You're Not from the Tao Martial Saint Land? The young woman could not help but reveal a surprised expression when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words, and she cried out in surprise.
Yes.
Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. He did not know why the young woman was so surprised. One had to admit that the young woman was beautiful. Although she was not as beautiful as his two fiancées, she was still a beauty. Due to her warning, Duan Ling Tian had a good impression of her. Don't tell me you're from the mortal continent? The young woman stared at Duan Ling Tian as though she had seen a ghost. Yes, I'm from the mortal continent. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, he asked in confusion, but, do you have to be so surprised? Wait, let me confirm. Are you a native of the mortal continent? Or are you from the Tao Martial Saint Land? Did you go to the mortal continent halfway? The young woman asked again. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that no matter if it was the middle-aged scholar or the young man who had just descended and probed him with his spiritual energy, both of them were staring at him with interest. I'm a native of the mortal continent. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know why they were so interested, he still told them the truth. Oh my God, why you're a monster, the young woman exclaimed as she covered her mouth. Although the middle-aged scholar did not lose his composure, his eyes were shining brightly. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, it was as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. On the other hand, the young man's face turned gloomier. His eyes were filled with jealousy when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. A 35-year-old native from the mortal continent who killed hundreds of early mortal shedding stage wild beasts, the pangolin, on his own. Don't you think you're a monster? The young woman said when she saw the confusion on Duan Ling Tian's face. So those wild beasts are called the pangolin. No. How do you know my age? Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Then, he recalled that the young woman had mentioned his age. He couldn't help but exclaim. He was indeed 35 years old this year. Even on the Cloud Continent, besides the few people close to him and the people from the Darkhan dynasty, not many people knew his true age. Duan Ling Tian was naturally shocked when a stranger pointed out his true age. Just now, Yi Man used secret spirit technique to check your age. The young woman said, There's a secret spirit technique that can detect age? Duan Ling Tian turned pale with fright. Now, he finally understood why the young man had used his spiritual force to probe him. It turned out that he was checking his age. The spiritual secret tactic that detects one's age is not rare in the Tao Martial Saint Land. The young woman said, Right. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Guali, and I'm from the Gua family on Fuyu Island. Soon, the young woman looked at Duan Ling Tian and introduced herself. My name is Duan Ling Tian, and I'm from the Cloud Continent on the Mortal Continent. Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. He's a disciple from the Ye family on Fuyu Island. His name is Yi Man. I apologize for his reckless behavior earlier. Then, Gueli introduced the young man next to Duan Ling Tian to Yi Man. Gueli, don't you think you're being too nosy? What do you mean you're apologizing for me? Yi Man snorted. Yi Man, am not someone who's willing to befriend anyone. Lowly people from the mortal continent aren't qualified to befriend me. Lowly people. The moment Yi Man's words left his mouth, not only did Duan Ling Tian's expression turn grave, but even Guali and the middle-aged scholar had a grave expression on their faces. Does this mean you think you're a lowly person? Duan Ling Tian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes and studied Yi Man with interest. Warrior Lore. I don't dare to speak about other people, but I, Yi Man, am naturally a lowly person in front of you. Yi Man raised his head and snorted as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian in a condescending tone. I'll let you off for Guali's sake. Let alone the fact that an impolite, lowly person like you doesn't want to befriend me. Even if you're willing to befriend me, I might not be willing to do so. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart before he mocked. You. Yi Man's expression changed drastically. He was about to make a move when he noticed the middle-aged scholar looking at him. He could only suppress the anger in his heart. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. I'm Lin Qingrong. After the middle-aged scholar glanced at Yiman, he looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced himself with a smile on his face. Senior Lin. Duan Lingtian bowed like a junior again in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Duan Lingtian, I came to Fuyu Island this time to recruit young genius martial cultivators and Dao cultivators on behalf of Mount Hill City. Guali is the genius martial cultivator I recruited from Fuyu Island. She's only 27 years old, but she's already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Lin Qingrong told Duan Lingtian. 27 years old and she's already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian was shocked as he looked at Guali. It did not cross his mind that this good-looking young lady was actually at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Most importantly, she was only 27 years old. She was 8 years younger than him. She's really a genius. Duan Lingtian praised. He felt that he could already be considered as a top genius on Cloud Continent, but when he came here, he realized that there was always someone better than him. He was only at the early mortal shedding stage when he was 35 years old. Guali, on the other hand, was already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage when she was 27 years old. The gap was just too big. Duan Lingtian, don't make fun of me. I'm nothing compared to you. Guali smiled wryly. You're the one who's making fun of me, aren't you? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly as well. I'm 8 years older than you, but my cultivation base is so weak. I really want to dig a hole and hide in front of you. Duan Lingtian's words made Guali laugh. Duan Lingtian, do you really not know? Or are you just pretending? What? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The cultivation environment on your mortal continent can't be compared to our Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, the cultivation resources are far from being comparable to our Dao Martial Saint Land. Guali said, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, there are countless 27-year-old martial cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage like me. In the mortal continent where you're from, there shouldn't be many people like you, right? Guali asked when she reached the end of her sentence. Countless martial cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage like you? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Although he had heard from Xuan'ai that the cultivation speed of martial and Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land was very fast, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. 27-year-old martial cultivators at the early mortal shedding stage were everywhere? Guali is too humble. There are indeed many martial cultivators like her in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, how big is the Dao Martial Saint Land? She's already a rare genius martial cultivator in our Mount Hill City's territory, Lin Qingrong said. At the same time, he looked at Yiman and said, Guali is the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Island. Yiman is ranked second. Duan Lingtian nodded. It seemed like Lin Qingrong had taken away the two strongest people among the younger generation in Fuyu Island. Yiman is also a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. He's 29 years old, Guali said. He's 29 years old. Although Duan Lingtian did not like Yiman's character, he was still a little surprised by Yiman's martial Dao innate talent. A 29-year-old martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage was quite amazing. When he thought about the Cloud Continent he came from, almost none of the people with the same cultivation base were younger than him, let alone those with a higher cultivation base than him. However, he had already met two people who had a higher cultivation base than him and were younger than him before he even entered the Dao Martial Saint Land. He could not help but sigh. Duan Lingtian, I'm sure you don't have a place to stay since this is your first time in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Why don't you follow me back to Mount Hill City? Our Mount Hill City welcomes genius martial cultivators like you the most. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and took the initiative to invite him. Guali was taken aback by Lin Qingrong's invitation to Duan Lingtian. However, she soon understood. Lin Qingrong was the right-hand man of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Naturally, he would not miss out on a genius martial cultivator like Duan Lingtian. He came from the mortal continent and killed hundreds of obsidian-armored beasts on his own. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian must be a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage like her. Although Duan Lingtian was already 35 years old, he was still from the mortal continent after all. He was born and raised in the mortal continent. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, People with innate talent like her were not common, but there were still many of them. However, people like Duan Lingtian were extremely rare. At the very least, she had never heard of anyone like him. Yi Man's expression changed drastically when he heard Lin Qingrong inviting Duan Lingtian. His gaze turned colder when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Senior Lin, I can accept your invitation. However, I'll have to go home in 2 years. I wonder if I have the freedom to do so after joining Mount Hill City? Duan Lingtian asked after pondering for a moment. No matter what, he must go home in 2 years. At that time, his 2 fiancées would have given birth to their children. Don't worry about that. After joining Mount Hill City, you can go home to visit your family anytime. However, you'll have to inform me first. Although it's still far away from 2 years, I'll grant your request. Lin Qingrong said with a smile. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian alone was more valuable than Guali and Yi Man combined. Although Duan Lingtian was only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage when he was 35 years old, he was from the mortal continent. The fact that he had such a cultivation base at such a young age meant that he was definitely a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. He was not someone Guali and Yi Man could compare to. It was apparent that Lin Qingrong also thought Duan Lingtian was a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After all, the combat strength that Duan Lingtian demonstrated earlier was too shocking. It was not something an early mortal shedding stage martial cultivator could do. Thank you, Senior Lin. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Chapter 1364. Moreover, this Senior Lin had saved his life before. Whether it was reason or emotion, there was no reason for him to reject Senior Lin's invitation. Guali took the initiative to congratulate Duan Lingtian. Joining the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City is equivalent to having a foundation in the Dao Martial Saint Land. With this foundation, it'll be much easier for you in the future. Thank you. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked Guali when she congratulated him. Humph. Yi Man snorted. It was obvious he was displeased that Duan Lingtian had joined the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Yi Man. At this moment, Lin Qingrong looked at Yi Man, Senior Lin. Yi Man bowed and groveled in front of Lin Qingrong. It was as though he was a completely different person from before. You can go back now, Lin Qingrong said calmly. What? It was obvious Yi Man did not understand Lin Qingrong's words. I want you to go back to Fuyu Island. I only have 2 spots to recruit genius martial and Dao cultivators this time. This time, Lin Qingrong made it clear. Only 2 spots? Guali was shocked. It was obvious she had just learned about this. This time, Yi Man finally heard it clearly. The meaning of Lin Qingrong's words was obvious. I only have 2 spots. Initially, I gave them to you and Guali. However, now that Duan Lingtian has joined us, and you're weaker than Guali, I don't need you anymore. You can go back now. Why? Yi Man's expression was grave. After glancing at Lin Qingrong, he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly and said in a deep voice, Guali is stronger than me, so I accept that she has 1 spot. However, why does this Duan Lingtian deserve it? Although his performance earlier was not bad, I can do what he did as well. Why is he given the other spot and not me? When Yi Man reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with resentment. What? You still want to fight with Duan Lingtian? Lin Qingrong asked with interest as he narrowed his eyes that gleamed brightly. That's right. Unless he defeats me, I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Yi Man's words sounded like he was roaring. Duan Lingtian, are you willing to compete with him? If he was willing, he would fight with him. If he wasn't willing, he would just ignore him. I, Lin Qingrong, have the final say on the quota in my hands. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile. When facing Duan Lingtian, the smile on his face had never disappeared. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was a treasure that he had picked up. He had just arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, and his cultivation base was at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Moreover, he was only 35 years old. Such a genius could be compared to the favorite disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Hearing Lin Qingrong's words, Yi Man's face darkened. Lin Qingrong was undoubtedly telling him that regardless of whether Duan Lingtian agreed to his challenge or not, he would not bring him to Mount Hill City. Immediately, Yi Man was filled with rage. Duan Lingtian, you're a coward if you don't accept my challenge. You're trash. Trash. Enraged, Yi Man roared at Duan Lingtian like a madman. You're really a mad dog. The moment Yi Man's words left his mouth, a cold gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. At the same time, he stepped into the air. Since you want to challenge me, there's no reason for me to reject you. Good. Good. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had accepted the challenge, Yi Man stepped into the air excitedly and stood opposite to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll use my strength to tell Senior Lin that you're inferior to me. Suddenly, a saber appeared in Yi Man's hand. It was a crescent-shaped saber that emitted a terrifying aura. It gave Duan Lingtian a strange yet familiar feeling. Royal grade spirit weapon? No, I should say it's a human rank mediocre saint weapon. Seeing that Yi Man had taken out a saint weapon, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. He immediately took out his sun's shooting bow. No matter what, he was only a martial cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage. Yi Man, on the other hand, was a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. What a pity. I've lost all my arrows. When Duan Lingtian recalled that his last arrow had fallen into the boundless ocean along with the wild beast that Lin Qingrong had killed, he sighed inwardly. However, even if I don't use my arrows, it's more than enough to defeat Yi Man, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, Yi Man is a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who has opened 13 saint veins. When he reaches the paramount mortal shedding stage in the future, he'll be able to open at least 40 saint veins. Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears and reminded him, he has the potential to break through to the saint rudiment stage, 13 saint veins? At least 40 saint veins? Had the potential to break through to the saint rudiment stage? When Duan Lingtian heard Gua Li's true energy voice transmission, he almost burst out laughing. A martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had opened 13 saint veins? In fact, he had already opened 15 saint veins when he was only at the early mortal shedding stage. However, since the chi-si of a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage was bigger than his, he was no match for Yi Man in terms of true energy. As the second strongest person among the younger generation in Dao Martial Saint Land's Fuyu Island, the saint-grade martial tactic that Yi Man cultivated would not be weak. At the very least, it would be more powerful than his. After all, he had only learned about the saint-grade martial tactic in the past 2 to 3 years. His confidence came from the sun's shooting bow in his hand and his powerful body. Earlier, he did not use his true energy, sun's shooting bow, or saint-grade martial tactic when he fought the pangolin beast. Just this alone was enough to show how powerful his body was. His current body was even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon at the early mortal shedding stage. I'll deal with you. I only need to swing my saber once to send you on your way. Yi Man glanced at Duan Lingtian in disdain. The moment his words left his mouth, he disappeared from his spot. It was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. His speed was so fast that he was only slightly slower than Duan Lingtian, who was traveling at full speed. The true energy of a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage is really amazing. Duan Lingtian praised inwardly when he saw Yi Man appearing in front of him. The speed that Yi Man displayed was not much slower than him when he cast the body and arrow synchronization. Die! When Yi Man appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to be scared out of his wits and had no intention of dodging at all. Yi Man had a mocking smile on his face as he shouted and swung the saber in his hand. As soon as the saber was swung, a crescent-shaped ray shot out, emitting waves of cold aura. The speed of the saber was much faster than Yi Man's speed. What a fast saber! In the face of Yi Man's swift saber, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He was certain this was a saint-grade martial tactic saber technique because it was impossible for an ordinary saber technique to be so fast. Duan Lingtian's face tensed up. His hand quickly moved to the bowstring of the sun's shooting bow. Duan Lingtian, Guali's expression changed drastically when she saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging Yiman's saber when he swung it out. In fact, even she did not dare to be so careless when faced with Yiman's saber. On the other hand, Lin Qingrong looked at the scene before him calmly as though he was not worried at all. In fact, when Duan Lingtian had blinded the mastery mortal shedding stage wild beast, he had already seen how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Not only was he more powerful than Yiman, but he was even more powerful than Guali. Due to this reason, he was not worried at all when Yiman challenged Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Accompanied by a loud and unpleasant sound, the moment Duan Lingtian let go of the sun-shooting bow's bowstring, a true energy light blade shot out and collided with the saber that Yiman wielded. Compared to the solid true energy on the saber in Yiman's hand, this true energy light blade was inconspicuous. It did not seem like the true energy of an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, this inconspicuous true energy light blade was faster than the saber in Yiman's hand. Moreover, it seemed to contain a lot of energy. This was because when it came into contact with Yiman's saber was sent flying. Not only that, but Yiman himself was also sent flying. He only managed to stabilize himself after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. Upperclassman, you've lost. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yiman indifferently and said calmly. Duan Lingtian's words infuriated Yiman so much that he spat out another mouthful of blood. If Duan Lingtian had lost and told him, "Upperclassman, you've won," he would definitely be very proud of himself. However, the problem was that he had lost and was now in the hands of the person he thought was an upperclassman. Let's go. Lin Qingrong did not look at Yiman again. After calling out to Duan Lingtian and Guali, he took the lead and leaped into the air and flew away. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yiman mockingly before he turned around and followed Lin Qingrong. Yiman, you should go back. The city governor's mansion of Mound Hill City only recruits once every 5 years. You're still young. You still have a chance. Guali looked at Yiman and advised him since she had known him for a while. However, Yiman did not seem to hear her. He stood where he was and stared blankly at Duan Lingtian's back. It was as if he had not recovered from the trauma of being defeated by Duan Lingtian. Guali sighed when she saw that. Then, she turned around and followed Duan Lingtian and Lin Qingrong. Duan Lingtian, I won't let you go. I won't let you go. Yiman snapped back to his senses after Duan Lingtian and the other two had flown a distance away. His eyes shone like a venomous snake. It was ruthless and cold. Mount Hill City. Lin Qingrong. I'll make all of you regret this. I'll make all of you regret this. No matter how hysterical Yiman was, Duan Lingtian and the other two could not see it. Duan Lingtian, you didn't seem to use much true energy when you defeated Yiman earlier. Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian on the way. I tried my best. Duan Lingtian forced a smile on his face. At that moment, he realized Lin Qingrong might have mistaken him for a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. To a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, he had indeed held back when he unleashed his true energy. However, the problem was, he was a martial cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage. His chi was only the size of a pigeon's egg. However, it was said that a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage had a chi as big as a chicken egg. How could the same true energy with different capacities be compared? Moreover, the true energy in his pigeon's egg-shaped chi was not full yet. However, the day his true energy was full would be the day he broke through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Tried my best? Chapter 1365. Duan Lingtian learned a little about Mound Hill City along the way. Mound Hill City was a big city in the west overlooking sea of the Dao Martial Saintland. It belonged to a powerful sect. The area around Mound Hill City was governed by Mound Hill City. This included Fuyu Town, which was also Guali's hometown, Fuyu Island. Duan Lingtian, is the mortal continent fun? Guali asked Duan Lingtian about the mortal continent excitedly along the way. After learning that Duan Lingtian's strength was the best in the entire mortal continent, she was eager to go to the mortal continent. The mortal continent is much more fun than our Dao Martial Saintland. Take me for example. I've never left the area around Mound Hill City before, Guali said in disappointment. She was a little disappointed. There were many powerhouses in the Dow Marshall Saint Land. Mortal shedding stage cultivators were everywhere, while Saint Rudiment stage cultivators were as common as dogs. Due to this reason, a mere mortal shedding stage cultivator did not dare to wander around recklessly. If they were unlucky, they would be killed. If they died, they would lose everything. Everyone has their own strengths. Duan Lingtian smiled. Take me for example. I've never seen anyone younger than me on Cloud Continent who has the same strength as me. You're only 27 years old, but you're already an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. This is unimaginable on Cloud Continent. That's because the cultivation environment is different. I heard there's no Saint Stone Reserve in the mortal continent?
Guali asked.
Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's right. Do you know that even our Fuyu town has 3 Saint Stone Reserves? Our Gua clan occupies one of them. The Ye family where Yi Man is from occupies another one, and there's another clan who occupies one as well. Guali said, the 3 great clans in our Fuyu town are barely considered as a ranked force in the Dao Martial Saint Land, a 9th-rated force. 9th-rated force? Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard that. Such a weak force had a Saint Stone Reserve? Nobody snatched your clan's Saint Stone Reserve? Duan Lingtian asked. There's nothing to fight for. The 3 Saint Stone mines in Fuyu town are only 9th-grade Saint Stone mines. We usually produce 9th-grade Saint Stones, and we'll only find 8th-grade Saint Stones if we're lucky. Guali said. Duan Lingtian had heard Xuanai mention the different grades of holy stones before. Saint Stones were divided into 9 grades. Rank 9 was the lowest and rank 1 the highest. 1 1st-grade Saint Stone was equivalent to 10 2nd-grade Saint Stones, 100 3rd-grade Saint Stones, 1000 4th-grade Saint Stones, and so on. 9th-grade Saint Stones were the worst Saint Stones. For example, the Saint Stones that appeared in the 2 ancient clans' Supreme-grade Origin Stone Reserves on Cloud Continent and the 4 overseas Saint Islands' Supreme-grade Origin Stone Reserves were only 9th-grade Saint Stones. On the other hand, what Xuanai gave him were all higher-grade Saint Stones. Gradually, Duan Lingtian learned about the situation in the Dao Martial Saint Land from Guali. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, forces that did not have a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse were considered mediocre forces. The 3 major clans in Fuyu town where Guili was from each had a paramount mortal shedding stage powerhouse. However, since they did not have a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, they were only considered mediocre forces. There's no Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse in the 3 major clans? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Very rarely, Guili said. Although Yi Man and I have the potential to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, we might not even be able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage successfully. Put everything else aside, the 3 major clans in Fuyu town won't allow any Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses to appear in our clans. I'm 27 years old, and I've been assassinated by the other 2 major clans no less than 100 times. Guili sighed when she reached this part of her sentence. She seemed a little tired. Yi Man is the same as me. That's why both Yi Man and I couldn't wait to join the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City when we found out we had the opportunity. However, it's a pity. Guali did not finish her sentence, but Duan Lingtian knew she wanted to say it was a pity for Yi Man. In some ways, Guali and Yi Man appreciated each other's talents. Now that you've joined Mound Hill City, you should be able to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage successfully. Duan Lingtian smiled. However, Guili shook her head. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, there are many people who have the talent to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. However, it's already not bad if 1/10 of them can successfully break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Put aside the fact that it's extremely difficult for those who have the talent to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage, the dangers they encounter in the process are enough to cause many people to die prematurely. Guali's words were filled with sorrow. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he realized how cruel the Dao Martial Saint Land was. If you want to survive in the Dao Martial Saint Land, you'll have to have a strong fist. At this moment, Lin Qingrong said to Duan Lingtian, the stronger one's fist was the most important thing. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the strong ones were revered. The law of the jungle was even worse than on the mortal continent. Hualao, do you have a spiritual secret tactic that can detect other people's age? Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled how Hualao had detected his age. He could not help but ask Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. In his opinion, since Hualao had lived for so long, he should have such a secret tactic. A spiritual secret tactic that detects other people's age is just a low-level trick. If you want to learn it, I'll teach you a high-grade secret tactic right away. As long as you don't detect someone whose cultivation base is one stage higher than yours, you won't be discovered. Hualao said, a secret tactic that won't be discovered as long as you don't detect someone whose cultivation base is one stage higher than yours? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Hualao's words. His face was filled with anticipation. Hualao, quickly teach it to me. The secret tactic that I'll teach you is called the divine eye. In the future, when you open the saint veins that connect your eyes, it'll become even more powerful. As soon as Hualao's voice sounded, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was a lot of information about the divine eye in his mind. The divine eye was an assistive secret tactic. Its main function was to detect other people's cultivation base and age. As long as one could project their spiritual energy, it would be easy for them to master it. It only took Duan Lingtian half an hour to master the divine eye. After mastering it, it was only natural that he wanted to test it out. His first target was Guali. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Guali. His spiritual energy silently extended from his eyes and appeared around Guali's body in just a blink of an eye. However, it did not touch her. At this moment, something flashed before Duan Lingtian's eyes. After he decided to check Guali's age, he discovered that there were rings of veins on Guali's body. Come here. Why are there veins on her body? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. Trees have growth rings, and so do humans. What you're looking at now is a human's growth ring. Hualao replied. A human's growth ring? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian began to count the growth rings on Guali's body. Soon after, he discovered that there were a total of 27 rings on Guali's body. Guali was 27 years old. How magical! Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim inwardly. From the beginning until the end, Guali did not notice anything. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian probed Guali's cultivation base. Second-level mortal shedding stage. I wonder if Senior Lin is at the Saint Rudiment stage or not. If he is, he'll definitely notice if I probe him recklessly. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lin Qingrong, feeling a little conflicted. I don't care anymore. In the end, Duan Lingtian could no longer suppress his curiosity and began to probe Lin Qingrong. The first thing he probed was his cultivation base. Paramount mortal shedding stage? After probing Lin Qingrong's cultivation base, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, he was not at the Saint Rudiment stage. Otherwise, he would have been discovered. Senior Lin's age. Subsequently, he began to probe Lin Qingrong's age. A total of 58 rings. Senior Lin is 58 years old this year. Soon after, Duan Lingtian also probed Lin Qingrong's age. The Dao Martial Saintland is right in front. Lin Qingrong suddenly reminded him. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian looked ahead and saw a vast piece of land behind the sea in the distance. This is the Dao Martial Saintland? Duan Lingtian was a little excited as they were about to step foot on the Dao Martial Saintland. Once we enter the Dao Martial Saintland, we'll reach Mount Hill City in another half an hour. Lin Qingrong continued. We'll reach there soon. Lin Qingrong continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, the three of them entered the Dao Martial Saintland. In the vast Dao Martial Saintland, the area near the sea was filled with lush greenery and the air was fresh. Half an hour later, a small black dot appeared in Duan Lingtian's field of vision. Mount Hill City is right in front. Upon hearing Guali's reminder, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. At the same time, the black dot in the distance continued to expand in his field of vision. Soon after, it became a vast city. The city was ridiculously huge. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had never seen such a huge city on Cloud Continent before. Mount Hill City. From afar, Mount Hill City looked like a gigantic beast with its mouth wide open, swallowing cars and pedestrians. It gave off a strong sense of oppression when one looked at it from afar. Why isn't anyone flying in? Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed the problem. There's a flight-prohibiting formation that covers the entire city above Mount Hill City. It's a Dao formation that was set up by a powerful Dao cultivator. As soon as the formation is activated, martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Rudiment stage won't be able to fly in the city. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lin Qingrong explained patiently. I see. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Soon after, the three of them landed outside Mount Hill City. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to enter the city, he saw Lin Qingrong lifting his hand and taking out a car. Chapter 1366. However, the carriage that Lin Qingrong took out was even more luxurious. Get in. Lin Qingrong got into the carriage first after calling out to Duan Lingtian and Guoli. Guoli did not seem to be surprised as she followed him into the carriage. Duan Lingtian was the last to get into the carriage. After entering the carriage, Duan Lingtian realized that the interior was like a combination of two carriages. The only thing missing was the required horse. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering how the carriage was supposed to move, Lin Qingrong's voice came at the right time. Sit tight. As soon as Lin Qingrong finished speaking, the entire carriage started moving. Duan Lingtian noticed that Lin Qingrong's hand that was casually placed on the wooden table in the carriage was shining with a deep luster. He was controlling the carriage with his true energy. Is this the technique of a paramount mortal shedding stage? He can control his true energy to such an extent. Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked when he saw that. Along the way, Duan Lingtian could see the endless stream of carriages and carriages through the window. Bored, Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye to look outside casually. Apart from the people in the other carriages, he did not miss anyone on the road. Soon, he realized that most of the people in the city were at the mortal shedding stage. Those at the mortal shedding stage were better. The most powerful ones were only at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. On top of that, the buildings and the scale of the market in Mount Hill City were not comparable to the cities on Cloud Continent. It broadened Duan Lingtian's horizons, and he secretly exclaimed that the trip was worth it. Duan Lingtian's carriage moved forward. Every time they came to a crowded place, the passers-by would avoid them and look at their carriage in awe. It was as if they knew that the person in the carriage was not a simple person. After entering the depths of Mount Hill City, the four-wheeled luxurious carriage that Lin Qingrong was controlling finally stopped in front of a spacious and luxurious mansion. Could this be the city governor's mansion of Mount Hill City? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The entrance of the mansion in front of him could accommodate several cars like the one he was in now. It was very spacious. What surprised Duan Lingtian even more was that the few armored guards in front of the mansion's entrance were all at the intermediate mortal shedding stage through his divine eye's inspection. Cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage are only gatekeepers in front of this mansion. This city must be the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Duan Lingtian was completely sure. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable on Cloud Continent, he still felt like a country bumpkin here. Anyone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage could sweep across the entire Cloud Continent and even the four great overseas Saint Islands. However, such a person was only a gatekeeper here. With my current cultivation, I can't even compare to a gatekeeper. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. This is the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. The city governor's estate is the place with the highest authority in the entire Mount Hill City. In the carriage, Lin Qingrong looked at Duan Lingtian and Guoli and reminded them, after we enter, I'll hand both of you over to the latent dragon camp. That's where the city governor's estate trains geniuses. Latent dragon camp? Duan Lingtian and Guoli's eyes lit up at the same time when they heard that. Soon, Lin Qingrong continued to drive the four-wheeled carriage forward into the city governor's estate. When they passed by the entrance, the gatekeepers bowed one after another. It was obvious that they recognized Lin Qingrong's carriage. After entering the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian realized that the city governor's estate was ridiculously huge. It was even bigger than the palaces on Cloud Continent. Along the way, Duan Lingtian did not stop using his divine eye. He realized that the people who passed by the carriage were basically all at the mortal shedding stage and above. Not only that, Duan Lingtian even saw a few people with a cultivation base at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Soon after, Lin Qingrong stopped the carriage and gestured for Duan Lingtian and Guali to get off the carriage. Subsequently, he led Duan Lingtian and Guali to the bamboo forest in front of them. After passing through the bamboo forest, they walked on a road paved with blue stones. They did not see anyone else along the way. Along the way, Lin Qingrong led Duan Lingtian and Guali to a vast courtyard in the depths of Mount Hill City. Before they even entered the courtyard, Duan Lingtian and Guali could not help but scrunch their noses. This was because they could smell a stench coming from inside. The stench was obviously the smell of feces and urine. What the hell is this place? Duan Lingtian and Guali looked at each other. They could see that something was wrong from each other's eyes. This seemed to be the end of the city governor's estate. Could it be that the latent dragon camp was inside? When they thought of this, they did not dare to think further. Duan Lingtian and Guali frowned as they smelled the stench of feces and urine. They followed Lin Qingrong into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard was a wasteland filled with potholes. Such a place appeared out of place in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. It was like another world. Duan Lingtian squinted and looked ahead. He noticed that there were dilapidated wooden houses built on the wasteland. They looked like they would collapse at any time. Behind these wooden houses was a high platform. There were also 13 wooden houses on the high platform. However, the 13 wooden houses were brand new. One could tell that the environment inside was not bad. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian discovered the source of the smell of feces and urine. There was a long and narrow septic tank under the high platform. It was filled with feces that made one feel nauseous. However, Duan Lingtian was fine. He was a special forces soldier and a mercenary in his previous life. He could adapt to any harsh environment very quickly. However, Guali was different. She was so disgusted that she began to vomit. This is the latent dragon camp of the city governor's estate. It was built by the governor himself. It's a place to cultivate geniuses. This is also where you'll be staying. Lin Qingrong did not seem to notice Guali's reaction. He introduced the place to her and Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Guali's expression changed drastically. She began to vomit even more violently. Latent dragon camp? This was the godforsaken place that she would be staying in? At that moment, Guali even had the urge to turn around and leave. However, she dismissed the thought when she realized that she might be assassinated by the other two families if she gave up this opportunity and returned to Fuyu Town. Duan Lingtian was still observing the environment before him. He noticed that apart from the dilapidated wooden houses on the wasteland and the brand new wooden houses on the high platform, there was a towering pavilion on the side of the high platform. Haha, Qingrong, you're back too? Accompanied by a wave of hearty laughter, Duan Lingtian saw an old man walking over from the other side. Behind him were two young men. The two young men frowned. They were pinching their noses. It was obvious that they were disgusted by the environment here. Elder Lu. Lin Qingrong greeted the old man with a smile when he saw him. They seemed to be familiar with each other. What? Are these two the geniuses you brought back from Fuyu Town? Soon after, the old man's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian and Guali. He narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. The old man's gaze seemed casual. However, when it landed on Duan Lingtian, he felt a prickling sensation on his back. He could not help but activate his divine eye. He discovered that the old man was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, just like Lin Qingrong. He was the second person at the paramount mortal shedding stage that Duan Lingtian had seen since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. His strength was not inferior to Lin Qingrong's. Guali, the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. What kind of force is it? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Guali through true energy voice transmission. At this moment, Guali had also recovered a little. When she heard Duan Lingtian's question, she replied through true energy voice transmission. The city governor's estate of Mount Hill City is considered an 8th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. 8th-rate forces usually have a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. For example, the Lord City Governor of the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City is a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Senior Lin is at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Guoli said. On top of that, The city governor's estate of Mount Hill City owns an 8th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. Her name is Guali. She's a genius I brought back from Fuyu Town's Gua clan. Although she's just a girl, she's ranked first among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. Lin Qingrong smiled as he introduced Guali to the old man. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and the smile on his face widened. As for him, I met him on the way here. His name is Duan Lingtian. He's from the Mortal Continent. Mortal Continent? Upon hearing Lin Qingrong's words, the old man could not help but be shocked. Even the two young men behind him took a few more glances at Duan Lingtian. Qingrong, someone you brought back from the Mortal Continent. He must be extraordinary, right? It seems like he'll be rewarded by Lord City Governor this time, the old man said enviously. Then, he began to introduce the two young men behind him. First, he introduced the young man in blue. His name is Hu Jie. He's a genius I brought back from Windrain Town. He's 28 years old this year, and his cultivation base is at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. The other one is Zhu Lang. He's also a genius from Windrain Town. He's 29 years old this year, and his cultivation base is also at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Soon after, the old man looked at the other young man in green. When the old man introduced the two young men, his face was filled with pride. Not only did he report their ages, but he even reported their cultivation base as well. They were not even 30 years old, but they were already at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Such people were considered top-notch geniuses even in the area around Mount Hill City. Behind the old man, the two young men, Hu Jie and Zhu Lang, who were initially pinching their noses and frowning, followed suit when they saw Guali stop pinching their noses and relax their brows. Although they still found the place disgusting and had the urge to turn around and leave immediately, they endured it. Chapter 1367. This is as far as I can go. The old man glanced at Hu Jie and Zhu Lang and said calmly, cultivate well in the latent dragon camp. If you can become one of the 13 Grand Guardians, you'll gain a lot of benefits in the future. Qingrong, shall we go together? Just when everyone, including Duan Lingtian and Guali, had no idea what the 13 Grand Guardians were, the old man looked at Lin Qingrong again. The calmness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Lin Qingrong nodded at the old man and then looked at Duan Lingtian and Guali seriously. Duan Lingtian, Guali, what old Lu said to Hu Jie, and the rest is what I'm going to say to you guys as well. Perform well, and try to become one of the 13 Grand Guardians. After saying that, before Duan Lingtian and Guali could react, Lin Qingrong and the old man raised their heads and looked at the pavilion on the side of the high platform. Then, they turned around and left together. They came and left in a hurry. After Lin Qingrong and the old man left, Guali, Hu Jie, and Zhu Lang frowned again. Their faces were extremely pale. They thought that it was too ugly. Only Duan Lingtian was calm. He seemed to have gotten used to the smelly environment here. Hey, Duan Lingtian, right? Don't you think it's smelly here? Zhu Lang was as unrestrained as his name. Like a friendly person, he took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian, so what if it's smelly? We still have to stay here, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head and then walked into the latent dragon camp. He walked toward the dilapidated wooden house in the wasteland. That was the place closest to the septic tank. The stench was even worse. It was even more unacceptable and made people flinch. Guali gritted her teeth and followed Duan Lingtian. Hu Jie and Zhu Lang looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Then, they followed them. A short while later, Duan Lingtian's group of 4 arrived at the dilapidated wooden house area. Over here, they could see many young men like them. These young men seemed to be as young as them. Duan Lingtian used his heaven's eye to scan them and discovered that most of them were between 20 and 30 years old. There were also some people above the age of 30, but the oldest was no more than 37 years old. It seems that I'm considered an old man in this latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. Although he knew that this was because he came from the mortal continent, Duan Lingtian still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. This was a subconscious feeling. 21 years old and at the early stage of the mortal shedding stage? Duan Lingtian noticed that the youngest young man had a cultivation base at the early mortal shedding stage, just like him. As for the remaining people, the weakest among them was at the early mortal shedding stage, while some of them were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. However, none of them were at the mastery mortal shedding stage. These are the geniuses from the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. A 21-year-old at the early mortal shedding stage gave Duan Lingtian a huge shock. When he was 21 years old, he had not even left the Darkhan dynasty yet. Needless to say, his cultivation base was incomparable to this young man's at all. The cultivation environment in the Dao Martial Saint Land is really ridiculous. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. Unlike Guali and the other two who followed behind Duan Lingtian, these young men were scattered around the dilapidated wooden house. They stood there as though they were already familiar with the environment here. There's a newcomer again. There were both men and women among these young men. When they saw Duan Lingtian and the other three walking over, they looked at them with interest. Of course, most of them had their eyes on Guali, Hu Jie, and Zhu Lang, who had a frown on their faces. Guali, in particular, attracted a lot of burning gazes. Guali was naturally beautiful and elegant. She was like a crane in a flock of chickens among the young women here. Due to this reason, she was the center of attention just by standing there. Nobody could take their eyes off her. What a beauty! At once, many people's eyes lit up. Many people exclaimed as they walked out of the dilapidated wooden house. The moment they came out, they looked at Guali fearlessly. Their gazes were like male wolves in heat. It caused Guali's expression to turn grave. Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed Guali's grave expression. He slowed down his footsteps and allowed Guali to follow closely behind him. He used his body to block many people's gazes. Thank you. Guali thanked Duan Lingtian softly when she saw his intention. Hu Jie and Zhu Lang, who were standing at the side, saw how Duan Lingtian's careless action earned him the gratitude of a beauty. They looked at each other and followed suit. They quickened their steps and walked side by side with Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the three of them blocked all the gazes that were looking at Guali instantly. The burning gazes changed and turned into hatred. The gazes of hatred that gnashed their teeth seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to drag Duan Lingtian's group of three out and give them a beating. Geniuses from all around Mound Hill City. Is this all you've got? Hu Jie snorted and said in disdain. The people who came to the latent dragon camp were all people who wanted to change their fate. They were either supported by ninth-rate forces or mediocre forces in the area around Mound Hill City. If they did not go through the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, they would never be able to rise up. They might even be killed one day. The city governor of Mound Hill City's city governor's estate loved cultivating talents. He built the latent dragon camp to add new blood to the city governor's estate and also pave the way for many people to rise up. Here, they could change their fate and soar up to the sky. Are we really going to stay here? Hu Jie's expression was grave as he approached a dilapidated wooden house. However, when he saw the young men walking out of the wooden house, he knew he had no choice but to stay here. Guali and Zhu Lang's expressions were grave as well. The wooden houses outside are all occupied? Only the wooden houses near the septic tank can be chosen? Soon, Duan Lingtian realized that. The people who came earlier than them had occupied the wooden houses near the outer area. Although the environment was the same, the stench outside was definitely fainter. F*CK. There's not a single wooden house outside? When Zhu Lang realized this, he couldn't help but curse. If you want the wooden houses outside, you can defeat the owners of the wooden houses and throw them out. That's like a turtle dove taking over a magpie's nest. A young man reminded them when he heard Zhu Lang's words. You can do that? Duan Lingtian and the other three were stunned. You can fight in the latent dragon camp? Fighting is prohibited in the latent dragon camp. As long as you don't kill or cripple someone, you won't be punished. Someone explained when he saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian and the other three's faces. Is that so? Before Guali and the other two regained their senses, Duan Lingtian mumbled to himself as he walked to the wooden house near the outer area. He looked at the owner of the wooden house. 23 years old and on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. This was the cultivation base of the wooden house owner. Although he was on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage, it was obvious his ability was not weak since he was able to occupy the wooden house near the outer area. When he saw Duan Lingtian approaching him, he smiled faintly. "What? Are you trying to take my wooden house? Let's try." Duan Lingtian nodded. Subsequently, the young man on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage took the initiative to attack Duan Lingtian under everyone's watchful eyes. Although his attack was fierce, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian in just one move. Intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage? After being defeated, the young man inhaled sharply. After glancing at Duan Lingtian, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked for a wooden house near the septic tank and went in to recuperate. Only after he had recuperated would he have the opportunity to challenge the people outside the wooden houses and occupy the wooden houses outside. Duan Lingtian, good job. Zhu Lang could not help but give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up when he saw how quickly Duan Lingtian had occupied a wooden house near the outer area. At the same time, he looked around and found the owner of the wooden house outside. Fight. Zhu Lang was quite lucky as well. He found a young man on the early stage of the mortal shedding stage. He defeated him in just 2 to 3 moves and occupied a wooden house near the outer area. Hu Jie, it's up to you now. After Zhu Lang successfully occupied the wooden house, he looked at Hu Jie with a smile. Both of them were from Windrain Town. They often competed with each other in the past. Naturally, it was inevitable now. Humph. Hu Jie snorted softly and found an opponent as well. His opponent was also on the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage. In the beginning, they were evenly matched. However, in the end, he defeated him in one move. How dare you try to snatch my wooden house with such little ability? You're seeking death. The young man who defeated Hu Jie glared at him coldly. If we're not in the latent dragon camp, I'll cripple you even if I don't kill you. Scram. Hu Jie's expression was grave. However, he was no match for the young man. He could only endure the humiliation and retreat. What? Beauty, you also want this young master's wooden house? The young man who defeated Hu Jie soon noticed Guoli looking at him. His eyes were filled with lust. As long as you come in and spend a night with me, I'll give the wooden house to you and find another one. What do you think? The young man's words were brazen. Guoli's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Was there anyone in the latent dragon camp who had such qualities? Whoosh! As the mocking gazes landed on Guoli, she had already leaped out of the ground and charged towards the young man who had defeated Hu Jie. She used her own actions to respond to his taunts. Guoli's speed became faster and faster. When she arrived in front of the young man, his expression turned solemn. This was because he realized the beauty whom he had teased with words earlier seemed to be more powerful than Hu Jie. The young man no longer looked down on her. When Guoli was close to him, he took the initiative to attack. However, he soon realized there was a huge gap between his ability and Guoli's. Guoli defeated him in just 3 moves. Is this all you've got? Perhaps women were petty creatures. After defeating the young man, Guoli stepped on his chest and said coldly. The young man's expression was grave. He felt extremely humiliated. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only blame himself for not being a match for her. Amazing. Chapter 1368. Many young men, including Hu Jie and Zhu Lang, looked at Guoli differently now. They no longer dared to look down on her just because she was a woman. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was not surprised at all. Guoli was a woman, and she was the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Fuyu Town at the age of 27. She even defeated Yi Man, who was also on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It was clear how powerful she was. Hu Jie, who was looking for another target, had a slight change of expression when he saw the young man who stood up from Guoli's feet looking at him. He noticed that the young man's gaze was vicious. It was obvious that he thought he was Guoli's companion, and Guoli's actions just now were naturally seen as helping him. Hu Jie immediately dismissed the idea of occupying a wooden house near the outer area. He pinched his nose and looked for a wooden house near the septic tank to stay in. Although it was a little smelly, he endured it. What a heroine. Beauty, you're very powerful. Why don't you try challenging the 13 gangsters? Just when Duan Lingtian was about to enter the wooden house, a young man looked at Guali, who was about to enter the wooden house, and grinned. As long as you can defeat any one of the 13 gangsters, you'll be able to occupy the wooden house that he's staying in. The young man pointed at the high platform behind the septic tank as he spoke. There were 13 brand new wooden houses on it. You won't be able to smell the stench if you stay there. That's because there's a small wind attribute formation on the side of the high platform that blows the stench of the septic tank toward us. The young man continued to persuade. Moreover, if you become one of the 13 gangsters, even if you're the last one, you'll receive 100 8th grade Saint Stones every month. Meanwhile, people like us can only comprehend 10 8th grade Saint Stones every month. 13 gangsters? Upon hearing the young man's words, apart from Guili, even Duan Lingtian, Hudong, and Zhu Lang looked at the 13 brand new wooden houses on the high platform. Are those the 13 gangsters that Senior Lin mentioned earlier staying there? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Guali and the other two finally realized what was going on. F***CK. We only get 10 8th grade Saint Stones every month, but they get at least 100 8th grade Saint Stones every month. It's not fair. It's not fair. Zhu Lang shouted loudly. How's the cultivation of the 13 Grand Guardians? Gualichio's eyes lit up. She was also interested in the position of the 13 Grand Guardians. However, she was very calm and did not rush up impulsively. Apart from the people in the top 5 who are at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, the others are at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. Upon hearing Guali's question, many people scrambled to answer for her. There are 13 wooden houses on the high platform. From left to right, that's the ranking of the 13 Grand Guardians. The one who lives in the wooden house on the far left is the number 1 of the 13 gangsters. The one on the far right is the weakest one among the 13 gangsters. Many people opened their mouths to explain. Even more people's eyes lit up as they waited to watch the show. They wanted nothing more than to see the world in chaos. There are markings on it. At this time, the sharp-eyed Duan Lingtian also noticed that the 13 wooden houses on the high platform were all engraved with symbols. From left to right, the symbols were 1 to 13 respectively. Among the 13 Grand Guardians, the top 3 have the opportunity to be summoned by the city lord himself and receive guidance. Someone added fuel to the fire. I, Zhu Lang, will definitely be one of the 13 Grand Guardians. Zhu Lang exclaimed loudly. Since there was a flight prohibiting formation in the city, he could only run to the side of the septic tank and jump onto the high platform where the 13 Grand Guardians were. Haha, this is going to be a good show. I wonder if he'll be able to make the 13 Grand Guardians change their blood. I think it'll be difficult. Let's not talk about the top 5 who are at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage among the 13 Grand Guardians. Even the bottom 8 who are at the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage are the best among the Mortal Shedding stage. Their strength is extraordinary. That's right. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the 13 Grand Guardians. Many young men lifted their heads to look at the high platform with anticipation on their faces. He's going to challenge the 13 Grand Guardians as soon as he arrived at the latent dragon camp? At this moment, many young men and women walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses. They were attracted by Zhu Lang. After they came out, all of them looked at the high platform with interest. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrow. With his heavenly eye, he could easily see that these people were at the early or intermediate mortal shedding stage. It made sense. If they were at the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, they would have been one of the 13 Grand Guardians. They would not stay here and smell the stench in the septic tank. Other than receiving 100 8th grade Saint Stones every month, the 13 Grand Guardians could live in a place where they could not smell the stench of the septic tank. Their preferential treatment was obvious. Who would not want to be one of the 13 Grand Guardians if they had some strength? Of course, there were some masochists who liked this smell below. However, Duan Lingtian knew that he was not such a masochist. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to challenge the 13 Grand Guardians and become one of them. Soon, Zhu Lang arrived at the last wooden house among the 13 brand new wooden houses. Perhaps Zhu Lang was a little hot-headed just now, but after he got onto the high platform, He calmed down and chose the weakest one among the 13 Grand Guardians. The owner of Wooden House number 13. As one of the 13 Grand Guardians, the closer the wooden house was to the front, the better the treatment. There was a huge difference in their strength. For example, the top 5 were all geniuses on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Although the bottom 8 were all on the Intermediate Mortal Shedding stage, there was still a difference in their strength. The owner of Wooden House number 13 was undoubtedly the weakest among them. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if he was the weakest, it was only in comparison to the other 12 of the 13 Grand Guardians. The air here is much fresher. Standing in front of log cabin number 13, Zhu Lang took a deep breath and said somewhat intoxicatedly, "In here, he couldn't smell even the slightest bit of stench. Compared to the area below the high platform, it was like a completely different world." "Hey, the guy in Wooden House number 13, come out. Your master Zhu has taken a liking to your doghouse." Soon, Zhu Lang shouted at Wooden House number 13. "Doghouse?" Upon hearing Zhu Lang's words, the group of people, including Duan Lingtian and Guili, had a strange expression on their faces. Did this guy just say that Wooden House number 13 was a doghouse? Did that mean that he wanted to fight for the doghouse? Ha ha ha. Who's there? How dare you challenge me, Ho Lin? Almost as soon as Zhu Lang's words left his mouth, a loud laughter resonated from the wooden house. The laughter was wild and unbridled. Just by the voice alone, one could tell that it was an arrogant person. Soon after, the door was opened, and a tall and muscular young man with a ferocious expression walked out. He stood there like an iron tower that was intimidating. This young man was close to 2 meters tall. He was the person who ranked 13th among the latent dragon camp's 13 Grand Guardians. His cultivation base was on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. He was one of the best among the martial and Dao cultivators on the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. At this moment, the young man was glaring at Zhu Lang fiercely. "Shorty, you're the one who wants to challenge me, Ho Lin?" "Shorty?" Upon hearing Ho Lin's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch. No matter what, Zhu Lang was at least 7 meters tall. However, Ho Lin had called him a shorty. However, compared to Ho Lin's height that was close to 2 meters, Zhu Lang was indeed a little short. "Then, let's see how a big guy like you is going to defeat a shorty like me." Upon hearing Ho Lin's sarcasm, Zhu Lang's face turned grave. His eyes were bloodshot. He stomped his feet and his body suddenly spun like a tornado. What a powerful movement technique! Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Zhu Lang's movement technique was so fast that he was even faster than Yi Man from the Ye family in Fuyu Town. Of course, there was still a gap between them. "You're quite fast. However, you won't be able to defeat me with just speed." Faced with Zhu Lang, who seemed to have transformed into a tornado, Ho Lin's face turned a little ferocious. The muscles on his body bulged, causing his clothes to bulge. If it was not for the fact that his clothes were spacious to begin with, his clothes would have been torn apart. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Zhu Lang was close to Ho Lin, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The sword moved like a swimming dragon, creating sword flowers that were dazzling and eye-catching. Every time the sword moved, it seemed as though it was drawing a sword flower in the air. Zhu Lang's sword is faster than Yi Man's saber. His overall strength is much stronger than Yi Man's. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but think of Yi Man, whom he had fought before, the martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Yi Man was the first martial cultivator at the mortal shedding stage whom he had fought since he came to the Dao martial Saint Land. Although Yi Man was strong, he was far from being a match for him. In just one move, he was defeated by him. Ho Lin's expression turned grave as he faced the sword flowers that accompanied Zhu Lang's tornado-like figure. A metal rod appeared in his hand. Naturally, it was not an ordinary iron rod. It was a human-rank mediocre saint weapon. "Ha!" Suddenly, Ho Lin shouted. The iron rod in his hand trembled and began to spin. In just a blink of an eye, it seemed to have transformed into a windmill that spun rapidly in front of him. Is this an offensive technique or a defensive technique? Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked when he saw Ho Lin swinging the iron rod and causing the air to tremble. Perhaps it was because of the strong gravity in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian noticed that Ho Lin's technique that could cause shock waves in the Cloud Continent only caused waves of rolling airwaves here. At this moment, Zhu Lang also arrived in front of Ho Lin. Along with the sword flowers that he shot out, he pointed at Ho Lin. Clang, 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 clang. Along with the sound of metal clashing, Zhu Lang's body began to tremble. In the end, the hand that was holding the sword trembled, and the web between his thumb and index finger was torn, dripping with blood. At the same time, the sword in his hand was sent flying by the iron rod in Ho Lin's hand and fell to the ground with a clang. Chapter 1369. Zhu Lang was sent flying. He drew a perfect parabola in the air and fell straight into the septic tank below the high platform. The crowd was stunned when they saw that. At that moment, they even suspected that Ho Lin did it on purpose. Just when everyone, including Ho Lin, thought that Zhu Lang was going to fall into the septic tank, a figure shot out like the wind and arrived next to the septic tank in the blink of an eye. The owner of the figure reached out his hand and grabbed Zhu Lang's belt. He pulled Zhu Lang to his side so that he would not fall into the septic tank. Newcomer, how dare you challenge the 13 gangsters with that little ability of yours? Many of the onlookers mocked him. They're both on the intermediate mortal shedding stage, but he couldn't even take one hit from the last person in the 13 gangsters. It seems like the newcomer today is nothing special. Waves of mockery were heard. Zhu Lang finally regained his senses amidst the mockery. You're so cruel. When he realized that he almost fell into the septic tank, he glared at Ho Lin and roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot as if he wanted to fight Ho Lin again. A loser can only scream like a shrew. Ho Lin glanced at Zhu Lang nonchalantly before looking at the person who saved Zhu Lang. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was displeased with the person's behavior. You. Zhu Lang's expression changed drastically when he was looked down upon by Ho Lin. He was so impulsive that he wanted to go up the high platform again. You're no match for him. At that moment, a strong hand grabbed his shoulder and shook its head at him. Zhu Lang regained his senses at that moment. He looked at the person who stopped him and said gratefully, Duan Lingtian, thank you. The person who saved Zhu Lang was none other than Duan Lingtian. Although it was the first time Duan Lingtian and Zhu Lang met today, and they were not friends, Zhu Lang was the genius that Old Lu found for the city governor's mansion of Mount Hill City. Old Lu seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Qingrong. Because Lin Qingrong had saved his life before, he decisively saved Zhu Lang, which could be considered as indirectly repaying the favor. You seem to be stronger than him. Do you dare to come up and try? Ho Lin stood on the high platform, looking majestic. He looked straight at Duan Lingtian and asked in a booming voice, Do you dare? Ho Lin's words were undoubtedly a naked provocation. As soon as Ho Lin finished speaking, the gazes of everyone present, including Zhu Lang, descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. They were all curious if Duan Lingtian would go up to battle Ho Lin. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian ignored Ho Lin, as if he had not heard Ho Lin's words at all. His gaze landed on a beautiful figure not far away. The owner of the beautiful figure was none other than Gua Li, coward. Ho Lin was instantly enraged when he saw Duan Lingtian disregarding him, and he used a condescending tone to speak in contempt. Besides containing flames of rage, his pair of eyes that were large like gongs also contained slight disdain mixed within. He was very dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian's action of saving Zhu Lang. However, there were rules in the latent dragon camp. Unless they were fighting for the wooden house and took the initiative to issue a challenge. As a member of the 13 gangsters, they were not allowed to challenge other members of the latent dragon camp. This was because it would be considered as bullying the weak. At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. They thought Duan Lingtian did not dare to fight Ho Lin. However, Duan Lingtian's next words stunned them. Gua Li, why don't you go first? Duan Lingtian looked at Gua Li and asked politely, Thanks. Gua Li was still a little hesitant at first. However, when she heard Duan Lingtian's words, she instantly smiled like a blooming flower. At the same time, Many young men present were mesmerized by her. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived next to Duan Lingtian. After nodding at Duan Lingtian, she floated up to the high platform. Her movements were as smooth as flowing water. Coupled with her graceful figure, it was pleasing to the eye. Is he giving Ho Lin to Guali? At this moment, many people looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. He's doing this. Either he knows he's no match for Ho Lin, so he's using Guoli as a shield, or he's confident he can defeat the person who's ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters who's ranked above Ho Lin. Someone guessed. I think it's the former. I think so too. Most people thought Duan Lingtian knew he was no match for Ho Lin, so he used Guoli as a shield. Duan Lingtian did not care about these comments. He knew it was useless for him to say anything at this moment. His gaze quickly landed on Guali, who was standing on the high platform. He saw that after Guali ascended the high platform, she was not in a hurry to fight with Ho Lin. Instead, she picked up Zhu Lang's sword and threw it back to Zhu Lang. Then, she looked at Ho Lin with a calm expression and met his gaze. Thank you. Zhu Lang put away his sword and thanked Guali gratefully. Little girl, you're quite pretty. However, do you really think you can fight me, Ho Lin, with that tiny body of yours? Ho Lin asked in disdain as he sized up Guali, who had a body similar to Zhu Lang but was much thinner. Guali raised her hand, and a black whip appeared in her hand. It looked like a black python, and it danced with Guali's hand. Guali used her own actions to answer Ho Lin. Very good. Very good. It seems like you're treating me, Ho Lin, as a soft persimmon. Ho Lin's face darkened instantly. His eyes were filled with anger as he raised the iron rod in his hand. I'd like to see what you're capable of, little b asterisk t. How dare you challenge me, Ho Lin? Little b asterisk th? Ho Lin's words made Guali's pretty face change color. Her eyes were filled with coldness. All of a sudden, Guali moved. She stomped her feet and flew out gracefully. It was pleasing to the eye. However, during this process, Guali's speed became faster and faster. It did not take long for her to become an afterimage in the eyes of the spectators. It was difficult for them to see through her. So fast. Immediately, many people cried out in surprise. Guali's speed was even faster than the speed Zhu Lang had displayed earlier. It seems like Ho Lin's speed is not as fast as Guali's. Duan Lingtian's attention kept shifting between Guali and Ho Lin. Soon after, he noticed that Ho Lin's expression did not look too good when Guali flew out. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. Faced with Guali, who was charging at him rapidly, Ho Lin did not move at all. This was because he knew his speed was not as fast as Guali's and could not dodge her attack at all. Moreover, if he hastily dodged when he knew his speed was not as fast as his opponent, he would only be more passive. Therefore, Ho Lin cleverly chose to stay where he was and wait for Guali to come forward. However, the metal rod in his hand had already begun to move. A gust of wind blew around the metal rod, causing waves of air to wreak havoc. It was just like when he was fighting with Zhu Lang earlier. It's this move again. Many people exclaimed in surprise. Of course, this move is Ho Lin's trump card. It's said that it's a move that has both offense and defense in the Saint-grade martial tactic that Ho Lin cultivated. It's called airtight. Airtight? It really lives up to its name. When he swings his metal rod, even the wind can't penetrate it. Not only does this move have a shocking defense, but its offensive power is also not weak at all. The whispers of the crowd clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian could not help but narrow his eyes. A move that has both offense and defense? Quick, look. Ho Lin has taken the initiative to make a move. All of a sudden, an exclamation entered Duan Lingtian's ears and pulled Duan Lingtian back from his daze. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the high platform again. He saw Ho Lin swinging his metal rod at Guali, who was swinging her black whip like a spirit snake. It seemed like he wanted to use the same move again to sweep away Guali's weapon. Humph! A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Guali's mouth when she saw Ho Lin, who seemed to be dragging a windmill. When she lifted her hand, the long black whip shook and instantly became taut. It could be seen that around the long black whip, wisps of faint real chi were flickering, like tiny lightning bolts jumping around. emitting bursts of terrifying aura. Whip like a sword. As Gua Li's red lips parted slightly, she spat out 3 words. In the next moment, the long whip in her hand seemed to have transformed into a sword as it pierced toward Ho Lin. Whoosh! At this moment, Gua Li no longer seemed to be holding a long whip, but a long and narrow sword. Sword? The disdain on Ho Lin's face increased when he saw this. He swung the metal rod in his hand to meet the black whip that had transformed into a sword in Gua Li's hand. In his opinion, the black whip in Gua Li's hand would be swept away immediately. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air. The black whip in Gua Li's hand that seemed to have transformed into a sword pierced Ho Lin's metal rod, causing dazzling sparks to splatter. Just as Ho Lin revealed a smug smile on his face and continued to swing the metal rod like a windmill in his hand forward, Gua Li's wrist made a subtle movement. Fight strength with strength. When your opponent is at the peak of his strength, you'll instantly turn soft and defeat strength with softness. Almost everyone in the crowd, including Ho Lin, did not notice Gua Li's little movement. The reason he said it was almost was because Duan Lingtian saw Gua Li's movement and guessed she wanted to change her move when Ho Lin was about to fight her head-on. Unknowingly, the smile on Ho Lin's face froze. Meanwhile, the people in the crowd could clearly see Gua Li's taut long black whip suddenly softened. Subsequently, it coiled around the metal rod like a spirit snake and danced with the metal rod. After a while, the metal rod's dancing slowed down. *T. When Ho Lin realized the metal rod in his hand was coiled by the long black whip and he could not break free, horror dawned on his face. At this moment, Ho Lin felt a huge force surging from the metal rod in his hand. It was Gua Li's whip that shook and brought Ho Lin and his metal rod closer. Chapter 1370. Bam! Without any suspense, Ho Lin was injured by Gua Li's attack. He fell onto the ground with his staff and rolled a few times before he stopped. He was in a mess. He was one of the 13 gangsters who was so majestic just now, but now, he was defeated by a woman. You've lost. Gua Li shook the black whip in her hand and straightened it again. She pointed it at Ho Lin and said calmly, "Creak." Before Ho Lin and the onlookers could react to the situation, the door of the wooden house number 12 where the 13 gangsters stayed was opened. Then, a person walked out of the cabin. This was a young man who was about the same height as Duan Lingtian. He was about 1.8 meters tall. Compared to Ho Lin, he was slightly slimmer. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. One look, and one could tell that he was not a kind person. "Ho Lin, you've really embarrassed the 13 gangsters. You've been defeated by a little girl. From this moment onwards, you've been removed from the 13 gangsters." The cold young man looked at Ho Lin, who struggled to stand up, and sneered. "Li Han." Ho Lin glanced at the cold young man coldly. Without saying anything, he jumped off the high platform. Just like what Li Han had said. From this moment onwards, he was no longer one of the 13 gangsters. If one of the 13 gangsters was defeated, he would only drop 1 rank and would not be removed from the 13 gangsters. However, the problem was that he was ranked 13th. There was no place for him to drop. Gua Li, right? 3 months at most. Ho Lin, will take back what you've taken away from me today. After Ho Lin jumped off the high platform, he looked at Gua Li and said word by word. After saying that, without waiting for Gua Li's response, he turned into a gust of wind and flew to a dilapidated wooden cabin. He kicked the person in front of the cabin away and went into the cabin. Who did I offend? The unlucky young man who was kicked away and had his cabin taken away smiled bitterly. There were so many people in this row of cabins. Why did Ho Lin choose him? Of course, although Ho Lin had taken his cabin, he did not dare to take it back. What a joke. If he could snatch the wooden house from Ho Lin, he would have replaced Ho Lin and become one of the 13 gangsters. I didn't expect there to be a female in the 13 gangsters. Standing in front of log cabin number 12, Li Han looked at Gua Li and smiled. However, Gua Li did not pay attention to him. Instead, she looked below the stage. Immediately, Li Han's face could not help but sink. Following that, he followed Gua Li's gaze and saw a young man in purple standing where Gua Li's gaze was directed at. For a moment, hostility rose in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, my position is quite awkward. Guo Li looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. When they heard Guo Li's words, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone else, including Li Han, did not understand what she meant. Who asked you to choose number 13 from the start? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He naturally guessed what Guo Li meant. When Guo Li said that her position was awkward, she was referring to her awkward ranking among the 13 gangsters. Number 13, the last one. At this moment, no matter who Duan Lingtian defeated, she would be eliminated. Then, I'll have to fight again. Guo Li shrugged and said helplessly. At the same time, her eyes fell on Li Han, revealing a strong fighting intent. At this moment, everyone, including Li Han, realized what she meant. At this moment, they finally understood what Guo Li meant. She was not willing to be ranked number 13 among the 13 gangsters. She felt that this position was awkward. This position was indeed awkward. No matter who was defeated, she would be eliminated. Just like Ho Lin, who was previously ranked number 13 among the 13 gangsters, he was willing to be ranked last because he had fought with everyone other than the top 5. 7 battles, 7 defeats. Therefore, he could only be ranked last. As for the top 5 among the 13 gangsters, they were all on the mastery mortal shedding stage. He knew his place very well. Not to mention challenging them, he did not even dare to think about it. It seems like Guo Li wants to challenge Li Han, the number 12 among the 13 gangsters. Many people exclaimed softly, if I can defeat Ho Lin, I'll definitely challenge those who are ranked higher. You know, the higher the ranking of the 13 gangsters is, the more benefits you'll get. Someone said so. Many people agreed with what he said. If there was a chance, who would not want to take a step forward? Therefore, it was understandable for Guo Li to do this. I wonder if she can defeat Ho Lin. She should be able to. Even Ho Lin was defeated by her in a head-on battle. Li Han's ability is not much stronger than Ho Lin. He defeated Ho Lin in almost 20 moves. The group of young people below the high platform discussed among themselves. They were more optimistic about Guo Li. The young man who had his wooden house snatched by Guo Li earlier and was lectured by Guo Li for speaking rudely now had a fearful expression on his face when he looked at Guo Li. If he still had the thought of taking revenge before this, but now, the thought of revenge had been completely dispelled by him. You want to challenge me? Li Han looked at Guo Li as if he wanted to confirm. Make your move. Guo Li nodded faintly. She shook the black whip in her hand, and it danced like a poisonous snake. It gave people a creepy feeling. It was similar to the feeling they had when they looked at Li Han. Good, very good. Li Han's face turned green and white. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he was not confident that he could defeat the lady in front of him, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. If he did not accept the challenge, it would mean that he admitted defeat. That would be even more embarrassing. Moreover, he would not accept it. Thank you. Li Han quickly spat out those 3 words. Before Guo Li was ready, he had already shot out like a bolt of lightning. Wherever he passed, there would be a gust of cold wind. In just a blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Guo Li. How shameless. Many people cursed secretly when they saw Li Han attacking Guo Li. Of course, they only dared to curse secretly. They did not dare to provoke Li Han. Li Han was the person who ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters. Among the dozens of martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp, he was ranked 7th. This was enough to prove his ability was not something an ordinary martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage could compare to. However, Guo Li's expression remained unchanged in the face of Li Han's sudden attack. When Li Han appeared in front of her, a steel claw appeared in each of his hands, revealing an eerie cold air as he clawed at her. The black whip in her hand suddenly trembled and began to spin in front of her. At once, the place where the long whip touched turned into a black light shield that enveloped her entire body. It was the defensive technique of the Saint-grade martial tactic that Guo Li cultivated. A defensive move appeared, blocking Li Han's attack. Li Han's steel claws left a series of sparks on the shield, but it did not break. Li Han's expression turned grave. He had no choice but to retreat. The sudden attack ended in failure. After Li Han retreated, Guo Li made her move and dashed toward him. Li Han moved as well, but his speed was slightly slower than Guo Li. Naturally, he was much faster than Ho Lin, who was defeated by Guo Li earlier. This Li Han is going to lose. Actually, when Li Han's attack was blocked by Guo Li's defensive move, Duan Lingtian already knew that he would lose without a doubt. Although the defensive move was barely able to block Li Han's attack, it was still blocked. Being able to block one's opponent's attack was equivalent to being in an invincible position. Moreover, not only was Guo Li's defense strong, but her movement and attack were also very strong as well. She was a martial cultivator with a strong overall strength. It was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. In less than 10 moves, Guo Li sent Li Han flying with her whip and defeated him. Li Han was only lightly injured. At the very least, his injuries were lighter than Ho Lin's. Guo Li seemed to have held back when she defeated Li Han. Otherwise, it's impossible for Li Han's injuries to be so light. Many people could see the clues. She's a woman after all. Perhaps she was soft-hearted in the end. Someone said, after consuming the innate medicinal pill, your injuries should be able to heal in 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, you should be able to recover to your prime. When many people were whispering, Guo Li looked at Li Han and said nonchalantly. Li Han was stunned. He did not know why Guo Li revealed his injuries. As Guo Li said, his injuries would be healed after consuming the innate medicinal pill and recuperating for 15 minutes. The innate medicinal pill that Guo Li mentioned was equivalent to the royal-grade medicinal pill on Cloud Continent. Above the innate medicinal pill was the saint-grade medicinal pill. Duan Lingtian had learned about this from Xuan'ai. Li Han's minor injuries need 15 minutes to heal after consuming the innate medicinal pill that's equivalent to the royal-grade medicinal pill. Is it because of the Dao martial Saint Lan's environment, or is it because the medicinal efficacy of the innate medicinal pill is difficult to integrate into a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator's body? Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this. Just like what Guo Li said, Li Han's complexion recovered 15 minutes after consuming the innate medicinal pill. He was full of energy again. He walked to cottage number 13 behind Guo Li with a solemn expression. I think you don't have to go in anymore. Guo Li said, What do you mean? Li Han's face darkened. This little girl still wanted to humiliate him after defeating him? What she means is, you're going to be eliminated soon. At this moment, a calm voice sounded from below the high platform. When it entered Li Han's ears, a third person appeared on the high platform. Duan Lingtian stood on the high platform and took a deep breath. He could not help but look intoxicated. Although he could adapt to the environment below the high platform, he still preferred the high platform when he could no longer smell the stench when he was on the high platform. Whoosh! The crowd was in an uproar when they saw Duan Lingtian had also ascended the high platform. Does he mean he wants to challenge Li Han? Chapter 1371. Li Han is ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters. Now that he's defeated by Guo Li, who's ranked 13th, Guo Li has replaced him. Now that he's taken a step back, it's equivalent to switching places with Guo Li. If he's defeated again, he'll be removed from the 13 gangsters as well. If he's really removed from the 13 gangsters, Ho Lin will definitely gloat. Earlier, when Ho Lin was defeated by Guo Li and was removed from the 13 gangsters, Li Han even mocked Ho Lin. Soon, everyone's gaze shifted away from Duan Lingtian and landed on Li Han. This Duan Lingtian seems to have come with Guo Li very soon, someone spoke. No wonder Guo Li didn't injure Li Han severely earlier. So, she wanted to give Duan Lingtian a chance to defeat Li Han and make Duan Lingtian one of the 13 gangsters as well. Many people came to a realization. You want to challenge me as well? Li Han didn't expect that right after he was defeated by Guo Li, he would be challenged again before he could recover from it. This made him a little angry. Did they really think he was a pushover? Li Han's gloomy eyes flickered with a fierce light as he stared straight at Duan Lingtian. If his gaze could become a blade, Duan Lingtian would probably have already been scraped to the point that not even his bones would remain. Did I not make myself clear enough? Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at Li Han deeply. Good. Very good. Li Han's breathing became rapid. The steel claws that he had put away earlier appeared again. The tip of the claws gleamed with a cold gleam that was terrifying. "I'd like to see how you're going to eliminate me." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Han made his move and struck first again. A pair of steel claws left claw marks in the air. The shadows of the claws covered the sky and shrouded Duan Lingtian as though he was going to trap Duan Lingtian inside. Duan Lingtian's expression did not change in the face of Li Han's aggressive attack. Soon, a bow appeared in his hand. It was the sun-shooting bow. The onlookers stared intently at the duel in front of them. They all wanted to know who would emerge victorious next. Was it Gua Li's confident companion, Duan Lingtian, or was it Li Han, who was ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters? Gua Li was the only one who didn't look forward to it, because she already knew the result. Duan Lingtian was even stronger than her. If she could defeat Li Han, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Li Han. Unfortunately, Li Han did not know what Gua Li was thinking. Currently, Li Han was using all of his means to defeat Duan Lingtian and regain the dignity he had lost to Gua Li. To him, being defeated by a woman was a great humiliation. At some point in time, Ho Lin also walked out of the dilapidated wooden house. His gaze landed on the high platform. "Li Han, I'd like to see if you're still one of the 13 gangsters after today." A sneer appeared on Ho Lin's face. At this moment, he noticed Gua Li's indifferent expression and realized there was no doubt about the result of this duel. "Die!" Li Han's entire body flew out, and at the same time as the claw shadows that filled the sky descended, a steel claw descended from the sky. It was like a hail mixed with rain as it descended towards Duan Lingtian's head. At this moment, Li Han's eyes turned red. He had completely forgotten the rules of the latent dragon camp. A person stood in the pavilion next to the high platform. Nobody knew if he had just appeared or if he had been there for a long time. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor. His face was cold. He stood there, and a chilling aura seemed to be exuding from his body. He was one of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mound Hill City. The weakest among the 36 guardians was at the perfection mortal shedding stage. He was ranked 14th, and people called him the Heavenly Harm Guardian. At this moment, the Heavenly Harm Guardian was watching the duel on the high platform quietly. Even if Li Han was in a frenzy and disregarded the rules of the latent dragon camp, he had no intention of attacking. It was not that he did not care about the rules of the latent dragon camp, but he could see that Li Han could not hurt the purple-clad young man. Li Han will definitely lose after 3 moves, the Heavenly Harm Guardian mumbled to himself. The Heavenly Harm Guardian muttered. However, in the next moment, his pupils abruptly constricted, because the scene before his eyes was completely out of his expectations. Facing Li Han, who was charging at him menacingly, the purple-clad young man did not retreat as Li Han had expected. Instead, he used his bow and arrow to attack him from afar. The purple-clad young man stood still on the spot. However, his hand was placed on the bowstring. Seeing that Li Han was so close to him, his hand moved. He pulled the bowstring and released it. Then, he did the same thing and kept plucking the bowstring. Clang, 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 clang. A series of muffled sounds resounded, sounding like a series of unpleasant musical notes. Every time a musical note rose up, a Zheng-Chi light blade swept out. At this moment, the true energy light blades shot up into the sky and collided with the claw shadows that filled the sky. Without any suspense, the claw shadows that filled the sky were destroyed by the true energy light blades in the blink of an eye and turned into nothing. The true energy light blades did not slow down at all. They shot up into the sky and disappeared. At this moment, Li Han was the only one who was left with his final attack. Li Han was like a ferocious goshawk that swooped down from the sky. His red eyes resembled the fierce eyes of a goshawk. The steel claws in his hands were the sharp claws of a goshawk. The sharp claws tore through the air and were about to crush Duan Lingtian's head. Clang! Just as the sharp claws were about to land, another dull noise reverberated in the air. As soon as the dull noise reverberated in the air, an arrow condensed from true energy shot out from the sun-shooting bow and collided with Li Han's steel claws. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air as the arrow condensed from true energy exploded. On the other hand, The steel claw in Li Han's hand had been blasted into the sky, and Li Han's hand was now a bloody mess. If it was not for the protection of the steel claws, his hand would have been crippled. "You've lost," Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Li Han, who had landed on the ground in a wretched state. His tone was as calm as usual. There was no emotion in it at all. "I've lost." When Li Han heard this, he looked dejected. He leaped down from the high platform in a daze and walked to a wooden house near the outside. When the original owner of the wooden house saw Li Han walking over, he dodged as though he had seen a ghost. He tactfully gave his wooden house to Li Han. "Li Han, stop acting like a fool. I can't believe you're in this situation." At this moment, Ho Lin did not forget how Li Han had kicked him when he was down. He returned everything that Li Han had given him. When Li Han heard Ho Lin's words, his body trembled. He increased his speed and entered the wooden house directly. Ho Lin's gaze soon landed on the high platform. "Both of you can be smug. I'll definitely break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage in 3 months at most. At that time, I'll defeat both of you one by one to avenge my humiliation." Looking at the two high-spirited people on the high platform, Ho Lin turned around and returned to the wooden house to cultivate. On the high platform, Duan Lingtian and Guoli looked at each other and smiled. Both of them were geniuses invited by Lin Qingrong. Now that both of them had become members of the 13 gangsters, it was obvious that they were fated to be together. "Guoli, did you go the wrong way?" When Duan Lingtian was about to return to the number 13 wooden house, he realized Guoli had already entered it. He could not help but be stunned. "I didn't go the wrong way. This is where I should be staying." After Guoli entered the wooden house, she turned around and smiled at Duan Lingtian before closing the door. What does Guoli mean by that? The onlookers were puzzled. What else could it mean? Guoli must have admitted that she's not as strong as Duan Lingtian. That's why she voluntarily became the number 13 of the 13 gangsters and gave the number 12 position to Duan Lingtian. Many people began to realize what was going on. This Duan Lingtian is really powerful. Li Han fought with him with all his might just now, but he still defeated him. Defeating Li Han is one thing. Most importantly, when facing Li Han, who is fighting with his life on the line, not only can he not kill Li Han, he can also not cripple Li Han. Amidst the praises, Duan Lingtian turned around and walked into the number 12 wooden house. This would be his residence for the time being. They seemed to be brought back by the heavenly hero guardian. In the pavilion, the heavenly harm guardian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. The heavenly hero guardian he was talking about was Lin Qingrong. Lin Qingrong was also one of the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City. He was ranked number 9 among the 36 guardians. Among the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City, only the first 10 guardians had 2 names. The other one had a normal name that belonged to him. The remaining 26 guardians only had one name, which was the 36 heavenly spirits. The entire latent dragon camp did not quiet down because of Duan Lingtian and Gua Li's departure. Instead, it was bustling with activity. In just one day, 2 of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp had been replaced. This day was destined to be remembered by many people. Crack. In an independent mansion in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, a middle-aged scholar who was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard crushed the teacup in his hand after listening to the servant's report. The servant outside the pavilion was so shocked that his body trembled. "Ha ha ha. Great, 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 great." After crushing the teacup, the middle-aged scholar laughed heartily. His laughter was unrestrained and carefree. As expected, I didn't pick the wrong person. Duan Lingtian, Guoli, well done. He could not help but feel excited. Apart from the 36 guardians, many people had gone to the city governor's estate to recruit geniuses this time. Even the revered elders of the city governor's estate had gone out to look for and invite geniuses. Lin Qingrong, the heavenly hero guardian who was ranked number 9 among the 36 guardians, had brought back 2 geniuses who had become part of the 13 gangsters on their first day in the latent dragon camp. He could almost foresee it. Soon, he would be summoned by the city governor and be rewarded handsomely. Duan Lingtian and Gua Li have really made me proud this time. The more Lin Qingrong thought about it, the happier he was. He was so happy that he could not stop smiling. Although he was one of the 10 guardians who were most valued by the city governor's estate, there were still 8 other guardians in front of him. Therefore, he felt especially proud today. Putting everything else aside, this time, he had been selected for the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. Chapter 1372. At the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian was lying on the bed leisurely in wooden house number 12 on the high platform. It was rare that he did not enter the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda to cultivate this afternoon. Compared to the smelly, dilapidated wooden houses near the septic tank under the high platform, Duan Lingtian was much better. The wooden house that Duan Lingtian was staying in was like heaven on earth. This was the treatment of the 13 gangsters. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian also learned that after a few days, the 13 gangsters who ranked the last would receive 108th grade Saint Stones a month. As the second last, he would receive 208th grade Saint Stones a month. Those who ranked above him would receive the same amount. The leader of the 13 gangsters would receive 1,308th grade Saint Stones a month. That was equivalent to 137th grade Saint Stones. 130 Saint Stones would be 13 6th grade Saint Stones, and that's only for a month. Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. However, the leader of the 13 gangsters is not only on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, but he's also the most powerful among the 5 Mastery Mortal Shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators in the latent dragon camp. With my current ability, I can't even win against an ordinary Mastery Mortal Shedding stage cultivator, let alone the leader of the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian deeply felt how weak he was when he thought about this. It had been a few days since he came to the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. He had gained a certain understanding of the latent dragon camp during these few days. The latent dragon camp was built by the city governor of Mound Hill City to recruit young geniuses from the surrounding areas of Mound Hill City for training. The recruitment of young geniuses this time began half a year ago. The young geniuses recruited by the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City had an age limit. Only genius martial and Dao cultivators below the age of 40 could enter the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. It was said that the latent dragon camp was the reserve camp for the 36 guardians under the city governor of Mound Hill City. Almost everyone in the surrounding areas of Mound Hill City knew about the 36 guardians. They were the most capable subordinates under the city governor of Mound Hill City. The weakest one was on the perfection mortal shedding stage. It was said that those who were strong were not only at the paramount mortal shedding stage, but also at the Saint Rudiment stage. Of course, these were only rumors that Duan Lingtian had heard. However, to think that Senior Lin is also one of the 36 guardians, this is truly shocking. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also found out that Lin Qingrong was the heavenly hero guard that was ranked 9th among the 36 guardians. It's said that the top 10 guards among the 36 guardians will become revered elders of the city governor's estate in a few years. At that time, only 26 of the 36 guardians will be left. The remaining 10 guardians will be selected from the latent dragon camp. Duan Lingtian had been trying to gather information about the latent dragon camp for the past few days since he arrived. Of course, he did not take the initiative to inquire. It was bustling below the high platform. As long as he opened the door of the wooden house a little, he could hear the voices coming from outside. What he heard was what the other latent dragon camp members were saying. Now, I finally settled down in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, I wonder how the 2 girls are doing. And Xuanai as well. She shouldn't be looking for me anymore, right? Duan Lingtian knew Han Xuanai very well. Before she found him, she would definitely not spread the news of his disappearance to Half Moon Island. This was because she was afraid that his 2 fiancés and the 3 little fellows would be worried. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not plan to go back for the time being. Of course, apart from this reason, there was another reason why he did not plan to go back for the time being. He was scared. That was right, he was scared. When he came here, he had experienced many life and death situations because he was lost. It made him realize how terrifying the wild beasts in the boundless ocean were. He also realized how precious life was. Previously, in order to protect himself, He even went into closed-door cultivation on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 3 years. He successfully opened 15 Saint Veins and broke through to the early mortal shedding stage. However, even with his cultivation base at the early mortal shedding stage, he was almost killed by a few wild beasts at the mastery mortal shedding stage. Fortunately, Lin Qingrong was there and saved him. Therefore, he did not plan to go back to Cloud Continent for the time being before he was strong enough to protect himself. Strength. My current strength is still too weak. After sighing, Duan Lingtian stood up and closed the door of the wooden house. At this moment, the noise outside became so weak that it could be ignored. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian took out the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and placed it in the wooden house. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao, remind me 2.5 months later. After informing Hualao, Duan Lingtian went up to the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, the 2.5 months Duan Lingtian mentioned was 2.5 months on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 2.5 months on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to almost a month outside. At that time, it would be the day for the Latent Dragon Camp members to collect their Saint Stones. He was ranked 12th among the 13 gangsters, so he would be able to collect 200 8th-grade Saint Stones. Although 200 Saint Stones were nothing compared to the thousands of high-grade Saint Stones that Xuanai had given him, it was still meat no matter how small a mosquito was. After arriving at the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he began to sort out his current strength. With my current strength and the sun-shooting bow, I don't think I'll meet many opponents among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, he did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to defeat all the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. He might not necessarily be a match for those at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had cultivated their Saint-grade martial tactics and Saint-grade Dao methods to an extremely high stage. Compared to the other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators, apart from having a body that's even more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon, my current advantage is the sun-shooting bow. Although I can't unleash the full power of the sun-shooting bow with my current strength, the power I can unleash with the sun-shooting bow far surpasses the power of a human-rank mediocre saint weapon in the hands of someone at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian had witnessed Guoli, Ho Lin, and Li Han using their human-rank mediocre saint weapons with his own eyes. Therefore, he was certain of this. As for the advantage of my saint bloodline, it's only more obvious when compared to martial and Dao cultivators at the same level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, he had only opened his saint bloodline once as a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. However, this is because the true energy in my Qi Si is limited. If I can break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, I'm confident I can easily defeat martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage without relying on my brute strength and the sun-shooting bow. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. At that time, the number of saint bloodlines in his body could not be compared to other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators at that time. If he fought with martial and Dao cultivators at the same level, his true energy would be completely channeled through the ridiculous number of saint bloodlines before his opponent's Qi Si could release much of their true energy. As long as he struck first, his opponent would usually be defeated before they could even channel their true energy. Intermediate mortal shedding stage. I wonder how long it'll take for me to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation as he prepared to cultivate. At this moment, he took out the Saint Stone that Han Xuanai had given him. It was a 5th-grade Saint Stone. This was his first time using the Saint Stone that Han Xuanai had given him to cultivate. Previously, when he broke through to the early mortal shedding stage from the peak of Emperor Wu to the early mortal shedding stage, he had been using 9th-grade Saint Stones to cultivate for 3 whole years. In 3 years, he had almost used up all of his 9th-grade Saint Stones. Those 9th-grade Saint Stones were Half Moon Island stock. Duan Lingtian did not want to waste them, so he decided to use up the low-grade saint stones that he had. Now that he had used up all of his 9th-grade saint stones, he had broken through to the early mortal shedding stage. He only had the high-grade saint stones that Han Shuanai had given him to cultivate with. Among the thousands of saint stones that Han Shuanai had given him, 90% of them were 5th-grade saint stones, while the remaining 10% were 4th-grade saint stones. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. 9 Dragons Form. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes as he held the 5th-grade saint stone. At the same time, he began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was very rich, it was only equivalent to the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 1st level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was much more powerful than the one in the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. While absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he also absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy accumulated in the 5th-grade Saint Stone. After a great chi circulation, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes without warning. The cultivation speed of absorbing the 5th-grade Saint Stone is not much faster than the 9th-grade Saint Stone. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in it is indeed much more than the 9th-grade Saint Stone. Duan Lingtian looked at the 5th-grade Saint Stone in his hand. He could see the heaven and earth spirit energy that was flowing into his body from the 5th-grade Saint Stone was almost substantial. According to Xuanai, this 5th-grade Saint Stone is much more durable than the 9th-grade Saint Stone. With my current cultivation speed, I can finish 1 9th-grade Saint Stone in a day. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed was too exaggerated. Duan Lingtian had 15 saint veins to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to cultivate. His cultivation speed was even faster than most martial cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. After all, the number of saint veins was the key to the speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Due to this reason, the more saint veins a person had, the faster their cultivation speed would be. If an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage were to compare their cultivation speed to Duan Lingtian, they would definitely cry until they fainted. An ordinary martial or Dao cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage would need a few days to finish 1 9th-grade Saint Stone. If you change your Saint Stones frequently during your cultivation, it will affect your cultivation speed to a certain extent. Therefore, it's best to use high-grade Saint Stones when you're cultivating if the conditions allow it. You can keep it for a long time. Chapter 1373. Xuanai even gave me a 4th-grade Saint Stone. The durability of a 4th-grade Saint Stone is equivalent to 10 5th-grade Saint Stones according to the conversion ratio between different grades of Saint Stones in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, with my current cultivation base and cultivation speed, I'll still have a lot of leftovers after breaking through to the early mortal shedding stage with 1 5th-grade Saint Stone. Soon after, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again and began to cultivate seriously. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the 5th-grade Saint Stone continued to surge into his body. The 9th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. The 9 Dragons form mental cultivation method transformed into 9 dragons that carried the heaven and earth spirit energy along the 15 saint veins and circulated the great circulatory cycle before transforming it into true energy that merged with the Qi Si in between Duan Lingtian's brows. The true energy continued to increase in the Qi Si that was the size of a pigeon's egg, although it only increased a little each time. As the saying went, a little makes a mickle. It would be full sooner or later. When it was full, it would be the time for Duan Lingtian to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. It's much easier to cultivate from the early mortal shedding stage to the intermediate mortal shedding stage compared to Emperor Wu breaking through from the peak mortal shedding stage to the early mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. After all, the latter required one to merge the profundity with the origin energy and transform it into true energy. Apart from that, one also had to open the saint veins. It was extremely tedious. However, the former was much simpler. Once the Qi Sea was filled with true energy, he would break through and open the Saint veins. That was it. Cultivation knew no time. 2.5 months passed very quickly. Duan Lingtian, who was woken up by Huilao, left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and returned to cottage number 12. After putting away the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian had just opened the door when Guali stood in front of his door. Duan Lingtian, it's time for us to collect our saint stones, Guali said to Duan Lingtian. Is it today? Duan Lingtian asked. From today onwards, you can receive the holy stones within 3 days. The place to receive the holy stones is very close. It's the pavilion next to the wooden house where we, the 13 Grand Guardians, live. Guali said. That pavilion? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He remembered that pavilion. He had seen it when he first arrived at the latent dragon camp. At that time, he was still wondering what that place was. From the looks of it, it should be the residence of the powerhouse from the city governor's mansion. That powerhouse was usually in charge of guarding the members of the latent dragon camp. After all, there were rules in the latent dragon camp. As for rules and regulations, there had to be someone to supervise them in order to be effective. Let's go. Duan Lingtian walked out of the room and walked towards the pavilion with Guali. Along the way, the two of them attracted the gazes of many people. Are they Duan Lingtian and Guali? That's right. A month ago, they had just entered the ranks of the 13 Grand Guardians. What a perfect match. Are they a couple? Many people saw Duan Lingtian and Guali and chatted along the way. Some of them even thought they were a couple. Upon hearing these comments, Duan Lingtian did not mind at all. He merely smiled and brushed it off. However, it was different for Guali. Her beautiful face had a hint of redness. Hi, Duan Lingtian. As soon as they arrived near the pavilion, Duan Lingtian saw someone greeting him. When he took a closer look, he realized it was Zhu Lang. Zhu Lang, why are you alone? Where's Hu Jia? Duan Lingtian asked curiously when he saw Zhu Lang was alone. He's now in a higher position. As it turns out, the Mastery Mortal Shedding Stage powerhouse, who's ranked 5th among the 13 Grand Guardians, is his distant cousin. Zhu Lang snorted. Isn't that great? You have a good relationship with him. He can take care of you in the future. Duan Lingtian smiled. Take care of me? As long as he doesn't kill me. Zhu Lang laughed at himself. Then, he looked at Guali and said, Guali, you're also from a 9th-rate clan, so you should know best. Hu Jia and I might be in the same boat in the beginning. However, what do you think he'll do to me when he has someone to rely on? He'll get rid of you for his clan. Guali was not surprised at all. Zhu Lang and Hu Jia were similar to her and Yi Man, the genius from the Ye family in Fuyu Town who was replaced by Duan Lingtian. I'll make a move first. After bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Guali, Zhu Lang jumped down from the high platform and returned to his wooden house. Duan Lingtian shook his head and followed Guali into the pavilion. The person in charge of distributing origin stones every month was the Heavenly Harm Guardian who supervised the latent dragon camp. The Heavenly Harm Guardian was ranked 14th among the 36 Guardians. Guali, 108th grade Saint Stones. Duan Lingtian, 208th grade Saint Stones. The Heavenly Harm Guardian had a straight face from the beginning to the end. He handed the Saint Stones to Duan Lingtian and Guali in a daze. The two of them thanked him after receiving the origin stones. Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage? During this time, Duan Lingtian used his divine eye to check the Heavenly Harm Guardian and saw through his strength. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. Without a cultivation base above Perfection Mortal Shedding Stage, one would not be able to control the latent dragon camp at all. At the very least, one would not be able to control the top few of the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian did not notice this. When he and Guali turned around to leave, the Heavenly Harm Guardian lifted his head and looked at his back. It was as if he was different from the rest. After leaving the pavilion, Duan Lingtian and Guali walked back. Duan Lingtian, the members of the latent dragon camp have a chance to go out once every 3 months. Do you plan to go out when? Guali asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. There's nothing to do even if I go out. I don't plan to go out either. Who knows if the two clans have sent someone to hide outside the city governor's mansion and wait to kill me? Gwali added. They dare to come to Mount Hill City to kill you? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Why wouldn't they dare? If they have the chance, they'll even dare to sneak into the city governor's mansion to kill me, Gwali said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Aren't they afraid that the city governor's mansion will blame them? Duan Lingtian frowned. As far as he knew, even Fuyu Town was under the jurisdiction of Mount Hill City. It was also under the jurisdiction of Mount Hill City. Blame them? Gwali shook her head. I'm not qualified for the city governor's mansion to do anything for me now. Even if I'm killed now, the city governor's mansion won't blame the two clans in Fuyu Town. Unless I can prove my worth and gain the city governor's mansion's approval. Then, I'll be safe. Gwali continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're Duan Lingtian who defeated Li Han and became the new 12th gangster of the 13 gangsters? Give me half of the saint stones you received. Duan Lingtian and Gwali had just arrived in front of the wooden house when a voice came from nearby. Then, Duan Lingtian and Gwali saw a black-clad young man walking out of wooden house number 6 toward them. The black-clad young man was tall with broad shoulders and a round waist. When he walked, it was as if he was a dragon or a tiger. It's Zhang Jilong, who's ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters. Zhang Jilong extorts saint stones from the 13 gangsters ranked below him every month with his powerful strength. But didn't he start extorting from the last person in the past? He must have taken pity on her because she's a woman. At this moment, the group of young men below the high platform had their eyes on Duan Lingtian and Gwali, as well as Zhang Jilong. Whether it was the wooden house below the high platform or the wooden house on the high platform, many people walked out. They came out to watch the show when they heard the commotion. In the face of Zhang Jilong, who came with ill intentions, Duan Lingtian looked at him with a calm expression. He quietly activated his divine eye. Zhang Jilong, 32 years old, cultivation base at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Why should I give it to you? Duan Lingtian sneered as he glanced at Zhang Jilong nonchalantly. Now, it's not just half. I want all the saint stones you've received earlier. Give me 200 saint stones. Zhang Jilong looked calm as he stood in front of Duan Lingtian. However, his words were arrogant and domineering. Idiot! Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Zhang Jilong as he spat out 2 words unhurriedly. Idiot! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he call Zhang Jilong an idiot? I'm not dreaming, am I? That hurts. Why are you pinching my leg? This is going to be interesting. The group of young men and women below the high platform looked at the high platform with interest. Usually, they would only cultivate and cultivate. It was quite boring. Occasionally, there would be conflicts that they could watch, but they were all excited. On the high platform, apart from the 13 gangsters who were at the mastery mortal shedding stage who were ranked in the top 5, the remaining 13 gangsters who were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage also walked out of the wooden house. They looked at Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong, who were facing each other with interest. Similar to the group of young men below the high platform, they also came out to watch the show. Naturally, they had one thing in common. That was, they were all targets of Zhang Jilong's blackmail. Today, they had given half of the origin stones they had received to Zhang Jilong. They did not want to give it to him. However, they had no choice but to give it to him. If they did not give it to him, they would definitely be beaten up by Zhang Jilong until they could not get up for a month. Then, their cultivation would be delayed. Therefore, they obediently gave half of the saint stones they received to Zhang Jilong every month. Brat, don't think that you're so great just because you defeated Li Han a month ago. In front of me, Li Han can't even last half a move. Zhang Jilong looked at Duan Lingtian calmly. Although his tone was calm, anyone who was sensitive would be able to sense the hidden anger in it. If Zhang Jilong was compared to a volcano, then he was on the verge of erupting. In his eyes, whether it was Li Han or Duan Lingtian, they were insignificant characters that were not worth mentioning. However, today, such a small character actually dared to disobey him. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. It was a blatant challenge. So what? Duan Lingtian still had a sneer on his face. If you want the saint stones in my hands, You can come and get them yourself. If you don't dare to, disappear from my sight immediately. No, there's no need to disappear. I almost forgot. You're ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Chapter 1374. When Duan Ling Tian's first words left his mouth, the spectators were already dumbfounded. This Duan Ling Tian is too tough. How dare he challenge Zhang Jilong? That's not all. What did he mean by that? Why did he ask if Zhang Jilong was ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Could it be that he wants to? The crowd did not dare to think further. They felt goosebumps on their scalps as they thought Duan Ling Tian was crazy. He was really crazy. The latent dragon camp gathered the top geniuses around Mound Hill City. Since Zhang Jilong was the strongest person in the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp, he could be considered as the strongest person in the middle stage of the mortal shedding stage around Mound Hill City to a certain extent. Duan Ling Tian actually dared to provoke such an existence? Did he think he could defeat Zhang Jilong? Where did his confidence come from? Now, even Guali, who was confident in Duan Ling Tian, could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian. She said to him through true energy voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian, why don't you give him 200 8th grade Saint Stones? I still have 100 8th grade Saint Stones with me. I can give you 50 of them. It's enough for you to cultivate. Guali advised. That's right. I'm ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Why? Do you want to challenge me? Zhang Jilong laughed out of anger when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He could not suppress his anger. Looks like you're not an ordinary idiot. Isn't it obvious what I said? Everyone else can see it, but you can't? Why do you have to ask me? Duan Ling Tian sneered in disdain. You're asking for it. Zhang Jilong was not a good-tempered person to begin with. After being challenged by Duan Ling Tian, he could no longer hold it in. Bang! With a stomp of his legs, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot out explosively towards Duan Ling Tian. I should have attacked earlier. Duan Ling Tian snorted when he saw Zhang Jilong charging toward him. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the sun-shooting bow. Not only that, but there was also an arrow condensed out of qi in his right hand. Body and arrow synchronization. Seeing that Zhang Jilong was only a few meters away from him, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and pulled the sun-shooting bow back a little. Of course, he used his full strength. Thus, just by drawing the sun-shooting bow slightly, the arrow that was shot out was already ridiculously fast. Duan Ling Tian stepped on the arrows and brushed past Zhang Jilong, who was coming straight at him. He almost brushed past Zhang Jilong. The speed he displayed was on par with Zhang Jilong. This Zhang Jilong does have some skills. His speed is actually on par with mine. Duan Ling Tian, who had swapped places with Zhang Jilong after the arrow was fired, turned around and looked at Zhang Jilong, who had also turned around, with a surprised expression on his face. Zhang Jilong did have some skill since he was able to become the strongest person at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp. While Duan Ling Tian was surprised, so was Zhang Jilong. This brat's speed is actually on par with mine? Zhang Jilong was shocked. He was completely shocked. Ever since he had broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, apart from those who were above the mastery mortal shedding stage, he had never met anyone who could match his speed among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators. As the saying went, speed was the only unbeatable martial skill in the world. The reason why Zhang Jilong could be called a supremacy among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators was mainly because of his speed. His speed was equivalent to being invincible. Coupled with his powerful attack technique, he had never met a match among the intermediate mortal shedding stage martial and Dao cultivators. His speed can actually match Zhang Jilong's? Currently, the pavilion that distributed the Saint Stones had been closed. Behind the balcony of the pavilion, one of the 36 heavenly guards of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, the heavenly harm guardian, looked at the two people who were confronting each other in shock. Did you guys see that? The other 13 gangsters who were on the intermediate mortal shedding stage looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. All of them had been defeated by Zhang Jilong before. They had fought Zhang Jilong before, so naturally, They knew that the reason why Zhang Jilong could defeat them was because of his terrifying speed. Now, there was actually a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage who could match Zhang Jilong's speed. How could they not be shocked? Another Zhang Jilong has been born? They had a complicated feeling. When they saw the speed that Duan Lingtian displayed earlier, they knew that they would most likely be defeated even if they were to fight him. The Duan Lingtian was just too fast. He was so fast that he could be compared to Zhang Jilong. What a fast speed! This Duan Lingtian defeated Li Han a month ago, and he's still holding back. If he displayed such speed a month ago, I think Li Han would have been defeated by him before he even had the chance to attack. Oh my god! His speed is actually on par with Zhang Jilong's. The group of young men and women below the high platform was boiling with excitement as they stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. What a fast speed! Li Han stood in the corner of the crowd with a grave expression on his face. It seems like I won't have the chance to avenge myself unless I break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. I must break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage before he breaks through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. The moment Li Han thought of this, he returned to the wooden house and began to cultivate with the Saint Stone in his hand. If he knew that Duan Lingtian was only a martial cultivator at the early mortal shedding stage, it was unknown what kind of expression he would have. 2 months. I'll definitely defeat you in 2 months at the most. Although Ho Lin was shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed, he was still full of confidence. This was because he was confident that he could break through to the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage in 2 months. At that time, he would not only have to defeat Guali to avenge himself, he would also have to defeat Duan Lingtian to prove to everyone in the latent dragon camp that he, Ho Lin, was powerful. No wonder you're so arrogant. You have the right to be arrogant. However, do you think you can defeat me just because you're as fast as me? Zhang Jilong said coldly. We'll only know if I can defeat you after I try. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. All right, I'll play with you then. The moment Zhang Jilong's words left his mouth, he shot out. His legs swept toward Duan Lingtian like a tornado. Wherever he passed, a tornado seemed to be formed as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long noticed that Zhang Jilong's saint weapon was the pair of boots on his feet. Whether it was his speed or his attack, he relied on his feet. Just like Duan Lingtian, whether it was his speed or his attack, he relied on the arrows in his hands. Faced with the tornado that was formed by Zhang Jilong's legs, Duan Lingtian shot up. He knocked an arrow on his bow and locked his gaze on Zhang Jilong before he released the bowstring. Clang! The arrow that was formed by true energy instantly shot out, leaving an arrow mark in the air as it charged toward Zhang Jilong. Humph! Zhang Jilong snorted coldly. His legs moved faster, and the tornado became even more ferocious as it swept toward Duan Lingtian's arrow formed by true energy. Finally, the tornado and the arrow collided, making a loud noise. Boom! A vast wave of air swept out. After a while, the tornado slowed down, and the arrow disappeared. Zhang Jilong's body shook, and he was sent flying backward. He was affected by the wave of air. At the same time, Zhang Jilong, who was barely able to stand, felt something sweet in his throat. His face was slightly pale, but he forcefully swallowed the blood. His pride did not allow him to spit out blood at this time. Once he spat out blood, it would undoubtedly be a declaration to the others. He, Zhang Jilong, was not as good as Duan Lingtian. What a prideful person. Duan Lingtian, who had landed steadily, was not injured at all. He looked at Zhang Jilong from afar. The others did not know the power of his arrow, but he did. Although it was offset by Zhang Jilong's move, the wave of air from the collision was enough to injure Zhang Jilong. At that time, if he was nearby, he would definitely be injured like Zhang Jilong. However, he was using an arrow, a long-range attack. It was destined that he would not be affected by the wave of air. In this aspect, he had the upper hand. Whether it was in terms of attack or speed, he was almost on par with Zhang Jilong. However, since he was using a bow, he was destined to be better than Zhang Jilong in actual combat. Zhang Jilong's injury was hidden so well that even the 13 gangsters who were at the intermediate mortal shedding stage did not notice that he was injured. If these people did not notice, It was even more so for those below the high platform and behind the septic tank. Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jilong faced each other. He asked calmly, "Zhang Jilong, right? Do you want to continue?" Barf. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Jilong was so angry that he spat out the blood he swallowed. The blood stained the ground like a dazzling red rose. Whoosh! Upon seeing this, the entire place fell silent. Zhang Jilong is injured? Everyone was shocked. They really did not notice it earlier. If it was said that there was someone who wasn't surprised now, it was none other than Duan Lingtian and the person in the pavilion, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. Huh! Suddenly, the Heavenly Harm Guardian on the pavilion raised his eyebrows as though he had noticed something. He looked into the distance. In the distant sky, a silhouette was flying toward him. It was so fast that even he could only catch a glimpse of it. In just a blink of an eye, the person was already standing next to him. The person who appeared next to the Heavenly Harm Guardian was a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He had a medium build but was well-built. Just by standing there, he gave off an invisible pressure. 14. Finally, the green-robed middle-aged man spoke. He looked at the Heavenly Harm Guardian and smiled. "Big brother." The Heavenly Harm Guardian took a deep breath and bowed respectfully at the green-robed middle-aged man. He did not dare to be negligent at all. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. This was his big brother, the leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian. At the same time, his big brother was also one of the few Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses among the 36 Guardians. Huh, who's that? He actually defeated Zhang Jilong? The Heavenly Leader Guardian looked at the purple figure in the distance. He was slightly surprised. I don't think I've seen him before. Is he new? He's someone ninth brother brought back. The Heavenly Harm Guardian replied. Someone ninth brother brought back? Chapter 1375. Duan Lingtian. I'll definitely return today's humiliation tenfold. Zhang Jilong, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian, said to Duan Lingtian with a gloomy face after taking a pill to heal his injuries. There was a ferocious gleam in his eyes. At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. His heart sank as he realized that Zhang Jilong was a dangerous person. What? You don't want to admit defeat? Duan Lingtian sneered. Just when Zhang Jilong was about to say something, a gust of wind whistled. After a while, everyone noticed that there was another person on the high platform. It was a middle-aged man in silver armor. Most of the people present were familiar with this person. It's Master Heavenly Harm Guardian. He's one of the 36 Guardians under the Governor, ranked 14th. He's also the manager of the Latent Dragon Camp. Waves of whispers entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. He's also one of the 36 Guardians under the Governor of Mount Hill City. Duan Lingtian recognized this middle-aged man in silver armor. He was the one who gave him the Saint Stone not long ago. He did not expect him to be one of the 36 Guardians under the Governor of Mount Hill City. Moreover, he was ranked 14th. Master Heavenly Harm Guardian. Master Heavenly Harm Guardian. Many people bowed to the Heavenly Harm Guardian respectfully. The leader of the 36 Guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian, orders. 13 Grand Guardians, go to the meeting room of the Governor's mansion now. No one is allowed to be absent. The Heavenly Harm Guardian said slowly. His voice was filled with true energy as he spoke. It exploded like thunder and spread throughout the entire Latent Dragon Camp. He's reminding the 5 Grand Guardians on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the Heavenly Harm Guardian's intention. Apart from the 5 Grand Guardians on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage, Martial and Dao cultivators, almost all of them were present. Haha. The Heavenly Leader Guardian summoned us personally to the meeting room. Looks like it's going to be fun. A burst of hearty laughter came. A figure shot out of cabin number 2 and left the Latent Dragon Camp in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that even Duan Lingtian could not catch it. So fast. No wonder he's ranked second among the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian was surprised. Then, Duan Lingtian saw a person shoot out of the number 3, number 4, and number 5 cabins respectively. They followed the person who came out of the number 2 cabin and left the latent dragon camp. Obviously, they had all gone to the meeting hall. Whoosh! At this moment, the heavenly harm guardian had also returned to the pavilion. He had already announced everything that needed to be announced. After glancing at Duan Lingtian gloomily, Zhang Jilong also descended from the high platform and left the latent dragon camp. The rest of the 13 gangsters also left one by one. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian and Guili were left. "Let's go too," Guili said. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. When he left, he couldn't help but look at wooden house number 1 a few times. But he found that there was no movement at all, and no one came out for a long time. Could it be that the owner of wooden house number 1, the leader of the 13 gangsters, dares to ignore the order of the heavenly leader guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After Duan Lingtian and Guili left, the entire latent dragon camp was in an uproar. Everyone was acting recklessly. The leader of the 36 guardians, the heavenly leader guardian, personally summoned the 13 gangsters. "I wonder what happened. I've been in the latent dragon camp for quite some time, and I've only seen Lord Heavenly Harm Guardian among the 36 guardians, let alone Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. I haven't even seen the other guardians before. It's your fault for not working hard on your cultivation. Otherwise, you could have become one of the 13 gangsters and meet Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian together." Just as the latent dragon camp members were discussing, Duan Lingtian and Guili arrived at the meeting hall of the Castellan's mansion. When they entered, they found that there were already 10 people standing there. Among the 10 people, apart from 4 new faces, Duan Lingtian had an impression of the other 6. They were the other intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivators and Dao cultivators among the 13 gangsters. He had seen them before in the latent dragon camp's campsite. New faces? At this moment, a young man with a brawny build and a stocky build looked at Duan Lingtian and Guili in surprise. "Both of you are the new members of the 13 gangsters? Xionghu, it seems like you've been working behind closed doors for the past month." Both of them are the new members of the latent dragon camp who replaced Ho Lin and Li Han a month ago. Next to the brawny young man, a seemingly frivolous young man in brocade clothes said with a smile. "Not bad, not bad." Xionghu glanced at Duan Lingtian and Guili before nodding. "He's the person who's ranked second among the 13 gangsters?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xionghu. He could tell that the person who came out of wooden house number 2 had the same voice as this person. It was apparent that they were the same person. "Hello, I'm Jin Yuan Bao. I'm ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters. I'm only below that freak and this big guy." The young man in brocade clothes introduced himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian while waving his folding fan. Guili, ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters. Seeing that the person ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters had taken the initiative to introduce himself, Guili immediately responded. She did not dare to be arrogant. Duan Lingtian, ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian introduced himself after Guili. He had a good impression of this friendly Jin Yuan Bao. This kind of person was always more open. Ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? Jin Yuan Bao was stunned when he heard that. Isn't Zhang Jilong ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters? He looked at Zhang Jilong and asked in shock, "Zhang Jilong, you were defeated by a newbie?" Although he was unwilling, Zhang Jilong had to nod and admit it. At the same time, he did not forget to explain. If he didn't use a bow and arrow, he would have tied with me at most. Naturally, Zhang Jilong knew why he was defeated in the battle with Duan Lingtian. It was also because of this that he was unwilling to admit defeat. A defeat is a defeat. Why are you looking for so many excuses? Don't tell me that you're going to come back from the dead and seek revenge after being killed? An ordinary-looking young man in a plain long robe who was standing at the side snorted and said in disdain, "Haha, Sun Go, Zhang Jilong is already in a bad mood after being defeated. Why do you have to bully him?" The young man who had his eyes fixed on Guili since she entered the door looked at the young man in the plain robe and laughed out loud. "Zhang Jian, you're such a busybody." Sun Gu snorted. Ranked 4th among the 13 gangsters, Sun Gu. Ranked 5th among the 13 gangsters, Zhang Jian. Is he also Hu Jie's distant cousin? Duan Ling Tian still remembered Sun Ji's figure and Zhang Jian's figure. They were the people who came out from cottage number 4 and cottage number 5 earlier. Sister Gua. Zhang Jian appeared in front of Gua Li and greeted her passionately. He did not have the bearing of a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator at all. However, one could tell he was not a kind person from the lustful gleam in the depth of his eyes. Naturally, Gua Li noticed this as well. She said coldly, "I don't know you. You don't know me, but I know you." Zhang Jian smiled. "You're the eldest miss of Fuyu Town's Gua clan. You're also the strongest person among the younger generation in Fuyu Town. I was fortunate enough to visit your place with my father." "So what?" Gua Li's reaction was as calm as before. "Sister Gua, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Jian, the eldest young master of New South Town's Zhang clan. I'm ranked 5th among the Latent Dragon Camp's 13 gangsters." Zhang Jian introduced himself patiently. This time, Gua Li ignored him. No matter how eloquent Zhang Jian was, she just ignored him. In the end, Zhang Jian's expression turned extremely grave. "Bitch, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." There was a hint of coldness in Zhang Jian's eyes as he cursed in his heart. "Haha, Zhang Jian, I realize you're really a bitch. Can't you see that Miss Gua Li is ignoring you? I can't believe you're still able to say so much. I'm really impressed." Jin Yuanbao laughed out loud and made fun of Zhang Jian without restraint. "Jin Yuanbao, don't go too far." The moment Jin Yuanbao's words left his mouth, Zhang Jian was so angry that he glared at him. His expression was extremely grave. "Don't go too far?" "Yes, I'm going too far. What can you do about it? I'll give you a chance. Challenge me. What do you think?" Jin Yuanbao smiled when he heard Zhang Jian's words. His smile was extremely bright. With just one sentence, Zhang Jian was so angry that his body trembled. His face was flushed and his eyes were bloodshot. It was as though he would explode at any time. Whoosh! At this moment, a gust of wind blew into the assembly hall, causing the robes of the 12 people present to flutter. After a while, it slowly fell to the ground. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the assembly hall. It was an ordinary-looking young man in green who carried a sheathed longsword on his back. He stood there quietly, not making a single sound. He's the leader of the 13 gangsters? When the young man in green entered, Duan Lingtian did not notice him at all. Even when the gust of wind blew past, he did not realize it was a person. He thought it was really just a gust of wind. At that moment, his heart was filled with shock. Heaven's eye! Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in green. His eyes narrowed. 30 years old. Perfection mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian was shocked when he probed the young man's age and cultivation base. A 30-year-old perfection mortal shedding stage cultivator? Where did this freak come from? Freak, you're finally here. I thought you were going to disobey Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian's order. Jin Yuanbao, who was very friendly, squinted at the young man in green and smiled. I'm not a freak. The young man in green had a rare reaction. His voice was so cold that it seemed to be able to freeze water. Freak? Hearing Jin Yuanbao's greeting to the young man in green, Duan Lingtian could not help but recall what Jin Yuanbao said earlier. Hello, I'm Jin Yuanbao. I'm ranked 3rd among the 13 gangsters. I'm just below that freak and this big guy. The big guy in this sentence was Xiong Hu was ranked 2nd among the 13 gangsters. He's the leader of the 13 gangsters, Ling Yun. Chapter 1376. Didn't they say that the top 5 in the 13 gangsters are all martial cultivators on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage? Duan Lingtian gasped. Could it be that Ling Yun has just broken through recently? Duan Lingtian could only come up with such a conclusion in the end. Duan Lingtian realized. As soon as Ling Yun appeared, other than Jin Yuanbao, everyone else, including Xiong Hu who was ranked 2nd among the 13 gangsters, looked at him with fear in their eyes. Very good, everyone's here. A voice came out of nowhere in the meeting hall, scaring Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was not the only one. Apart from Ling Yun, everyone else was shocked as well. Ling Yun was the only one who stood there like a statue. He was as still as a mountain. Ling Yun's composure is really terrifying, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As soon as the voice came out of nowhere, a green figure appeared at the head of the meeting hall. It was a green-clad middle-aged man. As soon as the green-clad middle-aged man appeared, he emitted an extremely powerful aura that made everything around him pale in comparison. Greetings, Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. At once, everyone, including Ling Yun, bowed at the green-clad middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian and Guali bowed as well. If only the two of them were present, they would not recognize this person at all. He's the Heavenly Leader Guardian? One of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mount Hill City? Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. After he lifted his head, he began to size up the green-clad middle-aged man. He was the leader of the 36 guardians, the Heavenly Leader Guardian. I've gathered all of you here to announce something. The Heavenly Leader Guardian went straight to the point. 3 months later, Lord City Governor will come out of his closed-door cultivation. By then, he'll pick 2 to 3 disciples from the 13 of you. Lord City Governor was going to pick disciples. As soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone's eyes lit up, including Ling Yun. The city governor of Mount Hill City was a powerful Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He was the strongest powerhouse in the surrounding area of Mount Hill City. If they could become his disciple, it would be easy for them to rise to the top. Apart from that, it was also equivalent to obtaining a powerful protection. The disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City could do whatever he wanted in the area around Mount Hill City. The sound of heavy breathing echoed throughout the meeting hall. Among the people present on the scene, apart from Duan Lingtian, who had an indifferent expression, only Ling Yun was calm. However, a hint of desire could be seen in Ling Yun's eyes. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He wasn't trying to act cool. It was because he really didn't feel anything at all. Duan Lingtian's vision was different from the vision of the other young geniuses present. In the eyes of these young geniuses, the city governor of Mount Hill City, who was on the Saint Rudiment stage, was someone they had to look up to and respect. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the city governor of Mount Hill City was just an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. The Heavenly Leader Guardian saw Duan Lingtian's calmness and could not help but praise him secretly. This little fella from the mortal continent that Ninth Brother found is pretty good. He hasn't seen much of the world, but he's still so calm after hearing that the city governor wants to take in a disciple. One could imagine. If Duan Lingtian knew what the Heavenly Leader Guardian was thinking, perhaps he would take out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and make it bigger before slamming it on the Heavenly Leader Guardian's head. Did this fella just say that he hadn't seen much of the world? Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, may I ask how the city governor will choose his disciple among us? Zhang Jilong asked excitedly. After 3 months, the city governor will come out of closed-door cultivation and test all of you. Of course, I don't know what the test is about, the Heavenly Leader Guardian said. The Heavenly Leader Guardian said, I called all of you here to remind all of you to work as hard as you can in these 3 months and raise your strength. After 3 months, if anyone is eliminated from the 13 gangsters, he won't be able to become the city governor's disciple. After the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, All right, all of you can go back now. As soon as the Heavenly Leader Guardian finished speaking, apart from Duan Lingtian and Ling Yun, the remaining 11 people flew out of the meeting hall in the blink of an eye and headed straight to the latent dragon camp. They were rushing back to cultivate. Ling Yun glanced at Duan Lingtian in surprise and flew out as well. Guoli too. Even if she wants to improve her strength, she shouldn't be in such a hurry, right? Duan Lingtian forced a smile and walked out of the meeting hall slowly. He was not interested in becoming the disciple of the city governor of Mount Hill City, so naturally, he was not in a hurry to go back to cultivate. Wait. Duan Lingtian heard a voice coming from behind him just as he was about to cross the threshold of the meeting hall. It was the Heavenly Leader Guardian's voice. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, you called for me? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the Heavenly Leader Guardian. To be honest, he was very curious about the Heavenly Leader Guardian, the leader of the 36 guardians under the command of the city governor of Mount Hill City. Earlier, there were a few times when he wanted to use his divine eye to probe him. However, when he thought about how Senior Lin, who was ranked ninth among the 36 Guardians, was at the paramount mortal shedding stage, Duan Lingtian dismissed the thought. Duan Lingtian even suspected that the leader of the 36 Guardians might be at the Saint Rudiment stage like the city governor of Mound Hill City. Naturally, this was only his speculation. I heard you're from the mortal continent? The heavenly leader guardian asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Yes. Duan Lingtian was not surprised that the heavenly leader guardian knew about his origin. After all, he had told Senior Lin about his origin and that he was from the mortal continent. Which mortal continent are you from? As far as I know, there's a total of 3 mortal continents outside of the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, only 2 mortal continents have martial cultivators. I'm from the mortal continent that only has martial cultivators, Duan Lingtian replied honestly. I've heard of that mortal continent. It's called the Cloud Continent. The heavenly leader guardian nodded. It seems like you're not from the same mortal continent as the city governor's disciple. If you're from the same continent, you might know each other. The city governor's disciple? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He's from the mortal continent as well?
Yes.
The heavenly leader guardian nodded and smiled. Not only is he from the mortal continent, but he's also a rare martial Dao prodigy. You'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. The Heavenly Leader Guardian nodded. Do you know there's a clan with the surname Han in the 5th-rate forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Duan Lingtian asked. A 5th-rate force. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed. A 5th-rate force. To him, it was something he could only look up to. Lord Heavenly Leader Guardian, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled when he saw the Heavenly Leader Guardian's strange expression. He did not know why the Heavenly Leader Guardian's expression changed. Was there something wrong? This was because the Saint Stones that Xuanai gave him were mostly 5th-grade Saint Stones. A small portion of them were 4th-grade Saint Stones. Due to this reason, he guessed the force behind Xuanai was a 5th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, this was also due to Gua Li's reminder. According to Gua Li, the Gua clan in Fuyu Town was a 9th-rate force that owned a 9th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City was an 8th-rate force that owned an 8th-grade Saint Stone Reserve. A 9th-grade Saint Stone Reserve could produce a small portion of 8th-grade Saint Stones. An 8th-grade Saint Stone Reserve could produce a small portion of 7th-grade Saint Stones. That was his speculation. The force that Xuanai belonged to should be a 5th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian, why are you asking about this? The Heavenly Leader Guardian asked after he took a deep breath to calm himself down. When I was in the mortal continent, I heard from my grandfather that he met someone when he was young. That person's surname was Han, and he claimed to be from a 5th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian casually came up with a reason. He did not dare to directly say that he knew someone with the surname Han who was suspected to be from a 5th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He did not want to create unnecessary trouble. Moreover, if he said he knew someone from a 5th-rate force, he would be dead meat if they thought he had received some benefits from the 5th-rate force and became greedy. After experiencing 2 lifetimes, coupled with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes of memories, Duan Lingtian could be said to have experienced 4 lifetimes. Naturally, his thoughts were thorough. So that's how it is. The Heavenly Leader Guardian sighed in relief when he heard that. Indeed, many people from the Dao Martial Saint Land went to the mortal continent in the past. However, I heard from them that the conditions there were terrible. They felt uncomfortable staying there for a while. Upon hearing the Heavenly Gift Guardian's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. Compared to the Dao Martial Saint Land, the conditions on the mortal continent were naturally worse. Putting everything else aside, just the Gua clan that Gua Li was from, the 9th-rate force in the Dao Martial Saint Land in Fuyu Town, had a better cultivation environment and resources than any place on Cloud Continent. As for a 5th-rate force, I don't know much about it. Even our city governor's estate of Mound Hill City is only an 8th-rate force. Even the great sect above our Mound Hill City is only a 7th-rate force. The heavenly leader guardian said, "A fifth-rate force is too far away from us. However, there's one thing I'm sure of. There are many powerhouses in a fifth-rate force. There are at least hundreds of Saint Stage powerhouses." When the heavenly leader guardian mentioned the Saint Stage powerhouses, respect appeared on his face. It was respect that came from the bottom of his heart. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked. So the force that Xuan'ai is from is actually so powerful? There are hundreds of Saint Stage powerhouses. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was inexplicably shocked. After a while, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the heavenly leader guardian and left the assembly hall. What a rare genius. He has been cultivating in the mortal continent all this while, and he managed to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage at the age of 35. If Master City Governor's disciple did not follow Master City Governor to the Dao Martial Saint Land, he might not be able to compare to him. The heavenly leader guardian thought to himself. Chapter 1377. When Duan Lingtian returned to the latent dragon camp, he realized that apart from him, the other 12 of the 13 gangsters were quietly cultivating in the wooden houses. As for the people who lived in the dilapidated wooden houses below the high platform, they were still as idle as before. However, there were also 2 people in the wooden houses who did not come out for a long time. It was Ho Lin and Li Han's wooden houses. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not notice this. After he returned to his own wooden house. Of course, he was currently in wooden house number 6. After defeating Zhang Jilong, he replaced Zhang Jilong and became the 6th person in the 13 gangsters. He was only below 5 people on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. No, I should say that he's only below 1 person on the Perfection Mortal Shedding stage, and 4 people on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought of Ling Yun, the young man in green who carried a sheathed longsword, the leader of the 13 gangsters. Duan Lingtian had to admit that when he saw Ling Yun, he was reminded of his childhood friend, Su Li. Unfortunately, he had never seen Su Li again until the moment he left the Cloud Continent. The reason why he thought of this was because Ling Yun looked very similar to Su Li. Of course, it was only the way they dressed. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao, wake me up if I still haven't woken up in 9 months. Duan Lingtian greeted Hualao and went up to the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate. 9 months on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 3 months in the outside world. The city governor of Mound Hill City would come out of seclusion in 3 months. By then, he would set up some tests and recruit 2 or 3 disciples. Duan Lingtian was not interested in that at all. However, it was not convenient for him to stay out of it. Therefore, he could only accompany Guali to join in the fun and broaden his horizons. If he accidentally became the disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, he would just let nature take its course. If the rest of the 13 gangsters knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, they would definitely want to beat him to death. Even Guali was no exception. The reason they were cultivating with all their might was so that they could perform well in the test set by the city governor of Mound Hill City in 3 months' time. Becoming a disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City was their dream. Guali definitely wants to become the direct disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City. Thinking of Guili, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. In his eyes, Guali was undoubtedly a pitiful person. She was a woman, but her talent was not inferior to that of a man. Furthermore, her family had high hopes for her, and all of this had a price to pay. No matter where she went, her heart would tremble in fear. She was deeply afraid that someone would secretly hand out a knife to kill her. If she could become the direct disciple of the city governor of Mound Hill City, she would no longer have to worry about anything. If I can help you, I will definitely help you, Duan Lingtian murmured. Guali was the first person he met when he arrived in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, Guali had warned him when he killed hundreds of obsidian armored beasts in the sea near Fuyu Island and attracted many more ferocious demon beasts. Although Guali's warning did not work in the end, he was still very grateful. After spending time together and getting to know each other better, he realized Guali was a kind girl. She was such a kind-hearted girl, and he didn't want her to die one day, even if that day really came. He also hoped that it would be the day her life ended. With my cultivation speed, I'll definitely be able to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage in 9 months' time. After this breakthrough, I'll have to spend some time cultivating the techniques in the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Soon after, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the air. He held the 5th-grade Saint Stone in his hand and began to cultivate. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, 9 dragons form. The heaven and earth spirit energy from the 2nd level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and the 5th-grade Saint Stone were constantly absorbed by Duan Lingtian's body. Then, the 9 dragons carried it all the way through the 15 Saint veins. After passing through the 15 Saint veins, it was considered a major circulatory cycle. Once the major circulatory cycle was completed, the heaven and earth spirit energy turned into pure true energy and entered Duan Lingtian's Qi. The true energy in his Qi increased by a little. It was a cycle like this, over and over again, as if it would never tire. Cultivation was just so boring. One had to endure hardships to become a man above others. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating diligently to break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. In the southern district of the Dao Martial Saintland, a group of people flew across the sky in a majestic manner. There were more than 300 people in this group. Their speed was very fast, ridiculously fast. My goodness, what's that? At the same time, many people were shocked when they saw this scene. What a fast speed! My cultivation base is at the paramount mortal shedding stage, but my speed can't keep up with these people. They're so fast, a person at the paramount mortal shedding stage mumbled. Apart from shock, there was only horror on his face. Saint Rudiment stage. These 300 people are all at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. My goodness, there are so many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. Which 6th-rate force is going all out? There are so many people, and it seems like they're going out to sea. That's strange. What are they going to do? I want to follow them, but the problem is I can't catch up with them at all. Many people looked up at the sky and watched as more than 300 figures disappeared into the horizon, disappearing before their eyes. They only managed to suppress the shock in their hearts after a long time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. More than 300 people flew across the sky and entered the southern sea from the southern district of the Dao Martial Saintland. In front of these 300 people was a gigantic bear-type wild beast leading the way. The bear-type wild beast's eyes were crimson red, and its body was huge like a small hill. This wild beast's speed was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, it had already left the southern district of the Dao Martial Saintland. A yellow-clad girl stood on the back of this wild beast. The childishness on the girl's beautiful face had just faded away. It was as though she was a peerless beauty who was about to break away from the ranks of young girls. However, the girl's expression was grave. Xuanai, don't worry. Your brother Ling Tian will be fine. A middle-aged man dressed in strange clothes was walking side by side with the wild beast. The contours of his face were perfect, but the vicissitudes of time had left its mark on his face. He was looking at the yellow-clad girl on the back of the Thunder Bear wild beast and said with a smile, Uncle Mu, thank you for accompanying me to look for Brother Ling Tian. The yellow-clad girl was none other than Han Xuanai. Silly girl, there's no need for you to thank me. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, as long as your brother Ling Tian hasn't gone to the Dao Martial Saintland, I'll definitely be able to help you find him. The middle-aged man's words were filled with confidence. What a joke. He had brought 30 powerhouses who were at the Saint stage or above with him on this trip. There were more than 270 people who were at the Saint Rudiment stage or above. With so many people, it would not take much time, even if they searched the entire sea between the Dao Martial Saintland and the Cloud Continent. Naturally, the most important thing was that these people were very fast. Yes. Han Xuanai nodded, but there was still a hint of worry in her eyes. Brother Ling Tian, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, I won't be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. Han Xuanai thought to herself. A purple-clad young man's voice and smile kept appearing in her mind. That was her brother Ling Tian. The group of more than 300 people swept across the sea. Wherever they passed, the waves on the surface of the sea would rise and crash down, causing some of the wild beasts near the sea to feel dizzy. Not far behind these 300 over people, an elderly figure followed behind them like a shadow. It was a gray-clad old man. He was skinny, and there was not much flesh on his body. However, his eyes seemed to be dancing with a dark green flame. It was extremely eerie and intimidating. The old man was holding a walking stick made of an unknown material in his hand. It shone with a dark green light, and when it was reflected in his eyes, it sent chills down one's spine. Are these people from a sixth-rate force or a fifth-rate force? I wonder why they're rushing south with such fanfare. The south seems to be the mortal continent where young master is. The gray-clad old man muttered to himself. The gray-robed old man muttered, his voice revealing a hint of gloominess. I wonder how much young master has grown. Master asked me to wait for him in the southern district of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, but he hasn't arrived yet. I heard that the cultivation speed of people from the mortal continent is very slow. Perhaps I'll have to wait a little longer. However, since these people are heading in the direction of the mortal continent where young master is, I'll have to ask them about their purpose. I can't let them interfere with young master's growth. When the old man reached this point, he instantly disappeared from the spot as if he had vanished into thin air. At the same time, a figure appeared in front of the 300 people led by the Thunder Bear barbaric beast. It was none other than the gray-clad old man who was following behind them. Boom! The old man raised his hand, and the walking stick in his hand shook before he pointed it at the air. At once, a wave of energy exploded in the air, and a barrier descended from the sky. It seemed to be indomitable. At the same time, the 300 people had also arrived in front of the barrier. *T. The middle-aged man dressed strangely next to the Thunder Bear barbaric beast had also noticed the heaven and earth barrier that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Horror dawned on him immediately. Stop! The moment the middle-aged man ordered, the 300 people began to slow down. However, they were still dragged a distance away by the inertia. The first one to slow down was the bear barbaric beast. After it stopped, it lifted its head and roared loudly. Its voice rumbled and caused a shockwave to appear in the air. Boom! The shockwave blasted in the air, causing the space to tremble. Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear? Chapter 1378. Following that, a gray-clad old man with a walking stick appeared in front of the group of more than 300 people. With just his strength alone, he was able to stop a group of 30 Saint Stage powerhouses and more than 200 Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses. One could see how intimidating the old man was. Old man, who are you? Han Shuanai, who was standing on the wild bear's back, finally regained her senses. She glared at the gray-clad old man in front of her. Why are you blocking our way? Little girl, you're so rude. Didn't the adults in your family teach you to respect your elders? The gray-clad old man asked in a deep voice as he stared at Han Shuanai with his eyes that were flickering with green flames. At this moment, Han Shuanai finally saw the evil in the old man's eyes. She was so frightened that her face turned pale immediately. Even her body could not help but tremble slightly. One could imagine how terrifying the old man's appearance was to be able to frighten Han Shuanai, who was known as the Little Devil. Shuanai, don't be rude. At this moment, the middle-aged man in strange clothes who was walking in front with Han Shuanai flew forward and arrived in front of the gray-clad old man before bowing slightly. Senior. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and spoke slowly. His tone was filled with respect. You're not bad. There aren't many outstanding beast tamers in the Dao Marshal Saint Land. Those who can tame a wild beast like the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear are even rarer. The gray-clad old man looked at the middle-aged man and nodded. His gaze quickly shifted to the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear. When the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear was stared at by the old man, it was so shocked that it began to tremble. It almost knocked Han Shuanai down. Fortunately, the middle-aged man in strange clothes shouted in a timely manner, causing the Heavenly Prison Barbaric Bear to calm down again. Tell me, what's your name? Perhaps This old man has heard of you before. The gray-clad old man looked at the middle-aged man again and asked nonchalantly, Senior, I'm Mui. The middle-aged man replied respectfully, Mui, I seem to have heard of you before. You're the genius beast tamer from the Greenwave Han Mansion? The gray-clad old man thought for a while before the green flames in his eyes began to rage as he asked, I don't dare to call myself a genius beast tamer. Mui is indeed from the Greenwave Han Mansion. Mui modestly said, You don't have to be humble. I stopped you because I want to ask you something. What is the purpose of your Greenwave Han Mansion traveling south with such great fanfare? The gray-clothed old man asked directly. To tell you the truth, Senior, we came here to help the young miss find a friend of hers. That friend of hers went missing in the boundless sea, and there is still no news of him. Mui sincerely said, She's the daughter of Mansion Master Han from your Greenwave Han Mansion? Humph. His upbringing doesn't seem to be that good either. The gray-robed old man looked at Han Shuanai again and snorted. If someone else had said that to her, Han Shuanai would have gone berserk long ago. However, this old man gave Han Shuanai a feeling that she was wandering around the gates of hell. Moreover, a person who could make her Uncle Mu treat him so respectfully was definitely not a simple person. Therefore, she chose to remain silent. Dong! Suddenly, the gray-robed old man raised his hand. With a shake of his walking stick, he pointed it at the air again. At once, the barrier that seemed to connect heaven and earth disappeared as though it had never appeared. Mui boy, I'll believe you this time. If I find out that you're lying to me in the future, I'll have to make a trip to the Greenwave Han Mansion. After the gray-robed old man finished speaking, his figure began to fade away. Senior, may I ask who you are? Seeing that the gray-robed old man was about to leave, Mui quickly asked. I'm from the Azure Cloud Mansion. The old voice resonated again and only entered Mui's ears. Then, the gray-robed old man's figure gradually faded away in the air. Azure Cloud Mansion? When Mui heard the gray-robed old man's words, his eyes narrowed immediately. He's from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Could he be that person? Good heavens, why would he appear here? Mui's heartbeat quickened to the extreme. It took him a long time before he gradually calmed down. No wonder he was able to cast the heaven-shrouding earth technique so easily. As it turns out, he's actually that powerhouse from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Mui sucked in a breath of cold air, trying his best to calm himself down. Uncle Mu, did that old man say anything to you? At this moment, Han Shuanai noticed that the old man had left, and she finally dared to raise her head. However, when she saw Mui's expression, she still asked. She knew that the old man must have said something to Uncle Mu. Otherwise, with Uncle Mu's character, he would not have acted in such a manner. Shuanai, remember this? If you have the chance to see him again in the future, you must be more respectful. Even if your father sees him, he'll have to respectfully address him as senior. Mui said to Han Shuanai solemnly. When he recalled Han Shuanai's reckless behavior earlier, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. Even my father has to address him as senior? Han Shuanai frowned. Uncle Mu, just tell me. Who is he? He must have told you, right? When Mui heard Han Shuanai's words, he smiled wryly. This girl was really too smart. Shuanai, I can tell you, but you have to promise me that you'll be respectful when you see him in the future. Mui said again. I don't want to see him again. Han Shuanai snorted. That old man is so ugly. My brother Ling Tian is still better looking. When she spoke of brother Ling Tian, Han Shuanai sighed again. However, she quickly regained her senses and looked at Mui. Uncle Mu, quickly tell me, who was that old man? Shuanai, if you don't promise me, Uncle Mu won't tell you. Mui shook his head and shouted in a low voice. Instantly, the barbaric bear under Han Shuanai's feet flew out as though it had transformed into a gigantic cannonball. Its momentum was shocking. Let's go. At the same time, Mui ordered the 300 over powerhouses to continue on their journey. Uncle Mu, I'll promise you. Quickly tell me that old man. No, it's that senior. Who is that senior? Han Shuanai turned to look at Mui, who was following her. At this moment, she had completely given in. He's from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Mui transmitted his voice to Han Shuanai. Azure Cloud Mansion? Upon hearing this, Han Shuanai's eyes narrowed as a shocked expression appeared on her face. My goodness, what's the freak from the Azure Cloud Mansion doing here? I don't know either. However, there must be something in the south that he cares about. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked about our purpose. This time, whether we can find your brother Ling Tian or not, we must go back. Mui said, We'll definitely find brother Ling Tian. Han Shuanai said stubbornly. Just as Han Shuanai was leading the group of powerhouses from the Green Wave Han Mansion to search the vast and boundless ocean, the person they were looking for was quietly staying in a seaside city in the Dao Marshall Saint Land. This city was called Mound Hill City. Mound Hill City, City Governor's Estate, Latent Dragon Camp. In cottage number 6, a small pagoda that had turned into dust sat quietly at the corner of the bed. Nobody would have thought that such a small pagoda would have a completely different world inside. On the second level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda, a purple-clad young man was sitting cross-legged in the air. Wisps of heaven and earth spirit energy that could be clearly seen entered his body through the air and became a part of his body. In his hand, the heaven and earth spirit energy that was accumulated in the 5th grade Saint Stone extended out and entered his body as well. Time passed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, the purple-clad young man who was sitting cross-legged in the air began to slowly turn his body. Wisps of faint true energy radiated from his body. It's finally filled up. This pigeon egg-sized chi is actually like a bottomless pit. When I break through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage, won't the egg-sized chi be even more exaggerated? Duan Lingtian did not know when he regained his consciousness. He no longer repeated the cultivation steps numbly. At this moment, the pigeon egg-sized chi between his brows was already filled with true energy. Not only that, but the 15 saintly veins in his body were also filled with vital energy. Now, I can open a new saint vein. As long as I open a new saint vein, the chi will be formed. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian began to mobilize the true energy in the 15 saint veins. One must admit that opening a saint vein was a difficult process. Although Duan Lingtian had experienced it once before, he still could not get used to it again. Right now, he only had one feeling, and that was pain. Pain. It's too painful. Opening a saint vein was a good thing, but the process of opening a saint vein was heart-wrenching. I wonder which one is more painful than a woman giving birth. Duan Lingtian did not know why he had such thoughts. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he suppressed it. I almost forgot. When a woman gives birth in this world, as long as the mother's cultivation base is high, she can use her own strength to reduce unnecessary pain. While Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, his 16th saint vein was successfully opened. The opening of a saint vein was like a bright light, guiding the crowd forward in the dark. Gradually, the 2nd saint vein, the 3rd saint vein, and the 4th saint vein were opened one by one. 17 saint veins. When all the saint veins were opened, Duan Lingtian was so excited that his body trembled, causing his true energy to go astray. He only calmed down after another wave of excruciating pain. 17 saint veins. 17 saint veins. However, Duan Lingtian's heart was still filled with excitement. At the early mortal shedding stage, 15 saint veins were opened in his body. At the intermediate mortal shedding stage, 17 saint veins were opened in his body. However, this was not the most important point. Chapter 1379. In total, I'll be able to open 89 saint veins when I'm at the paramount mortal shedding stage. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions that had calmed down a little became agitated again. He knew that opening an additional 17 saint veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage had given him a brand new future. Initially, he thought he would open an additional 16 saint veins at the intermediate mortal shedding stage and so on. It was considered good to open a total of 85 saint veins. Among the natives of the Yin Huang planet, the Dipankara Buddha who had opened the most saint veins had only opened 85 saint veins. However, now, the sudden change when he broke through to the intermediate stage of the mortal shedding stage gave Duan Lingtian an even better, or rather, an even more insane future. Based on the current situation, he would be able to open at least 89 saint veins when he broke through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. If there's another accident when I break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, and another accident when I break through to the perfection mortal shedding stage, and another accident when I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage, I might as well open 99 saint veins when I break through to the paramount mortal shedding stage. Duan Ling Tian continued to fantasize in his heart. However, Duan Ling Tian soon regained his senses. Now, it's time for the last step. With a jolt of his heart, Duan Ling Tian began to cultivate the Nine Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 10th form, the Nine Dragons Form Mental Cultivation Method. As he rapidly absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy and transformed it into true energy, the true energy in his qi began to surge out as well. All of a sudden, the 32 saint veins in Duan Lingtian's body were filled with true energy. The nine dragons carried the true energy and circulated it again and again. It was as though they would never feel tired. The speed at which the nine dragons carried the true energy was getting faster and faster. In the end, the 32 saint veins were almost on fire from the friction. Now's the time. Duan Lingtian gasped as his heart skipped a beat. At that moment, the true energy in the 32 saint veins in his body rushed into his qi that was the size of a pigeon's egg. His qi that was the size of a pigeon's egg began to expand. Ah! The intense pain spread to Duan Lingtian's nerves in his head, causing him to involuntarily cry out. This was despite him enduring the pain in his body. Otherwise, he would have already let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, after the pain, there was a feeling of comfort. Perhaps this was the feeling of sweetness after bitterness. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force moved, and he quickly discovered that the sea of qi between his eyebrows had undergone a tremendous change. His qi, which was originally the size of a pigeon's egg, was now the size of a chicken's egg. However, even though his qi had become the size of an egg, the zhenqi in it was only transferred from the pigeon egg-sized qi. Compared to the egg-sized qi, it seemed to be very little. It'll be a long process to fill the egg-sized qi. However, when the egg-sized qi is filled, it'll be the time for me to break through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's body stopped rotating while he was sitting cross-legged. His eyes opened as a flash of brilliance flashed through them. After the egg-sized qi appeared, Duan Lingtian had completely broken through to the intermediate mortal shedding stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt that it was not only his qi that had undergone a transformation. Even his own body seemed to have undergone earth-shattering changes. After some experimentation, Duan Lingtian discovered his current ability was absolutely invincible on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Even if it was a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had cultivated the human rank top saint-grade martial tactics techniques to the highest stage, he was confident that he could defeat him in a blink of an eye. His body was even more powerful than a five-clawed divine dragon on the intermediate mortal shedding stage with 32 saint veins circulating his true energy at the same time. This was Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage. My current ability is comparable to the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Ordinary Mastery Mortal Shedding stage powerhouses are no match for me. After experimenting for a while, Duan Lingtian had a deeper understanding of his own strength. When I was on the early Mortal Shedding stage, my ability was on par with Zhang Jilong, who was at the peak of the intermediate Mortal Shedding stage. However, I can still defeat him with the advantage of my bow and arrow. Unless it's a Dao cultivator or a martial cultivator who specializes in long-range attacks, there shouldn't be many people who can defeat me at the peak of the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to this point, a bright smile appeared on his face. Now, it's time for me to cultivate the techniques in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, especially the offensive technique, the Aerolite Shower. I'll only be able to cultivate the defensive technique, the Colossal Arrow Bell, in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow after I've cultivated the Aerolite Shower to the highest stage. Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation toward the Colossal Arrow Bell. According to Xuanai, for example, the human rank top saint grade martial tactic that he cultivated, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, had a technique that was based on other techniques at the highest stage. The power of that technique was not inferior to the power of an Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. However, only a Saint stage powerhouse could cultivate an Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. Since he had decided to do it, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air as the sun's shooting bow appeared in his hand. He lifted his right hand and consolidated a true energy arrow. Then, he knocked it on the bowstring and shot it out. Aerolite shower. As the arrow flew up into the sky and fell back down, true energy swords rained down from the sky as though it was a meteor shower. Apart from the aerolite shower, Duan Lingtian did not neglect the other techniques as well. Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about time as he focused on cultivating the techniques. Unknowingly, half a year had passed since he entered the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Naturally, this half a year was the time he spent on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Half a year was equivalent to 6 months. 3 days on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was equivalent to 1 day outside. Therefore, only 2 months had passed outside. Ha ha ha, I've broken through. I've finally broken through. After 2 months, a loud laughter broke the silence in the latent dragon camp. Many young men and women walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses in the latent dragon camp. As for the brand new wooden houses on the high platform, the people inside were not alarmed. The wooden houses where the 13 gangsters stayed had better soundproofing. Who's shouting? It's so noisy. Can't we cultivate anymore? Many young men and women who walked out of the dilapidated wooden houses complained. However, when they saw the person who walked out of the dilapidated wooden house with laughter, they shut their mouths immediately. They did not dare to complain anymore. The person who walked out of the dilapidated wooden house with a smile was no stranger to them. It was none other than Ho Lin. Ho Lin, one of the 13 gangsters, was defeated 3 months ago and was removed from the 13 gangsters. Did he just say that he had broken through after 3 months? He was originally a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Now that he had broken through, he was on the mastery mortal shedding stage. Ho Lin has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? Immediately, many people reacted and cried out in surprise. This is shocking news. Ho Lin has broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Not only did his Sea of Qi transform again, but he also gained more Saint Veins. No martial or Dao cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage is his match. With Ho Lin's current strength, let alone re-entering the 13 gangsters, it's not impossible for him to enter the 6th place. That's right. Duan Lingtian, who's ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters, is only a martial cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Although he defeated Zhang Jilong, his strength is at the peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage at most. The peak of the intermediate mortal shedding stage is not on the same level as the mastery mortal shedding stage. The young men and women in the dilapidated wooden houses kept walking out and were waiting to see what would happen. They knew Ho Lin's character very well. It was fine that he was not a match for any of the 13 gangsters in the past. Now that he had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, he would definitely re-enter the 13 gangsters. Soon, Ho Lin's action confirmed the young men's thoughts. Bang! Ho Lin stomped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to crack like a spider web. He then flew up to the high platform and stood outside wooden house number 13 in the blink of an eye. I, Ho Lin, challenged Guoli, who's ranked 13th among the 13 gangsters. Standing in front of the wooden house, Ho Lin spoke slowly. His thunderous voice that contained true energy was sent into wooden house number 13. Soon, the door of wooden house number 13 was opened. Guoli walked out from inside. However, Guoli did not look too good. No matter who it was, they would not look good when they were interrupted during their cultivation. Ho Lin, you want to challenge me? Guoli looked at Ho Lin and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Today, I, Ho Lin, will avenge my humiliation and defeat you. Ho Lin said with a grin. It seems like you've broken through. Guoli's eyes flashed and there was fear in the depth of her eyes. Since you know that I've broken through, shouldn't you admit defeat? You should know that it's impossible for an intermediate mortal shedding stage to fight a mastery mortal shedding stage. Ho Lin smiled. His smile was smug. It seemed like he was trying his best to persuade her, but only he knew what he was thinking. Admit defeat? Guali snorted softly. Guali, never admit defeat. Then, don't blame me for being ruthless. The smile on Ho Lin's face became even more radiant. Guali's answer was exactly what he wanted. If Guali admitted defeat so easily, he would feel bored. It would be best if she did not admit defeat. It would allow him to vent the resentment that he had accumulated for the past 3 months. When he recalled that he was removed from the 13 gangsters because of this little girl, his heart was filled with resentment. He needed to vent his anger to his heart's content. I've broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage now. I won't bully you. You go first. Ho Lin said nonchalantly. His words caused the spectators to be speechless. They all felt that Ho Lin was too shameless. How could he even say such words? Chapter 1380. Although Guali was unwilling to admit defeat, however, facing Ho Lin, who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, she was destined to lose from the beginning. Therefore, she was defeated by Ho Lin in just one move. After being defeated by Ho Lin, she was not discouraged. It was not embarrassing to be defeated by a martial cultivator at the mastery mortal shedding stage. As long as she broke through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, she was confident she would be able to redeem herself. Guali, you'll see soon. Your companion, Duan Lingtian, will also be defeated by me. After defeating Guali, Ho Lin smirked before he flew out and landed in front of cottage number 6. His voice resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian, Ho Lin, challenge you. His voice contained true energy that was transmitted into the house. The sound wave rushed into the wooden house through the gap in the door and stirred up a breeze. As the breeze blew, it also blew into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda that was the size of a speck of dust. The space in the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda suddenly shook. Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating on the 2nd level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, felt the ground shake. Then, he discovered he had been knocked out of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Uncomfortable. That was the only feeling he had at the moment. Who's that? When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he could not help but feel angry. Since the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda was in the wooden house, it was impossible for it to be disturbed. In that case, there was only one possibility. Someone had disturbed the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to push the door open to see who had caused him to be knocked out of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda, a voice rang out. It was the voice from outside again. Ho Lin. When Duan Lingtian heard Ho Lin's voice that contained the sound wave that caused the breeze to blow, he knew it was Ho Lin's sound wave that had disturbed the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. That was why he was knocked out of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. After experiencing the feeling of being knocked out of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda previously, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind not to experience it again unless it was necessary. And today, Ho Lin had caused him to experience that extremely uncomfortable feeling once again. Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and walked out. Everyone, including Guali, could see Duan Lingtian's extremely ugly expression. Of course, no one could guess the real reason why Duan Lingtian's expression was so ugly. Duan Lingtian's complexion seems to be very bad. Much worse than Guali's complexion when she came out just now. How can it not be ugly? Now that he's challenged by Ho Lin, who has just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, I reckon he even has the intention to die. He hesitated for a while before coming out. I think he didn't plan to come out at first, but under Ho Lin's repeated urging, he had no choice but to come out. The strength of someone on the mastery mortal shedding stage is just too powerful. It seems like Ho Lin will be ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters as soon as he breaks through to the mastery mortal shedding stage today. Many people were talking about it. They all felt that Ho Lin's victory over Duan Lingtian was without a doubt. I was wondering where you, Ho Lin, got your guts from? So it's because you had a breakthrough. Not bad. Not bad at all. After Duan Lingtian walked out of the wooden house, he looked at Ho Lin, who was standing nearby, and laughed out of anger. Duan Lingtian, I challenged Guali first, but she didn't admit defeat even though she's a woman. I don't think you're going to admit defeat, right? Ho Lin looked at Duan Lingtian and mocked him. The intention of his words was obvious. He did not want Duan Lingtian to admit defeat. However, after hearing his words, if Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, it would undoubtedly mean that he was inferior to a woman. What? Do you think I'll admit defeat? Naturally, Duan Lingtian saw through Ho Lin's intention. He could not help but scoff. Ho Lin thought too highly of himself, did he not? It's good that you won't admit defeat. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ho Lin smiled brilliantly. How about this? Just like Guali, I'll let you make the first move. Otherwise, you'll say that I'm only at the mastery mortal shedding stage, and I'm bullying you guys at the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Ho Lin repeated what he had just said to Guali. For a moment, the surrounding crowd looked at Ho Lin with disdain in their eyes. In their opinion, Ho Lin was too shameless. How could he have the nerve to say such shameless words twice? Let me make the first move? Are you sure? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. That's right. Ho Lin nodded. At the same time, an iron rod appeared in his hand. It was his weapon, an inconspicuous human rank mediocre saint weapon. Although he let Duan Lingtian make the first move, he did not dare to be careless. He held the saint-grade weapon in his hand. Very good, very good. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He took out the sun-shooting bow and condensed his true energy into an arrow. He nodded and said unhurriedly, Since you let me make the first move, it's only natural that I won't refuse. I'll do as you wish. As soon as the word wish left his mouth, Duan Lingtian had already shot an arrow. Body and arrow synchronization. Duan Lingtian did not hold back when he shot the arrow. His physical strength was fully unleashed. The true energy in his chi also burst out through the 36 saint veins in an instant. It could be said that the moment Duan Lingtian made his move, he displayed the fastest speed he could muster. As for how fast he was, it could be seen from the moment he appeared in front of Ho Lin before Ho Lin could react. Ho Lin was initially holding the iron rod in his hand as he looked at Duan Lingtian warily. However, he did not expect that. He was so vigilant that Duan Lingtian would be able to appear in front of him before he could react. He only felt that in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian seemed to have crossed the distance between them. Fast. Too fast. This was the only thought left in Ho Lin's mind at that moment. He did not even have time to think. The iron rod in his hand shook as he prepared to use the saint-grade martial tactics move. However, he did not expect that the moment his iron rod shook, it would be enveloped by a huge force before he could even make a move. It was Duan Lingtian who had appeared in front of Ho Lin. He lifted the bowstring and did not use any move as he ruthlessly smashed it on the iron rod in Ho Lin's hand. At that moment, Ho Lin's hands were bleeding from the web between his thumb and index finger. Blood splattered everywhere. Oomph! As Ho Lin grunted, although he did not lose his grip on the iron rod, he loosened his grip on it. Clang! At that moment, a dull, thunderous sound reverberated in the air. It was Duan Lingtian who shook the bowstring of the sun-shooting bow in his hand. The bowstring drew a slight arc and shook the iron rod. This time, Ho Lin could no longer hold on to the iron rod, causing it to fall to the ground. The pain from his hands made Ho Lin feel like his heart was being torn apart. However, he still endured it without making a sound. However, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Duan Lingtian has also broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? It must be. It must be. That was the only thought in his mind at that moment. After shaking off the iron rod in Ho Lin's hand, Duan Lingtian put away the sun-shooting bow in his hand and immediately attacked Ho Lin with his fists and legs. Ho Lin, who no longer had the saint weapon to rely on, had no strength to fight back against Duan Lingtian's fists and legs. What a joke. Duan Lingtian's current ability was comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the mastery mortal shedding stage. Was it not a piece of cake for him to deal with Ho Lin, a hothead who had just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage? Bang, 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 bang. Each of Duan Lingtian's punches and kicks penetrated deeply into Ho Lin's flesh. The dull thuds that reverberated in the air made the onlookers' scalps go numb. Duan Lingtian's attacks were just right. He did not kill Ho Lin, but he did not cripple him either. Barf. Arg. During this process, Ho Lin kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. In the end, he was spitting out blood. Every time he opened his mouth to admit defeat, Duan Lingtian's fists would land on his chest, causing him to be unable to speak at all. Gradually, he even had thoughts of dying. That's enough. At this moment, even the heavenly harm guardian on the pavilion could not stand it anymore and spoke up to stop him. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian did not dare to disrespect the heavenly harm guardian. He shot his leg out and landed it on Ho Lin's abdomen violently, sending him flying. At this moment, Ho Lin was already beaten to the point that he could not move at all. He could only allow the force from Duan Lingtian's kick to draw a perfect parabola and fall straight into the manure pit. Smack! With a soft sound, Ho Lin's entire body fell into the manure pit. His entire body was covered in feces and urine. Not sure if it was because he was humiliated or he could not stand the stench in the manure pit, Ho Lin was so angry that he glared at Duan Lingtian before he fainted in the manure pit. The entire place was dead silent. Whoosh! At this moment, the heavenly harm guardian left the pavilion and landed on the high platform. With a raise of his hand, his true energy swept out, and he pulled Ho Lin out of the manure pit and threw him off the high platform. He had no choice but to do this. If he did not pull Ho Lin out of the manure pit, the unconscious Ho Lin would definitely drown in the urine in the manure pit. After doing all this, the heavenly harm guardian looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned. Duan Lingtian, you're too ruthless. As soon as the heavenly harm guardian's words left his mouth, the people who were disgusted by the sight of Ho Lin, who was covered in feces and urine, regained their senses one by one. All of them deeply agreed with the heavenly harm guardian's words. At this moment, there was only genuine fear in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Ruthless? Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. If he wasn't in the latent dragon camp, he would have been crippled even if he didn't die. The moment Ho Lin interfered with the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda and caused it to shake him out, Ho Lin's ending was already destined. He would not have a good ending. Duan Lingtian, why you made a breakthrough? Guali, who withdrew her gaze from Ho Lin, looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in surprise. As soon as Guali's words left her mouth, the heavenly harm guardian and the group of latent dragon camp members finally remembered. Ho Lin, whom Duan Lingtian had beaten up earlier, seemed to be a mastery mortal shedding stage martial cultivator. Yes, I've just made a breakthrough. In the face of Guali's question, Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's admission, the scene was in an uproar again. Goodness! Duan Lingtian has also made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian has just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. But he didn't even have a chance to attack Ho Lin, who had also just broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Isn't the gap between them two ridiculous? Crazy. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. Chapter 1381. Barf. As the heavenly harm guardian's gentle true energy landed on Ho Lin's chest, Ho Lin's body jolted as he regained his senses. Feces and urine came out of his mouth. All of a sudden, the group of young men below the high platform retreated one after another. They looked at Ho Lin with disgust. This was a man who had just walked out of a septic tank. Duan Ling Tian. After regaining his senses, Ho Lin knew what had happened to him. His eyes were filled with malice when he looked at the purple figure on the high platform again. His body began to tremble violently because of shame, anger, and hatred. Duan Lingtian, Ho Lin, swear that I'm not human if I don't kill you. Ho Lin's eyes were bloodshot. He was on the verge of breaking down after being humiliated in front of so many people. He was roaring in his heart. At the same time, he had established Duan Lingtian as his sworn enemy. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at Ho Lin indifferently when he heard him calling his name word by word. Naturally, he noticed the hatred in Ho Lin's eyes. However, he was not bothered by it. If he could suppress Ho Lin for now, he could suppress him forever. Ho Lin took a healing pill and recovered for a moment. After he managed to stand up, he rushed out of the latent dragon camp in a frenzy to find a place to wash up. Let alone the others, even he could not stand the smell on his body. After Ho Lin left, everyone's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian at the same time. Duan Lingtian became the center of attention. Guoli, Duan Lingtian looked at Guoli. He already knew that Guoli was defeated by Ho Lin and was removed from the 13 gangsters. There's still a month's time, you. Don't worry, I'm confident. Naturally, Guoli knew what Duan Lingtian was talking about. She nodded and smiled at him. Then, she went to cottage number 12 and issued a challenge. The owner of cottage number 12 was a Dao cultivator on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. 3 months ago, before Duan Lingtian and Guili arrived, this mid-stage mortal shedding stage Dao cultivator was ranked 11th among the 13 gangsters. However, since Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhang Jilong and became the 6th in the 13 Grand Guardians, he had also moved down 1 rank. Guoli, you want to challenge me? The Dao cultivator who walked out of the wooden house was a young man in a loose robe. He was the only Dao cultivator among the 13 Grand Guardians. One could imagine how powerful this young Dao cultivator was to be able to stand out among the martial and Dao cultivators at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in the latent dragon camp and become one of the 13 Grand Guardians. Thank you for your advice. Guoli nodded at the young man and got into position. Dao cultivator? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. This was his first time seeing a Dao cultivator make a move since he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. I wonder what's the difference between the Dao cultivators in the Dao Martial Saint Land and the Dao cultivators I met in the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Previously, when he was at the overseas Saint Islands Half Moon Island, the Dao cultivators he met would easily trigger small lightning punishments with the help of nature energy. It was awe-inspiring. Compared to the martial cultivators, the Dao cultivators' techniques were much more magnificent. Most importantly, the Dao cultivators were skilled in long-range attacks. Once they gained the upper hand, the martial cultivators would not be able to get close to them at all. As Guoli and the young Dao cultivator fought, Duan Lingtian was shocked to find out. The scene of this Dao cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage attacking was not as magnificent as the Dao cultivators he saw on Half Moon Island. Could it be because the gravity in the Dao Martial Saint Land is too strong? Duan Lingtian speculated. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The young Dao cultivator's loose robe fluttered. At that moment, the wind blades that surrounded his body swept toward Guoli in an overwhelming manner. No matter where Guoli dodged, the wind blades chased after her. The loose robe he's wearing is his saint weapon. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure that out. Huh, Guoli shouted as the black whip in her hand shook. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a shield in front of her. She had cast a defensive technique. As she cast a defensive technique, Guoli charged toward the young Dao cultivator while withstanding the wind blades. In the face of Guoli, who was charging toward him with all her might, the young Dao cultivator's expression was extremely solemn as he leaped up from the ground. As he leaped up into the air, his eyes gleamed as he struck with his hand. At that moment, the wind blades that surrounded him flew to the top of his head and transformed into a gigantic wind blade. It was like a gigantic green saber that exuded a sharp aura. Subsequently, the gigantic green saber moved and slashed toward Guoli. The direction of the saber seemed to be able to tear everything apart. In the face of this saber, Guoli's beautiful face tensed up as she dodged it with great difficulty. However, one could see the strands of hair on her head were cut off in the air. One could imagine how dangerous it was at that moment. This is the Saint Grey Dao method? It's really amazing. If it was Guoli 3 months ago, she might not be a match for him. But now, Duan Lingtian could tell. Although the Saint Grey Dao method that the young Dao cultivator cast was mysterious, that saber strike earlier seemed to be his most powerful technique. Duan Lingtian could get the answer from the young Dao cultivator's expression. When Guoli dodged the saber strike earlier, the young Dao cultivator's calm expression finally changed. Just as Duan Lingtian thought, after Guoli dodged the saber strike, she took the initiative in every aspect. After 30 moves, she finally closed the distance between them and arrived in front of the young Dao cultivator. She struck with her palm and a gust of wind blew, sending the young Dao cultivator flying. Thank you for letting me win. Guoli looked at the young Dao cultivator who was sent flying 10 meters away. His face was slightly pale as he stood still. She nodded slightly. Thank you for going easy on me. The young Dao cultivator took a deep breath and consumed a pill to recover from his injuries. Then, he arrived in front of wooden hut number 13 and was prepared to enter it to cultivate. I think, unless you can defeat the person in front of you. Otherwise, there's no need for you to enter. Guoli reminded him. What do you mean? The young Dao cultivator frowned. Soon after, he heard the discussions from below the high platform, and he got his answer. Ho Lin had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. Moreover, he had defeated Guoli just now. The young Dao cultivator's face darkened slightly. The city governor would come out of his closed-door cultivation in a month's time. By then, the city governor would set a test for the 13 Grand Guardians and select disciples from them. If he was eliminated from the 13 Grand Guardians, he would lose the opportunity to participate in the test. Ho Lin is back, someone shouted. After washing up and changing his clothes, Ho Lin walked in from outside the latent dragon camp. However, he did not look good. It made sense. No one would be able to accept being thrown into a septic tank in front of so many people. After Ho Lin entered the latent dragon camp, his cold gaze was fixed on Duan Lingtian. Now, he had taken Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. He would not rest until he was dead. After climbing up the high platform, Ho Lin challenged number 9 of the 13 Grand Guardians, a martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage who had yet to break through. The reason he challenged number 9 was that he was worried the person in front of him had also broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage. He could not afford to fail a second time. Ho Lin, the martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage in cottage number 9, walked out when he heard someone challenging him. He was surprised when he realized it was Ho Lin. Ho Lin, there seems to be a smell on you. It smells like a septic tank. He was cultivating in cottage number 9, so he did not know what happened earlier. When he smelled the smell on Ho Lin's body, he casually blurted it out. At the same time, he frowned. It seems like Ho Lin hasn't cleaned himself yet. It's not that easy to clean himself. That's a septic tank. Below the high platform, many people lowered their voices and whispered to each other. It's really a septic tank? The martial cultivator at the intermediate mortal shedding stage, who had just walked out of cottage number 9, had yet to realize what was going on when a thunderous roar resonated in his ears. You're seeking death. It was Ho Lin's roar. Ho Lin had made his move. In just one blow, he had sent the original owner of cottage number 9 flying. Ho Lin, who had broken through to the mastery mortal shedding stage, defeated an intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator without any suspense. Why you've broken through? The intermediate mortal shedding stage martial cultivator, who was defeated before he could react, looked at Ho Lin in horror again. Hermph! With a cold snort, Ho Lin glanced at Duan Ling Tian's location with a cold expression. With a heart filled with hatred, he strode into cottage number 9. The young Dao cultivator's name was instantly removed. Guoli, on the other hand, returned to cottage number 13. She was first defeated by Xiong Quan, then she defeated the young Dao cultivator. She successfully stayed on the high platform and retained her title as the 13 Gangsters. At this moment, the high platform regained its peace. Duan Lingtian also returned to his cottage. After closing the door, he took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. With just a thought, he entered the pagoda and ascended to the 2nd level to continue cultivating his Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Time passed by quietly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's mastery of the techniques in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow was becoming more and more skillful. A month later, the city governor of Mount Hill City would come out of closed-door cultivation. He was one of the 13 gangsters. Apart from Ho Lin, who did not know about the city governor taking in disciples, apart from Duan Lingtian, who was not interested in becoming the city governor's disciple, the other 11 people were cultivating with all their might. After cultivating on the 2nd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 2 months, Duan Lingtian exited the pagoda. It was not that he did not want to continue cultivating, but he felt numb after cultivating for so long. He knew it was caused by his impatience. He needed to heave a sigh of relief at this moment. I've been in Mount Hill City for so long, but I haven't left the city governor's estate. Now that my cultivation base won't improve in a short period of time, and my colossal aerolite arrow has reached a bottleneck. I'll go out and relax. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian put the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away and walked out of cottage number 6. After walking out of cottage number 6, Duan Lingtian walked to the pavilion. If a member of the Latent Dragon Camp wanted to leave the Latent Dragon Camp, they would have to report to the Latent Dragon Camp supervisor, the Heavenly Harm Guardian. As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived before the pavilion, he heard an icy cold voice resounding in his ears. 20 days ago, you left the Latent Dragon Camp without reporting. Therefore, in the next 3 months, unless the city governor's estate gives an order, you're not allowed to leave the Latent Dragon Camp. Chapter 1382. 20 days ago? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Calculating the time, it seemed like it was the day Ho Lin challenged him and forced him out of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. On that day, the 13 Grand Guardians were reshuffled and the only Dao cultivator was removed. Of course, 20 days in the outside world was equivalent to 2 months in the second level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Master Heavenly Harm Guardian, you know what happened 20 days ago? I left the Latent Dragon Camp because of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, I didn't go out. I only washed up in the governor's mansion. Another voice was heard and Duan Lingtian could not help but smile. This was because he recognized Ho Lin's voice. Ho Lin wanted to leave the Latent Dragon Camp. However, he left the Latent Dragon Camp 20 days ago after falling into the septic tank. Therefore, he was not allowed to leave the Latent Dragon Camp for the next 3 months. That's why I didn't punish you for leaving the Latent Dragon Camp without informing me. The Heavenly Harm Guardian's cold voice was heard again. Go back. Then, Duan Lingtian saw Ho Lin walking out of the pavilion angrily. Duan Lingtian only glanced at him indifferently and walked past him. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian, Ho Lin's eyes flashed coldly. He clenched his fists and his face was filled with humiliation. This Duan Lingtian did not only humiliate him 20 days ago, he also made him lose a chance to go out. The members of the Latent Dragon Camp could only go out once every 3 months. At other times, they were not allowed to go out unless the governor's mansion ordered them to. Duan Lingtian walked into the pavilion and said directly, Master Heavenly Harm Guardian, I need to go out for a while. Come back in 10 days. The Heavenly Harm Guardian glanced at Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and wrapped his true energy around a token. He handed it to Duan Lingtian and said calmly, Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded and kept the token. He then turned around and walked out of the pavilion. Just at that moment, the corners of the Heavenly Harm Guard's mouth curled into a rare smile. However, this smile disappeared in the blink of an eye. No one saw it. When Duan Lingtian left the Latent Dragon Camp, Ho Lingang arrived in front of cabin number 7. He turned his head slightly and saw Duan Lingtian's back as he left. His expression immediately darkened. After leaving the Latent Dragon Camp, Duan Lingtian followed the path he took when he first entered the camp. Soon after, the entrance of the city governor's mansion appeared before his eyes. Duan Lingtian was stopped at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Show me your token. The guard at the entrance of the city lord mansion said coldly. Duan Lingtian took out the token given to him by the Heavenly Harm Guardian and handed it to the guard. The latter glanced at it and nodded. Members of the Latent Dragon Camp are allowed to leave the camp for 10 days. After 10 days, you will be sent back to the Latent Dragon Camp for punishment. Duan Lingtian nodded. To him, 10 days were enough. He just wanted to go out and relax. After walking out of the city lord's mansion's entrance, Duan Lingtian traveled all the way. Based on his memory from the past 4 months, he arrived at the downtown area of Mount Hill City. Everything was sold in the downtown area. Saint weapon? Selling it on the street? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw the saint weapons on some of the stalls. Although they were only human-tier low-grade saint artifacts, it was too exaggerated to set up a stall on the street. Human-rank primitive saint weapons were quasi-royal grade spirit weapons on Cloud Continent. Quasi-royal grade spirit weapons usually only existed in the hands of powerhouses at the Emperor Wu stage. Naturally, the Emperor Wu stage on Cloud Continent was the innate void restoration stage in the Dao Martial Saintland. Innate medicinal pills. Soon after, Duan Lingtian noticed some stalls selling innate medicinal pills. Although the innate medicinal pills were of lower quality, they were comparable to the quasi-royal grade spirit pills that he refined. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something very important. Now that the origin energy in my body no longer exists, I wonder if I can still condense weapon fire and pill fire. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian immediately found a remote place and began to experiment. Duan Lingtian tried for a long time using the method of condensing weapon fire and pill fire from his origin energy, but there was no reaction from his true energy at all. This made Duan Lingtian's heart sink. Could it be that his weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques were useless just like that? Duan Lingtian was in a daze for a long time before he regained his senses. He took a deep breath and laughed at himself. So what if they're useless? They don't belong to me in the first place. Although the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory was still there, the reincarnation Emperor Wu was only an Emperor Wu powerhouse. He had never been involved in the Dao martial saintland. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian would have to rely on himself to explore the Dao martial saintland. Since he had thought it through, Duan Lingtian, naturally, no longer felt conflicted. After all, he did not rely on weapon refinement and pill refinement to make a living. Moreover, even if he could still condense weapon fire and pill fire, he could only refine human-rank mediocre saint weapons and innate pills at most. If he wanted to improve, he would have to explore it himself. Previously, he had integrated the reincarnation Emperor Wu's weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques and experience. As long as his cultivation base had reached a certain level, he would be able to condense the corresponding weapon fire and pill fire to refine higher-grade spirit weapons and pills. However, it was impossible for him to do that now. I still don't have enough time to cultivate. Even if I still have my weapon refinement and pill refinement techniques, I'm too lazy to continue studying them. Won't I die of exhaustion if I have to study and improve myself? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt completely at ease. When he returned to the bustling city, Duan Lingtian walked through the streets. Occasionally, he would enter some shops to look at the saint weapons and innate pills that were being sold. In the shops, Duan Lingtian saw human-rank mediocre saint weapons and high-grade innate pills. The price of a human-rank mediocre saint weapon was roughly 10,000 ninth-grade saint stones. The price of a bottle of innate pills was roughly 1,000 ninth-grade saint stones. Human-rank mediocre saint weapons are comparable to the royal-grade spirit weapons that I refined in the past. These innate pills are comparable to the royal-grade pills that I refined in the past. However, a human-rank mediocre saint weapon is only 10,000 ninth-grade saint stones. 10,000 ninth-grade saint stones are equivalent to a 5th-grade saint stone. However, Xuanai gave me more than 900 5th-grade saint stones. As long as I want, I can buy more than 900 human-rank mediocre saint weapons at any time. Moreover, I'm only buying them with 5th-grade saint stones. If I use 4th-grade saint stones, I can sell them for 2,000 human-rank mediocre saint weapons. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he thought of this. As for these innate pills, I can buy 10 bottles with just 1/5-grade saint stone. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. At this moment, he finally realized, as it turned out, the royal-grade spirit weapons and royal-grade pills that he had refined earlier were so cheap in this place. However, until now, I haven't seen any saint-grade martial tactics for sale. There are saint-grade martial tactics in the city governor's estate, but it requires merit points. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had come out this time mainly to see if there were any saint-grade martial tactics that focused on defensive techniques for sale. Although the colossal aerolite arrow had a defensive technique, he could not cultivate it at the moment. Therefore, he wanted to look for defensive techniques in other saint-grade martial tactics to make do with it. With my current body, my physical strength and defensive strength are already very strong. If I cultivate a defensive technique in the saint-grade martial tactic, even a mastery mortal shedding stage martial or Dao cultivator might not be able to break my defense. Duan Lingtian's body was even stronger than a 5-clawed divine dragon's body. If he combined it with a defensive technique in the saint-grade martial tactic, his defensive strength would be even more terrifying. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was eager to cultivate a defensive technique in the saint-grade martial tactic. The Qijian Pavilion will be holding another large-scale auction in 3 days, The Chixian Pavilion only holds a large-scale auction once a year. There must be many good things in there. Duan Lingtian was walking when a voice suddenly entered his ears. Yes, I heard that the Chixian Pavilion will be auctioning 3 saint tokens that contain saint-grade martial tactics in 3 days. Won't that be 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics? Duan Lingtian turned around and noticed that it was 2 people who were walking side by side and chatting. Activating his divine eye, Duan Lingtian saw through their cultivation base. They were both at the innate void restoration stage. Brothers. Duan Lingtian turned around and chased after them. He stopped them and asked, "The Chixian Pavilion auction that you mentioned earlier, what's that about? Can you tell me more about it?" The 2 middle-aged men who were stopped ignored Duan Lingtian. Instead, their faces were gloomy. It made sense when he thought about it. No matter who it was, they would not be happy to be stopped by a stranger on the street. Here are 2 8th-grade saint stones. Treat it as my treat to a cup of tea. Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice the 2 men's gloomy expressions. He lifted his hand and took out 2 8th-grade saint stones. He had obtained the 8th-grade saint stones from the latent dragon camp. In the latent dragon camp, he had only obtained 1 saint stone. It was when he had just entered the latent dragon camp for a month. As for the next 2 months, he had missed it because he was focused on cultivating in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. The members of the latent dragon camp would not wait for the saint stones that were overdue. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind 2 months' worth of saint stones. After all, he had more than 900 5th-grade saint stones and 100 4th-grade saint stones in his possession. To the saint stones in his possession, 2 months' worth of saint stones in the latent dragon camp was just a drop in the ocean. 8th-grade saint stones? When the 2 middle-aged men heard this, their eyes lit up as they took the saint stones in Duan Lingtian's hand. They instantly became polite and patiently explained to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. It seemed like no matter where he was, money would always make the world go round. From the 2 middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian learned that the Chixian Pavilion was actually a business under the city governor's mansion. Every other year, a large-scale auction would be held. Every year, at least 1 saint-grade martial tactic would be auctioned. Due to this reason, many people would come to Mount Hill City every year to participate in the large-scale auction held by the Chixian Pavilion. No wonder I feel like there are more people on my way here compared to the last time. So it's because the Chixian Pavilion is going to hold an auction soon. Chapter 1383. This year, the Chixian Pavilion would be auctioning 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactics, which attracted more people. The saint-grade martial tactic, even if it was a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic, was undeniably attractive. Even the 9th-rated forces would fight for it with all their might. One must know that even the 9th-rated forces only had a few sets of saint-grade martial tactics. After learning about the process of the Chixian Pavilion's auction from the 2 middle-aged men, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. He would participate in the Chixian Pavilion's auction 3 days later. However, with the 198 8th-grade saint stones in my hands, it's impossible for me to win the bid for the saint-grade martial tactic. Of course, if I use 5th-grade saint stones, those 9th-rated forces might not be able to win against me. However, I can't reveal my 5th-grade saint stones. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Once the 5th-grade saint stones in his hands were exposed, he would become a target for everyone. One must know that a 5th-grade saint stone was equivalent to 10,000 9th-grade saint stones and 1,000 8th-grade saint stones. Who would not want that? Most importantly, the significance of the 5th-grade saint stone did not stop there. Only a saint-grade mineral reserve that was above the 6th grade could produce a 5th-grade saint stone. Even the most powerful city governor's estate in Mount Hill City was only an 8th-rated force that owned an 8th-grade saint stone mineral reserve, let alone the surrounding areas of Mount Hill City. Even the enormous sect that ruled the 18 cities, including Mount Hill City, was only a 7th-rated force that owned a 7th-grade saint stone mineral reserve. In Mount Hill City, the appearance of a 6th-grade saint stone was already shocking enough. However, it was impossible to see a 5th-grade saint stone. That's right. How could I forget? I only need to integrate my spiritual energy into the Saint token that contains the Saint-grade martial tactic, and I'll be able to read all the contents instantly. Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He finally remembered the uniqueness of his spiritual energy. Ordinary martial and Dao cultivators, regardless of whether they cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic or the Saint-grade Dao method, even if they obtained the corresponding Saint token, they would still need to read the information layer by layer. Only when they cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic to a certain level could they continue to read the rest of the information. Otherwise, they would not be able to read the rest of the information. But Duan Lingtian was different. Previously, when he read the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic, the colossal light arrow, it only took him an instant to memorize all the information in it. It was only later that he found out that ordinary martial cultivators and Dao cultivators could not do that. It's better for me to attend the auction. At that time, no matter who wins the bid for the Saint-grade martial tactic, I'll pay 108th grade Saint stones to borrow it for a moment. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. He only needed an instant to read all the information in the Saint-grade martial tactic into his mind. I can finally cultivate the defensive technique of the Saint-grade martial tactic. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. Duan Lingtian walked around Mount Hill City happily. In the end, he came to a stop in front of a luxurious 3-story building that occupied a vast area. Strange Technique Pavilion. Duan Lingtian's gaze was attracted by the huge plaque hanging on the building in front of him. What's this place? Duan Lingtian noticed that each floor of the 3-story building in front of him was as tall as 2 floors of an ordinary building. Therefore, although it only had a total of 3 floors, it was still extremely tall. As he stood in front of the Strange Technique Pavilion, Duan Lingtian sized up the crowd that was entering and exiting the building. He noticed that some of them had a special badge pinned on their chests. There were 2 types of badges. One of them had a pattern of a saber and a sword intersecting on it. The other one had a slanted pill bottle engraved on it. Next to the pill bottle, there was a pattern of 3 pills. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian walked in. After entering, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were many people on the first floor. These people had one thing in common. They were here to issue missions. The missions they issued were either to request for medicinal pills or to request for sacred artifacts. Gradually, Duan Lingtian learned what kind of place the Mystic Art Pavilion was. The Strange Technique Pavilion was located all over the Dao Martial Saintland. As long as it was a decent city, there would be traces of it. As for what it did, it would have to be explained from the first floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. Anyone could enter the first floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. After entering, one could issue missions to ask for pills, saint weapons, and even Dao talismans. The staff of the Strange Technique Pavilion would organize and record all the missions before sending them to the second and third floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. The second floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion was the place where Saint Refinement Masters gathered. There were 2 types of Saint Refinement Masters. One was focused on refining pills, while the other was focused on refining weapons. In fact, it was similar to the Cloud Continent where Duan Lingtian was previously from. It was a general term for alchemists and weapons craftsmen. Duan Lingtian saw people wearing 2 different badges earlier. They were all Saint Refinement Masters. Those who wore badges with the pattern of a saber and sword were Saint Refinement Masters who focused on refining weapons. Those who wore badges with the pattern of a pill bottle and pill were Saint Refinement Masters who focused on refining pills. What a pity. I can't condense weapon fire or pill fire now. Otherwise, I'd be a Saint Refinement Master as well. Moreover, I'd be an almighty Saint Refinement Master. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Saint Refinement Masters who entered the Strange Technique Pavilion would go to the second floor. On the second floor, they could accept and complete missions to earn Saint stones. Naturally, they could also issue missions to look for rare materials. These missions would be announced on the first floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. Therefore, other than issuing missions, one could also sell rare materials on the first floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion. As for the third floor of the Strange Technique Pavilion, it was the place where Dao Talisman Masters and Saint Inscription Masters gathered. Dao Talisman Masters were Dao cultivators who could inscribe Dao talismans. All Dao Talisman Masters were at the Saint Rudiment stage and above. Only Dao cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above had the ability to inscribe Dao talismans. Naturally, not all Dao cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above could inscribe Dao talismans. Inscribing Dao talismans was a skill. A city like Mound Hill City could only be considered as a border city in the Dao martial saintland. In such a city, the number of Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses could be counted on one hand. There might not even be a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator, let alone a Saint Rudiment stage Dao cultivator who knew how to inscribe Dao talismans. Therefore, it was rare to see a Dao talisman master in Mound Hill City. A Saint Inscription Master was a martial cultivator who could inscribe Saint inscriptions on Saint weapons. All Saint Inscription Masters were at the Saint Rudiment stage and above. Only martial cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above had the ability to inscribe Saint inscriptions on Saint weapons. Naturally, not all martial cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above knew how to inscribe Saint inscriptions on Saint weapons. Inscribing Saint inscriptions was also a skill. A Saint Inscription Master was as rare as a Dao Talisman Master. It was rare to see one in Mound Hill City as well. Even if one could see one would only be a passerby in Mound Hill City. After all, no matter if it was a Dao Talisman Master or a Saint Inscription Master, even the weakest one would be treated as a VIP in a 7th-rate force. In an 8th-rate force like the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City, even the weakest Dao Talisman Master or Saint Inscription Master would not care about them. It seems like the 3rd level of the Mystical Art Pavilion in Mound Hill City is just a facade. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "This is my first time hearing about a Saint Inscription Master." It was Duan Lingtian's first time hearing about a Saint Inscription Master. As for a Dao Talisman Master, it was also his first time hearing about it. However, he had used the 3 Dao talismans that his father had given him before. It was obvious the 3 Dao talismans were made by a Dao Talisman Master. A Saint Inscription Master can inscribe Saint inscriptions on a Saint weapon to give it a certain attribute. A powerful Saint inscription can even unleash a terrifying force. A Saint Inscription Master is similar to an Inscription Master on Cloud Continent. However, the inscription will lose its effect in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Lingtian frowned and only relaxed after a while. Moreover, only martial cultivators at the Saint Rudiment stage and above have the chance to become a Saint Inscription Master. Duan Lingtian's understanding of Dao Talisman Masters and Saint Inscription Masters came from the staff of the Mystical Art Pavilion. Naturally, the reason the staff of the Mystical Art Pavilion explained so patiently was because they had received the Saint Stones from Duan Lingtian. Mystical Art Pavilion, Saint Inscription Master, Dao Talisman Master, Saint Inscription Master. Duan Lingtian walked out of the Mystical Art Pavilion and returned to the main street as he muttered to himself. After walking around, he casually found an inn to stay in. After he had settled down, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought and went up to the 2nd level. He continued to cultivate the Saint Grade martial tactic, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. He had stayed in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for 6 days, and 2 days had passed in the outside world. When Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, it was already the night before the Rare Treasure Pavilion's large-scale auction. That night, Duan Lingtian strolled around the night market of Mound Hill City. He could be considered to have experienced a different local culture. After walking around, Duan Lingtian was ready to go back in the middle of the night. "Big brother, help, help. Someone wants to kill me. Someone wants to kill me." As soon as he walked into a street where there was not a single person in sight, Duan Lingtian heard a young and frightened voice coming from the front. He focused his gaze and saw a little girl who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old running toward him anxiously. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade. Her face was a little dirty, and her clothes were a little tattered. Soon, the little girl arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. She opened her arms and hugged Duan Lingtian's thigh tightly, unwilling to let go for a long time. "Little girl, where are your parents?" Duan Lingtian squatted down and patted the little girl's head as he asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian looked at the little girl with a gentle gaze that made the little girl feel as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. Duan Lingtian's eyes were very pure, so pure that it made the little girl feel a little guilty. Big brother, actually, nobody wants to kill me. You should leave now. The little girl bit her lip and seemed to have made up her mind. She let go of Duan Lingtian's thigh and urged him to leave. Duan Lingtian was stunned. At this moment, he also felt that something was not right. Chapter 1384. Human Traffickers? Duan Lingtian was stunned. With his sharp ears, he heard the sound coming from the street ahead. The sound was getting closer and closer, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Sir, it's him. He's the one who kidnapped my niece. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a hoarse voice coming from behind him. The hoarse voice was unpleasant to the ears, like a duck quacking nonstop. You're with them? Duan Lingtian looked at the little girl and asked with a smile on his face. Now, he already knew that he had encountered the legendary badger game. However, he was not worried at all. Instead, he focused on looking at the little girl. They hit me. I didn't listen to them, so they hit me. The little girl looked at Duan Lingtian's pure gaze. Her big, watery eyes were filled with tears. At the same time, she pulled up her tattered clothes, revealing her little lotus-like arms. Her arms were full of black scars. With just a glance, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Who are they to you? However, Duan Lingtian still suppressed his anger and asked as softly as possible so as not to frighten the little girl. Now, he was almost certain that this was an innocent child. The little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. What could she know? They took me away. Mother is gone. Father is gone. Grandfather is gone. The little girl said as she wiped her tears. Her tears stained her dirty little face, making her look like a little kitten. Now, Duan Lingtian was almost certain. The little girl had been abducted. Those bastards were using her to play the game of badger. Sir, it's him. Look, my daughter is crying because of him. Sir, I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. He's the one who kidnapped my niece. My niece is only 6 years old this year. If she's kidnapped by him, how are my brother and sister-in-law going to live? The two voices reached Duan Lingtian one after another. At this time, Duan Lingtian found that the little girl was like a frightened bird. She hugged his thigh again, her body trembling. It was hard to imagine. How much torture had this little girl gone through to be so frightened upon hearing their voices? With Big Brother here, no one can bully you anymore. Duan Lingtian picked up the little girl and held her in his arms. At the same time, he began to examine the people in front and behind him. The person in front of him was a middle-aged man in blue. Next to him was a city guard from Mound Hill City. Apart from an ugly and short middle-aged man, there was also a Mound Hill City guard standing behind him. Brat, how dare you kidnap my daughter? With the city guard here, I'll see how you die. The blue-clothed middle-aged man glared at Duan Lingtian with a pair of ugly triangular eyes. Sir, you must seek justice for us. My brother and sister-in-law only have one child. The ugly and short middle-aged man said to the Mound Hill City guard next to him, It's late now. It's not convenient for us to disturb the brothers guarding the prison. Both of you, see if you can settle this privately with him. If he doesn't want to, we'll put him in prison again. One of the Mound Hill City guards said, Human trafficker, you're lucky. If it wasn't for the fact that we don't want to disturb the brothers guarding the prison, we'd have you in prison forever. The other Mound Hill City guard snorted, Brother, they're fake. They're together. They're all bad people. They're all bad people. The little girl was lying on Duan Lingtian's shoulder as she spoke to Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. In reality, Duan Lingtian knew that the first person dressed like a Mound Hill City guard was a fake when he spoke. Although he had not been in Mound Hill City for long, he had heard that Mound Hill City was strict with its military. It was impossible for such scum to exist. D***M girl, do you want to die? Although the little girl's voice was not loud, it was exceptionally loud in the quiet street. The 4 people surrounding Duan Lingtian heard it as well, and their expressions changed. The reason they played the badger game was more to extort some holy stones. If there was no need, they rarely killed people. This was because they were in Mound Hill City. If they killed someone, they would not be able to stay here any longer. The city governor's estate of Mound Hill City would regard them as a blasphemy against the dignity of Mound Hill City. They would fine them even if they had to dig 3 feet into the ground. However, now that the little girl had exposed them, they could not care less anymore. One by one, they took out their weapons. 4 human-rank primitive saint weapons. Since when did a little thief who hasn't even entered the mortal shedding stage dare to kill in Mound Hill City? Duan Lingtian mocked as he glanced at the 4 of them with his sharp eyes. When the 4 of them appeared, he had already probed their cultivation base with his divine eye. They were only at the innate void restoration stage. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered, and the aura of a mortal shedding stage powerhouse swept out. A mortal shedding stage powerhouse. The 4 of them had a drastic change of expression as they realized they had kicked an iron plate. Tell me, where did you kidnap her from? Duan Lingtian looked at the 4 of them. His sharp eyes became even sharper as if they could see through everything. The 4 of them seemed to realize they could not escape from Duan Lingtian, so they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Master, please spare us. We bought her from someone else, and we don't know where she came from. Master, please spare us. Master, please spare us. The 4 of them knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling as they begged for mercy. You bought her from someone else? Where's that person? Duan Lingtian asked. We don't know him. He's just passing by Mound Hill City. We don't know where he came from, and we don't know where he's going. The middle-aged man with the triangular eyes said with a trembling voice. What's your name? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he looked at the little girl in his arms. Sure. Perhaps it was because she saw Duan Lingtian subduing the 4 of them. The little girl was no longer afraid. She looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration in her big, watery eyes. Brother, you're so powerful. Can sure learn from you? If I learn from you, sure won't be afraid of bad guys anymore. Bad guys won't dare to hit sure anymore. The little girl, sure, said with a serious expression on her little face. Duan Lingtian clearly noticed that when the little girl finished speaking, the bodies of the 4 fellows who were kneeling on the ground trembled imperceptibly. Duan Lingtian lifted the little girl's tattered clothes. He could see her arms and legs were bruised black and red. Moreover, they were all new injuries. Sure. Tell me, do they hit you often? Duan Lingtian asked softly as he tried to suppress the anger in him. Young lady, please spare us. Young lady, please spare us. At this moment, the 4 of them who were kneeling on the ground panicked. They were all smart people. They could hear the killing intent in Duan Lingtian's voice. The little girl nodded. Sure didn't listen to them. Sure didn't want to lie. So they hit sure. They told sure to lie. Sure isn't a bad child. Sure doesn't want to lie. Brother knows sure is a good child. Sure, brother will play a game with you. No matter what you hear, you can't open your eyes until I tell you to, okay? Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the little girl. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently and closed her eyes. Practically at the instant the little girl closed her eyes, Duan Lingtian's suppressed rage was completely vented out. He lifted his leg and his true energy raged as he swept the 4 scumbags kneeling on the ground. With just one kick, the 4 scumbags didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Their bodies exploded and blood stained the ground. Roar! Not long after the 4 scumbags were killed by Duan Lingtian, a beast's roar came from the front of the street. The sound was getting closer and closer. In just a blink of an eye, it entered the street. Who's there? How dare you kill people in Mound Hill City? Soon, a young man in armor standing on the back of a wild beast majestically rode the wild beast to a spot not far away from Duan Lingtian. Behind him, 8 people in the same armor followed closely behind. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell that they were the city guards of Mound Hill City. I heard that there are 5 captains in the Mound Hill City Guard who are beast tamers. I wonder who you are? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the young man standing on the wild beast. Hongyu. The young man standing on the wild beast stared straight at Duan Lingtian and asked coldly, Who are you? Why did you kill people in Mount Hill City? Don't you know the rules of Mount Hill City? Captain, 4 people are dead. 2 of them were wearing our city guard's armor. We verified that they're fake. Soon, a city guard reported to Hong Yu after he had finished inspecting the scene. Those who forged the city guard's armor are sentenced to death. Hong Yu's gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. How do you explain the other 2? Captain Hong, is the wild beast that you tamed a blood-eyed jackal? Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the wild beast that resembled a jackal. It was completely black with crimson eyes under Hong Yu's feet. Rumor has it that the blood-eyed jackal has a special sense for the smell of blood. It can react immediately even when it's far away. Now that I've seen it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Just when Hong Yu's face darkened and he was getting impatient, Duan Lingtian threw a punch at him. Duan Lingtian took out the token given to him by the Heavenly Harm Guardian and tossed it to Hong Yu. He's one of us. Hong Yu caught the token and looked at it. He could not help but exclaim, Latent Dragon Camp. Latent Dragon Camp. As Hong Yu exclaimed, the 8 city guards looked at Duan Lingtian with burning desire in their eyes. Everyone in Mount Hill City knew about the Latent Dragon Camp. Everyone knew that no matter how weak the people from the Latent Dragon Camp were, they were still important people to them. Although you're from the Latent Dragon Camp, Master City Governor personally ordered that killing is prohibited in Mount Hill City. Among the 4 people you killed, 2 of them forged the city guard's armor. They deserve to die. As for the other 2, please give me an explanation. Chapter 1385. Captain Hong, can we go somewhere else to talk? Duan Lingtian asked Hong Yu as he looked at the little girl in his arms. Hong Yu nodded. He believed that the people from the Latent Dragon Camp must know the rules of Mount Hill City. They would not kill anyone in the city for no reason. There must be a reason behind this. Our team has just changed shifts, and we're about to go back. Follow us back to the city guard's camp to talk, Hong Yu said. Hong Yu nodded. Duan Lingtian nodded. He did not reject him. Clean this place up and return to the camp. The moment Hong Yu ordered, the 8 city guard's army soldiers began to move. They cleaned up the scene and followed Hong Yu, who was riding the wild beast in an orderly formation. On the way, Duan Lingtian looked at the wild beast under Hong Yu's feet with interest. It was a wild beast that was tamed by Hong Yu. He only found out about the existence of beast tamers after he came to the Latent Dragon Camp in the city governor's estate of Mount Hill City. Beast tamers were a special existence in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Apart from relying on their own strength, they also relied on the help from their wild beasts when they fought. In a battle between martial and Dao cultivators of the same level, a beast tamer had a higher chance of winning. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, everyone wanted to be a beast tamer so that they could lead a wild beast to kill everyone. However, imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. To become a beast tamer, one must have innate talent. Those with innate talent were 1 in a million. However, God was fair. Among those with innate talent, 40% of them had poor innate talent in martial Dao, 30% had ordinary innate talent in martial Dao, 20% had decent innate talent in martial Dao, and less than 10% had superb innate talent in martial Dao. Beast tamers with superb innate talent in martial Dao would be terrifying once they grew up. This was because the more powerful a beast tamer was, the more powerful the wild beast he could tame. Not only that, he could train the wild beast so that they could communicate with each other and work together seamlessly. One man and one beast swept through all directions, sweeping away all obstacles before them. Wild beasts did not have human intelligence. They only had survival instincts. As long as they were tamed by a beast tamer, they would never betray their beast tamer. They were not selfish and were willing to die for their beast tamer. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian followed Hong Yu's group to the city guard's camp. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said to the little girl in his arms, Sure, you can open your eyes now. Immediately, the little girl opened her big watery eyes and looked around like a curious baby. Big brother, where's this place? Are those 4 bad guys dead? This is the city guard camp of Mount Hill City. No one can bully you here. Duan Lingtian said softly with a doting expression. Yes, the little girl nodded. In the middle of the night, in the spacious tent, Hong Yu sat at the head of the table while the 8 city guards sat on both sides. Duan Lingtian and the little girl, Shir, sat below Hong Yu. Under the watchful eyes of Hong Yu and the others, Duan Lingtian explained the ins and outs of the matter. Together with the scars on the little girl's body, the evidence was conclusive. For a moment, the eyes of Hong Yu and the other 8 turned red. Scum, scum, bastard, trash. Hong Yu and the other 8 were completely enraged. They were the city guard army. They were tough and unyielding. Even if there was a knife on their necks, they would not blink. However, when they heard about what had happened to the little girl, Shir, their eyes were wet. Brother, you did well. I told you. How could a brother from the latent dragon camp disregard the law of Mound Hill City? Brother, you're from the latent dragon camp. How should I address you? Hong Yu took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked politely, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, Duan Lingtian. Unexpectedly, Hong Yu and the other 8 city guards were stunned when Duan Lingtian said that. They did not make a sound for a long time, causing the atmosphere in the tent to become a little strange. Only the little girl, Shir, did not notice that something was wrong. She naively ran around the tent happily. What? Is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Hong Yu and the other 8 staring at him. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. You're the Duan Lingtian who defeated Zhang Jilong and is ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp? Hong Yu sucked in a cold breath. The other 9 city guards also stared at Duan Lingtian as though they had seen a ghost. Previously, they thought this purple-clad young man was just an ordinary latent dragon camp member. They did not expect him to be one of the 13 gangsters in the latent dragon camp. Moreover, he was the genius in the latent dragon camp, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian joined the latent dragon camp 4 months ago. He became one of the 13 gangsters as soon as he joined the latent dragon camp. A month later, he defeated Zhang Jilong, who was ranked 6th among the 13 gangsters, and replaced him. Yes, it's me. Duan Lingtian nodded. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian, do you know? Before you defeated Zhang Jilong, he was a genius who was famous in Mound Hill City and the area around Mound Hill City. He was said to be invincible on the intermediate mortal shedding stage. Hong Yu said, a latent dragon camp member who's only on the intermediate mortal shedding stage is so famous? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He really did not know about this. However, ever since you defeated him, his reputation has plummeted. His fame has been completely transferred to you after that defeat. Hong Yu smiled. No wonder he looked like he wanted to eat me when he saw me after I defeated him. Duan Lingtian finally understood. Captain Hong, if you don't mind, how about we call each other brothers? Duan Lingtian could not help but suggest this to Hong Yu when he realized Hong Yu was no longer as open as before after knowing his identity. Naturally, the reason he suggested this was because he could tell Hong Yu was a straightforward man. He was someone he could befriend. He liked him very much. He and Hong Yu felt like old friends at first sight. Hong Yu was stunned when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. On the other hand, the eyes of the 8 city guard army soldiers under Hong Yu's command shone brightly. If their captain were to become Duan Lingtian's brother, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to have a meteoric rise in the future. They would definitely be able to benefit from it. You're a genius in the latent dragon camp. You might even become one of the 36 guardians of the governor's mansion in the future. I'm just a captain of the city guards. I'm afraid I'm not worthy to be your brother. Hong Yu smiled bitterly. Captain Hong, are you trying to find an excuse to brush me off? Duan Lingtian said with dissatisfaction, Captain Hong, I saw that you're a straightforward and open person. That's why I wanted to be friends with you. It seems like I was wrong. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian stood up and was about to leave with the little girl, Shir. Brother Lingtian, please stop right there. Hong Yu immediately stood up as well. I didn't mean to brush you off. I meant what I said. Captain Hong, did you just call me brother? Duan Lingtian's stiff face relaxed as a faint smile appeared on his face. Hong Yu smiled wryly. He was not a person who would waste time. He gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lingtian, since you said you want to call me brother, you can't call me Captain Hong. right? Haha, Big Brother Hong. Duan Lingtian laughed and took the initiative to call him Big Brother. When he first saw Hong Yu, he had used his divine eye to look at him. Hong Yu was 45 years old this year, and he was a beast tamer on the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage. Congratulations, Captain. At this moment, Hong Yu's 8 subordinates smiled and congratulated him. The 8 of you, hurry up and prepare the dishes. Tonight, I want to drink to my heart's content with this brother of mine. Hong Yu ordered. Immediately, the 8 of them left the tent in high spirits to make their preparations. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian, Hong Yu, and the little girl, Sure, were left in the tent. Brother Lingtian, I'm sure it's not convenient for you to bring her back to the latent dragon camp. Why don't you leave her at my place? It just so happens that your sister-in-law usually stays at home to take care of the kids. What do you think? Hong Yu suggested as he looked at the little girl. Sure. Then, I'll thank Big Brother Hong first. Duan Lingtian immediately thanked Hong Yu before he sighed. This child is quite pitiful. However, I heard from her that her family should be here. I wonder if she still remembers where her house is. It'll be great if she remembers. She can go back and reunite with her family. If she can't remember, it'll be fine if she stays at my place. I'll take care of her as a daughter. Hong Yu said straightforwardly. Take care of her as a daughter? Big Brother Hong, you're taking advantage of me. She calls me Big Brother. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, I'll take care of her as a younger sister. My 2 children will be her nephews. They're younger than her. Hong Yu smiled. That night, Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu drank for the entire night. He was so happy that he did not even use his true energy to force the alcohol out of his body. When the sky was about to turn bright, Duan Lingtian woke up. When the sky turned bright, Duan Lingtian brought the little girl, Sure, to look for Hong Yu. He was prepared to hand the little girl over to Hong Yu. However, the little girl was unhappy. I want Big Brother. I only want Big Brother. I only want Big Brother. Be good, Sure. Big Brother still has something important to do. Why don't you stay at Big Brother Hong's place for now? Your 2 little nephews will play with you at Big Brother Hong's place. Duan Lingtian persuaded her patiently. Big Brother, you must come and see me often. It had to be said that the little girl was very sensible. She had a maturity that did not belong to her age. This made Duan Lingtian and Hong Yu's heart ache even more. After handing the little girl, Sure, to Hong Yu, Duan Lingtian left the city guard's camp and went straight to the Qijin Pavilion. The Qijin Pavilion's auction would be held at noon today. Other than those who had received an invitation, everyone else had to pay Saint Stones to reserve a seat and obtain a seat token. What? That's all? Duan Lingtian had underestimated the enthusiasm of the people who came from all over the place. When he arrived at the Qijin Pavilion to reserve a seat, he was told that all the seats were taken. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to turn and leave with a frown on his face, Sir, please wait. Chapter 1386. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in confusion. Manager. At this time, the staff member who told Duan Lingtian that there were no seats bowed respectfully to the middle-aged man, his heart full of unease and resentment. He was uneasy about Duan Lingtian's identity. He was angry that Duan Lingtian didn't reveal his identity. Are you blind? This is the pavilion master's guest. The middle-aged man glared at the staff member, who quickly smiled apologetically at Duan Lingtian. Guest? I'm sorry. I didn't know you were the pavilion master's guest. Guest, don't mind him. Come with me. The pavilion master is waiting for you. The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian, his face full of smiles. Pavilion master? The pavilion master of Qijin Pavilion? Duan Lingtian's heart was full of doubts. The pavilion master of Qijin Pavilion knew him? With doubts, Duan Lingtian followed the middle-aged man to the top floor of Qijin Pavilion. The top floor of Qijin Pavilion was half open, bathed in the morning light. Guest, the pavilion master is waiting for you outside. The middle-aged man looked at the open balcony outside and said to Duan Lingtian, then turned and went downstairs. Duan Lingtian stepped out and walked into the open balcony. After entering, he saw a person with his back facing him, standing by the railing of the balcony, bathing in the morning light and looking out at the street. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that he felt that the back in front of him was somewhat familiar, as if he had met him before. However, he couldn't recall who it was at that moment. "You are?" Duan Lingtian stopped and asked as he approached the back of the figure. "Haha, Duan Lingtian, have you forgotten your savior so quickly?" With a burst of hearty laughter, the owner of the figure turned around. It was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, with a silk headband on his head and a feathered fan in his hand. Senior Lin." Duan Lingtian's eyes widened. You're the owner of Qijin Pavilion?" The middle-aged scholar standing before Duan Lingtian was none other than Lin Qingrong, who had saved his life near Fuyu Island. He was also one of the 36 guardians of the city governor's estate of Mound Hill City. The 9th Guard, the Heavenly Hero Guard. Duan Lingtian knew that the Qijin Pavilion was the property of the mayor's palace, but he didn't expect that the owner of the Qijin Pavilion would be this old acquaintance. "Don't be surprised. I just took office last month." Lin Qingrong smiled. He had indeed just taken office last month. Furthermore, the fact that he was able to become the pavilion master of the Qijin Pavilion was mostly because of Duan Lingtian. More accurately, it was because he had found a genius like Duan Lingtian for the governor's mansion. He had become the pavilion master of the Rare Treasure Pavilion because the leader of the 36 personal guards, the Sky Leader Guardian, had personally appointed him. If that's the case, the reason why the Qijin Pavilion is auctioning 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactics today is because of you, Senior Lin. The new broom sweeps clean? Duan Lingtian asked. "You can say that. I knew you'd be interested in today's auction when I saw you here. Are you here for the Saint-grade martial tactic?" Lin Qingrong asked. "I'm just here to join in the fun." Duan Lingtian smiled. "I can't afford the Saint-grade martial tactic. I heard, when you defeated Li Han and Zhang Jilong, the Saint-grade martial tactic you used was very impressive." Lin Qingrong smiled as he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. "Senior Lin, do you have the Saint token of the Saint-grade martial tactic that will be auctioned today?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In his opinion, the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic was extremely important. Logically speaking, it should be in the hands of Lin Qingrong, the pavilion master of the Rare Treasure Pavilion. If it was in Lin Qingrong's hands, perhaps he would have a chance to borrow it. That's right. Under Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze, Lin Qingrong nodded. With a raise of his hand, 3 Saint tokens appeared in his hand. "Why? Do you want to take a look?" "I want to take a look." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Actually, when Lord City Governor comes out from his closed-door cultivation 10 days later, you'll be able to obtain a lot of merit points if you achieve a certain result in the test he set up." Lin Qingrong said, "With the merit points, you'll be able to borrow the Saint-grade martial tactic in the city governor's estate. The Saint-grade martial tactic in the city governor's estate is much better than the one I have." As Lin Qingrong spoke, he handed the 3 Saint tokens to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian took the Saint tokens and infused his spiritual energy into them one by one. At once, 3 waves of vast information surged into his mind, as though they had taken root and sprouted in his mind. The 3 Saint tokens in your hand contain the human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic. Among these 3 sets of Saint-grade martial tactic, only 2 of them have a common defensive technique called Copper Shirt. It's not bad, so you can take a look at it, Lin Qingrong said. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian began to sort out the 3 waves of vast information in his mind. In the end, he discovered that among the 2 waves of information that originated from 2 different Saint tokens, there were 2 small waves of information that were exactly the same. These 2 small waves of information recorded the same defensive technique. It was the Copper Shirt that Lin Qingrong had mentioned earlier. Copper Shirt was a defensive technique that merged true energy into one's flesh and blood. It even covered one's skin with true energy. When cultivated to the peak, the true energy that entered one's body would be like an iron wall. This defensive technique is very suitable for my body. Duan Lingtian was excited. His body was already extremely strong. It was even stronger than the body of a 5-clawed divine dragon of the same level. If he could cultivate this copper shirt, his body would become even stronger after the true energy entered his body. Senior Lin, these two sets of Saint-grade martial tactic are completely different. How can they have the exact same technique? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. At this moment, he returned the 3 saint tokens to Lin Qingrong. To him, the 3 saint tokens were no longer of any value. This was because he had already engraved the contents of the 3 saint tokens in his mind. He would not be able to forget it even if he wanted to. Moreover, I discovered that this technique is also in the saint-grade martial tactic that I'm currently cultivating. Duan Lingtian added. He was already preparing to cultivate the copper shirt. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he began to pave the way for himself so that Lin Qingrong would know that the copper shirt was also in the saint-grade martial tactic that he was cultivating. The copper shirt is also in the saint-grade martial tactic that you're cultivating? Lin Qingrong was a little surprised. At the same time, he shook his head and smiled. To think that I even recommended it to you. However, it's not rare for the same technique to appear in multiple saint-grade martial tactics. Of course, this only exists in the human rank saint-grade martial tactic. Among them, the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic is the most common. Lin Qingrong said, take the copper shirt for example. It's the most popular defensive technique in the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. If 100 people who cultivate different human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactics were to gather together, at least 10 of them would have cultivated the copper shirt. I see. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, you're really lucky. Lin Qingrong smiled. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled, and he had a bewildered expression. Senior Lin, what do you mean by having good luck? In the city governor's mansion, there's a human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic. In it, there's an upgraded version of the defensive technique, the copper shirt, called the silver shirt. Lin Qingrong said. Silver shirt? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yes, it's the silver shirt. Lin Qingrong nodded. Although both the silver shirt and the copper shirt are divided into 5 stages, the effects are completely different. The effects of the silver shirt at the mastery stage are comparable to the copper shirt at the impeccable stage. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. After all, they belonged to different categories. One belonged to the human rank mediocre saint-grade martial tactic, while the other belonged to the human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic. However, if you cultivate the copper shirt to the impeccable stage and then cultivate the silver shirt, you'll be able to achieve the silver shirt at the mastery stage. Lin Qingrong said again. The techniques in the saint-grade martial tactic were divided into 5 stages, getting a glimpse of the door, achieving some success, reaching a higher level, familiarizing oneself with the task, and reaching the point of perfection. Cultivating the copper shirt to the impeccable stage was already the limit. There was no way to improve it anymore. However, the silver shirt was different. The copper shirt at the impeccable stage was equivalent to the silver shirt at the mastery stage. After the transformation, the upper limit would increase and it could be raised by 2 stages. The effects were completely different. Do you understand what I mean now? Lin Qingrong asked. Duan Lingtian nodded. Lin Qingrong's words were very clear. He was hinting that he could focus on cultivating the copper shirt. No matter how much effort he had to put in, it would not go to waste. This was because when the copper shirt was cultivated to the peak, it could be transformed into the silver shirt. Moreover, with the copper shirt as the foundation, he would not have to start cultivating the silver shirt from the beginning. He could start cultivating halfway. All right, I should go prepare for the auction. Lin Qingrong lifted his head to look at the sky and said to Duan Lingtian, I'll arrange a private room for you for today's auction. At that time, other than these 3 sets of saint-grade martial tactic, you can bid for any auction item. I'll pay for it. Only 1 item? Duan Lingtian chuckled. Senior Lin, don't you think you're being a little stingy? 2 items then. I can't bid anymore. Lin Qingrong said snappily. Before the auction began, under Lin Qingrong's arrangement, Duan Lingtian sat in a private room on the 2nd floor. From the window of the private room, he could see the entire auction stage. I hope there's something that interests me. It'd be even better if there are 2 items. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Before the auction began, Duan Lingtian began to organize the information about the defensive technique, the copper shirt. At the same time, he circulated his true energy according to the route of the copper shirt. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian had wondered if it was worth it to waste time on a human-rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic like the copper shirt. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.